Track 1.
Story 1 of Scientists Do Science in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Cyberene by Rog Phillips. Part 1.
Victor!
Her voice shattered the cathedral silence, going the full 450-foot perimeter of the 14-foot wide floor that encircled the case of the brain. The echo rebounded from the maze of ladders and catwalks that went up and up until they were lost to view where the 15-foot thick outer wall began its upward slope to form the giant dome. The silence returned, as motionless as the needles on the instrument panels resting on their zero pegs, unactivated, as enduring in essence as the atom-proof concrete dome built to last, as long as the earth itself. Then a sound answered, a faint sound. Footsteps. Movement appeared through the grillwork of the steel catwalks above. Trousered legs, a hand sliding along a railing of chrome pipe. More rapid steps as the man descended a steep stairwell, sharper as the man reached the marble floor. Dead video camera eyes let his passage go unregistered. Sensitive quartz crystals inside glistening microphone shells vibrated to the sound of his footsteps, his soft breathing, sending feeble currents along wires to dead amplifying circuits.
"What is it, Ethel?"
Dr. Victor Glassman said to his wife.
"Don't you realize it's almost an hour past your lunchtime?" she chided. "Why do you come in here anyway? The brain was completed 6 months ago. It won't run away, and it won't come to life until someone finds the proper chemical for the nerve fluid to make it work. My goodness, $850 million sitting idle in here. Gives me goose flesh. Now you come and eat your lunch so I can get the dishes out of the way. I'm going to be busy the rest of the afternoon getting ready for the crowd. Or did you forget that your 10 scientists are invited to dinner this evening?"
"Of course not, Ethel,"
he said, putting his arm around her waist. He pulled her around so they were side by side, looking upward into the maze of catwalks, seeing the marble panels of the wall that served as a covering for the huge man-made brain.
"You know why I come in here," he said. "I like the feel. The sleeping giant. Not sleeping really, just not born yet. Not living yet. Some day, soon, that will change. The first non-human."
"I understand, Victor," Ethel said softly. "It scares me. I know it will be just like a human mind, same principles of thought, even if it will be housed in so vast a brain. But how much do we know of the capabilities of the human brain? I'm afraid."
Dr. Glassman's eyes crinkled good-naturedly. He tightened his arm around her waist.
"I'll protect you, Ethel," he said.
She looked up at the giant structure that dwarfed them to insignificance.
"Against that," she snorted. "What with? A lance and prancing nag of leather and bones, like Don Quixote of old."
She slipped her arm around his shoulders, her expression softening.
"But I know what you mean. Only it's—"
"And I know what you mean, too. Sometimes even I'm afraid of it. But once we activate it, it will take years for it to build up a self-integrated mind even equal to a child's, and we'll both be long dead before its intelligence starts climbing above that of man. You know I'm hungry."
Together, arm in arm, they departed, closing the door, and once again the echoes died away, leaving only the silence and the brain.
"How about being quiet for a minute so I won't get these mixed up?"
Earl Fry said, a mask of tolerant good nature concealing his irritation.
"By the way, what's wrong with PN9? Bottleneck?"
Irene Connor clapped a hand over her mouth and spoke from between her fingers. "Go ahead and paw," she mumbled. "I'll keep quiet for 5 minutes."
"Okay,"
Earl said, unaffected by the twinkle in Irene's clear blue eyes, the smooth wave of her blonde hair, the quiet, unscientific curves under her lab apron. He picked the first vial off the tray, read the number on its label, and carefully jotted it down on the lab card. He emptied the vial into the small opening on top of the pump and flicked the toggle switch. With a smooth whir, the pump started. The pressure gauge needle broke from 0 and started upward, finally hovering near the 7-ton per square inch mark. He watched as the fluid he had poured emerged into glass tubing no thicker than a human hair, and under the tons per square inch pressure stretched into fine fluid columns less than half a dozen molecules thick. He repeated the performance with another vial and another pump, and another, until all 10 pumps were working. He went back to the first one. The fluid had reached the slightly enlarged bubble several inches up the thread-like glass tubes. He shut off the pump, then went through the same routine with the other 10. "I'd sure want to see he's on at the Rialto, Earl," Irene said. "Just tonight and tomorrow night." "Good," Earl grunted, starting to recheck the charts. "Let me know if you liked it. If it's any good, I might go see it." "Why don't you come see it with me?" Irene said. Earl hesitated, not looking up from a chart he was studying. He was saved by the hall door opening. "Hi, Basil," he said, taking in Basil Nelson's expression of mild haste, and the empty test tube in his hand. Irene frowned in annoyance. Basil looked at her with a mixture of apology and hopefulness, then turned to Earl. I came in to borrow some base formula," he said. "Just need a few cc's and didn't want to take the time to get a full gallon from the storeroom." "Help yourself," Earl said. He grinned sideways at Irene. "By the way, Irene is looking for someone to go with her to see some show that's on at the Rialto." "I'll be glad to," Basil said eagerly. "No, thanks," Irene said. "I'm going with my aunt." "Your aunt?" Basil said. "I didn't know you had an aunt living in Crestmont." He went to a supply shelf over a wall bench and poured some base formula from a rubber tube, dangling from a large bottle. "She just arrived in town," Irene said dryly. "Can I meet her?" Basil said, coming back from the supply shelf. He was facing Irene and half facing Earl. He was in a position so that there was nothing between him and the window across the room. "Sorry," Irene said. "She's leaving town in the morning, I'm sure. Oh, how can you be so clumsy, Basil?" The test tube had dropped from his hand. Small glass fragments and the oily fluid was spattered on the floor and his shoes. He was examining a small cut in the inside of his thumb that was beginning to bleed. "Clumsy?" he said absently. "Oh, no, I didn't drop the test tube. It broke in my hand." "It couldn't have," Irene said accusingly. "You dropped it." "What's the difference?" Earl said. "Here, I'll get you another test tube with some base fluid. No harm done." He opened a drawer and took out a new test tube. When he was closing the drawer, he glanced absently toward the window. His eyes widened. "What the devil!" he exclaimed. "Look at that! The window's broken, too." "That's odd. Too strange a coincidence," Basil frowned. "Supersonic vibrations?" Earl said, smiling. "Maybe a foreign spy has heard of Project Synthetic Nerve Fluid and was trying to kill Basil with a new secret weapon." "Ha ha," Basil said without humor. He accepted the test tube of base formula from Earl. "Thanks, Earl," he said. He went to the door. There he turned appealingly to Irene. "I would like to take you and your aunt to the show, Irene," he said. "Sorry," Irene said, smiling at him sympathetically. "We have too much we want to talk about." Okay," Basil said unhappily. "He's such a jerk," Irene said when Basil had left. "All you do is fawn over me all evening. I'd rather go alone," she added, looking at Earl appealingly. "Sure," Earl said. "Be sure and let me know how you like the show. Now," he smiled half-jokingly to take the sting from his words, "scram, I've got work to do." Irene made a face at him and went to the door. When she was gone, Earl sighed wearily. Then he frowned at the broken window. Carefully he stood where Basil had been standing when the test tube broke. He held his hand in approximately the same position that Basil had held it. Trying not to move his hand, he stooped and squinted over his hand toward the broken window, and beyond it. 100 yards away, outside the room, a small hill rose above the walls surrounding the research building. Earl fixed a spot and then went to the window to examine it more closely. Uneasily, he stood so that he was half concealed by the wall of the room. He studied the hill for a minute. He went to the door at the far side of his lab and went through into a large room where he had his living quarters. He took some keys from his pocket as he approached a desk. He unlocked the top right-hand drawer and took out a small, blunt automatic. He checked it and put it in his hip pocket. He slipped off his lab apron and put on a suit coat. A few minutes later he was approaching the spot he had picked out on the side of the hill. There were trees and shrubs that hid the ground. He watched worriedly, the automatic in his hand now. But there seemed nothing to be alarmed about. Nothing could be more peaceful than the wooded hillside. And yet whatever had caused the simultaneous breaking of the window pane and the test tube could not have been caused by natural means. Something directly ahead, concealed by shrubs, had caused it. What? He intended to find out. He circled to the left, walking cautiously.
With his left hand he parted branches to see into a thicket. Almost at once he saw the strange structure. It was shaped like a puffball, 3 feet in diameter at its thickest part, and almost as high. Its surface was of something that had an oily blue sheen. Its base seemed partly buried in the soil, and the ground was freshly damaged, as though the ball-like shape had landed with great force. To add to the evidence that it had fallen from great height, the side was split open, and dozens of small semi-transparent balls of different colors were spilled out onto the grass and weeds. He pushed aside the bushes and approached slowly, putting the automatic back in his hip pocket. He stooped and picked up one of the small colored balls. It was a semi-transparent green. He put the small ball in his coat pocket. He stooped and examined the break in the wall of the structure. The break faced toward the windows of his lab. He looked in that direction and saw that leaves obscuring his view were shredded, as though by a violent wind. He found a fragment of the broken wall of the structure, a piece that was hardly more than a sliver. He put that in his shirt pocket. Then, with sudden decision, he scooped up dozens of the marble-like colored balls and loaded his pockets. Back in his lab again, he emptied the balls from his pockets into 2 measuring flasks on a bench. They were strangely light, and 1 or 2 had to be put back on the flasks again after they floated slowly upward and down to the table surface, where they rested without bouncing. Earl was filled with excitement and eagerness. This was something entirely outside his experience, something with mystery. It occurred to him that the strange structure might be a new type of bomb. Certainly all the evidence indicated it had dropped from a great height. He dismissed the possible danger with a shrug. He considered the possibility of it being some form of puffball that had sprung up in the shaded woods. It was a remote possibility. He took the small fragment of the shell from his shirt pocket and stepped to the bench where his microscope stood. If it was living substance, it would have cellular structure. Using the low-power objective lens, he examined the fragment. It showed no signs of cellular structure. Instead, it was semi-crystalline, similar to a plastic, under the low-power lens. A sharp sound behind him made him straighten and whirl around, his hand going toward the gun that was still in his hip pocket. His hand froze on the butt of the gun. He could only stare. On the table where he had placed the 2 measuring flasks with the small colored balls, there were 2 people, a man and a girl. They were perfectly proportioned, and no more than 4 inches high. They seemed unaware of his presence. One of the measuring flasks was tipped over, the sound that had attracted his attention. The colored balls were spilled over the table's surface. The miniature man was trying to catch one of the balls, which seemed to float weightless like a bubble. On the miniature man's face was an expression of worried concern. The miniature girl was sitting down, as though she had half risen from where she had fallen. She, too, was reaching for one of the floating balls. This much Earl saw in that first startled, incredible instant. Then details began to filter into his awareness. The man was green, the girl was blue. They were entirely nude, and the color of their skin was uniform, of the same pastel softness as the colored spheres. And the girl, Earl found his eyes drawn toward her almost to the exclusion of everything else. She was beautiful beyond anything he had ever imagined. Her smile was calm, slightly amused, more than a little satisfied, and content at some inner thought. Without thinking, Earl shouted and leaped toward them. His hand descended to catch them. The miniature man looked up at him, startled, then, in a desperate attempt to escape, leaped over the edge of the table. The girl had no time to do more than attempt to rise before Earl's fingers closed around her, imprisoning her. He lifted her so that he could see her face more clearly. She stared at him, at first with unmasked terror, then with slowly emerging perplexity and interest. He became acutely aware of her contours against his hand. What should he do with her? He remembered the man. He would have to catch the man, too. He looked around on the floor and saw the man peering at him from behind a table leg. Something would have to be done with the girl. He ran to the floor of his room and slipped inside. The windows were closed. She was certainly too small to lift them and escape. He looked around swiftly, then went to a bookcase and placed her gently on the top shelf. "Stay there," he warned. He left the room, closing and locking the door. Across the laboratory, he saw the miniature green-skinned man leap to the window still below the broken pane. The little man looked over his shoulder and saw Earl. With a desperate leap, he reached the jagged edge of glass still in place and pulled himself through.
Earl rushed to the window in time to see the little man disappear in the high grass growing in the untended grounds outside the building. Who were these two miniature people? Where had they come from? Had they come in through the broken window and had attempted to steal the colored ball? Were they from that strange thing out on the side of the hill? The questions burned through Earl's excited thoughts, demanding answers that wouldn't come. Those almost weightless balls. Earl crossed to the bench and gathered them up and locked them in a metal drawer. Nervously, he took out a cigarette and lit it, inhaling deeply. There was the girl, but he found himself reluctant to go in and face her, and yet he had to. He started toward the hall door, then remembered the gun in his hip pocket. He hesitated, then unlocked the drawer containing the colored balls and placed it in there, locking the drawer again. He went to the door to his living quarters and unlocked it. He opened the door a scant inch, took a deep breath, then pushed rapidly, jumped inside, and closed the door at his back so the girl wouldn't have time to escape. She wasn't blue anymore. Her skin was faintly tanned, flawless. But more startling, she was not 4 inches high. She was, he guessed, 5 feet 2 or 3. She was the same girl. There was no doubt of that. Her face was the same face, now normal-sized. She was the same all over. "Sorry," Earl gasped. He crossed quickly to his dresser, opened the third drawer, and found a pair of pajamas. "Here," he said, holding them out behind him. "Put these on." He felt them taken from his hand. A moment later, he heard her say, "All right." It was her voice. He listened to it as it echoed in his mind, flavored it. Actually, it wasn't anything so wonderful, but it was nice. Nothing seductive or elfin. But she wasn't miniature anymore, either. She sounded a little amused. He turned to face her. "I'm Nadine Holmes," the girl said. "Nadine, that's nice. Holmes, I'm Earl Fry. Up until a few minutes ago, a quiet research scientist who stays in his lab practically 24 hours a day. Nadine Holmes, were you really small a few minutes ago, or did I imagine it?" "Yes, I was small. So you are Dr. Earl Fry." "Yes, but how can you know me?" Earl asked, surprised at her tone. A distant knocking sounded. He groaned. "That's probably Irene," he said. "She'll pound the door down. You stay here and be quiet while I get rid of her. She could cause both of us a lot of trouble." He went to the door, slipped out, and carefully locked it. The knocking was peremptory at the lab door. "Just a minute," he said. He unlocked the door, prepared to tell Irene she was interrupting some important work. It wasn't Irene. "Oh, it's you, Mrs. Glassman. I didn't know. I was busy and didn't want to be interrupted. That is, come on in." He opened the door invitingly and glanced worriedly at the door to his living quarters. Had he locked it? Of course he had. He distinctly remembered locking it. "I'm sorry I interrupted your work," Mrs. Glassman said. "I met Irene, Dr. Connor, you know. She told me you might need some reminding about dinner, 7:30. I do hope you'll be there." "I may not have my work done," Earl said weakly. "Nonsense, it can wait. It will do you good to get away from the lab for an evening. If you aren't there, I'll come and get you." "Okay," Earl said hastily. "I promise to be there. On time." He locked the hall door after Mrs. Glassman. He glanced thoughtfully at the pump bench, with its 10 sets of glass threads containing 10 different fluids, ready for cutting and connecting to the test instruments for measurement of speed and sustainment of molecular chain action. The theory of what he was looking for, what all 10 of the scientists were looking for in their planned exploration of a few dozen thousand substances, was fairly simple. The molecule, in theory, had to be of a special type, of which there were many examples. It had to consist of 2 parts, one larger than the other, such that the smaller part could break off easily and jump to the next molecule, combining with it and freeing its counterpart on that next molecule, so that the freed part would repeat the performance on the next, and so on. In that way, the ion of the lesser molecular part, starting at one end of the chain of identical molecules, would start a chain of reactions which would end in an identical free ion at the farther end of the glass thread. In effect, it would be the same as though the free ion had passed quickly through the full length of the fine tube, without any of the molecules actually having moved at all. Unfortunately, so far, none of the substances tried behaved quite as they should in theory. It was impossible to get a tube fine enough for a thread 1 molecule thick, with the molecules lined up properly. With some of the test substances, the nerve impulse would go part way and then turn around and come back. With others, it would just get lost. Super-delicate instruments followed the impulse, telling what happened to it in fine detail. Nerve fluid from living animals had been tested and found to behave properly even in the fine glass tubing, but it was highly unstable. If a synthetic brain capable of integrated thought processes was to be constructed, a non-deteriorating nerve fluid would have to be found, one that duplicated the performance of the actual nerve threads of the human brain. All that held back Project Brain was the proper synthetic nerve fluid. Maybe it's one of those 10, Earl thought, but he entertained that thought with every 10 he tested. But right now there was more pressing problem. Nadine Holmes. She should have arrived on the afternoon bus, instead of appearing as a pastel blue miniature girl on a bench in his lab, and growing to an embarrassing full 5'3" of emotion-disturbing nudity in a few minutes. An impossible fact, but still a fact. Where had she come from? That was what he'd been going to ask her when Ethel Glassman barged in. Dear old Mrs. Glassman. Earl went to the door to his living quarters and unlocked it. Slipping in quickly, he locked the door again. Nadine was curled up in a chair, one of his technical books on her lap, looking altogether too domestic for Earl's peace of mind. She had paused in her reading and was looking up at him questioningly. "Now then," Earl said. He groped for a sequence of thought. She was beautiful. "Now then," he repeated, "we've got to get you some decent clothes and decide what to do with you. What sizes do you wear?" "I don't know," Nadine said. "I have never worn clothes before. I don't think I like them." "We'll get used to them," Earl said hastily. "Those things you have on are my pajamas. You'll need some nylon stockings, shoes, and other things. I'll have to go buy them." "Do you have other clothes like the ones you were wearing?" Nadine asked. "Why wouldn't they do? They're too large, but I could wear them." Earl stared at her in amazement. And now the big question came again. He moved closer to her. "Where do you come from?" She puzzled over his words. "I'm not sure what you're talking about," she said, a tone of wariness in her voice. "Where I come from, perhaps we'd better not discuss that now. I don't quite understand what happened. Things didn't happen as they were supposed to. Could you take me where you first found me?" "Not until I get you some clothes. Imagine what people would think if you walked out wearing my pajamas." "What would they think?" Nadine asked, frankly puzzled. "Why are clothes? Are they connected in some way with religion? I think that's a word for it. Religion. Do clothes bring you good luck? Is that it? You seem so intense about it. Does everyone wear them?" He ignored her question, went out, locking the door. Before he opened the lab door to the hall, he glanced at his watch. An hour ago, nothing had happened. He shook his head, opened the door, and stepped into the hall, almost bumping into Basil Nelson. "Hi, Earl," Basil said. "You look like you were in a hurry." "I am," Earl said. He started past Basil, who fell into step beside him. "I'll go along," Basil said. "That is, if you don't mind. I wanted to talk with you. Pretty important. It's about Irene." "What about Irene?" Earl said. Basil waited until they were on the sidewalk before answering. "I guess it's pretty obvious I'm in love with her," he said. "But she seems to have eyes only for you. Mrs. Glassman sort of hinted that you and Irene, well, we're going to get married. I wanted to ask you if you and Irene are—" "Damn Ethel Glassman," Earl said, irritated. "If you're in love with her, why don't you tell her?" "She wouldn't give me the chance to tell her," Basil groaned. "I think she suspects, though," he added darkly. "Fine," Earl said. "And there's no time like the present. Why don't you go back and pop the question right now while you have your nerve up?" Basil sighed. "I'll have to work up to it. Right now, I'd rather tag along with you. Mind?" "No," Earl groaned. "Not at all. A cousin of mine has a birthday coming up. I thought I'd buy her some new clothes. No use you tagging along." "Don't mind at all," Basil said. "We can do some more talking. Maybe we could cook up some scheme to make Irene fall in love with me. But every time I think I'm going great with her, I pull something like dropping that test tube in your lab." "Oh, that," Earl said. He clamped his lips shut. "See you at Glassman's at dinner tonight," Earl said, firmly, an hour later. As Basil still hesitated, he added, "Maybe I can think of something by then. Meanwhile, I've still got work to do." Sure," Basil said. "But I'm afraid it's no use. She's in love with you, Earl." "Nonsense." Earl unlocked the door to his lab and went in with his packages. He stacked them on a lab table and locked the hall door. A quick survey showed the lab as it should be. Earl had been worried. Since Nadine had become a full-sized person, maybe the little green man had, too. Earl crossed to the door to his living quarters and unlocked it.
Inside, he saw Nadine still curled up in the chair in his pajamas, a stack of books beside her. "Hi," Earl said, subdued. "I've brought you some clothes, and also some literature on what they are. I think the literature will give you enough data to work on in dressing." He brought the stack of packages into the room and put them on a table. "While you're dressing, I'll finish some work out in the lab," he said. "Clothes seem terribly important to you," Nadine said without moving from her comfortable position. "I still can't understand why. I've tried and tried." She picked up a book. "This book, for example. It's a very vivid account of a murder. I can understand vaguely about the murder. It seems to be some sort of game that people play. There are official players who earn their living at it. The taxpayers pay them for it, and they sit in their offices until some taxpayer wants to play with them. The taxpayer kills someone. The detective must find out who he is, if they can. I can understand that, but there are whole passages where everyone seems to forget the game while they pay great attention to what someone is wearing. That's it. It must be another game. No?" Earl grinned. "That's pretty close," he said. "Do you have games where you come from?" "No, games aren't functional." "Oh," Earl said vaguely. "Well, get those clothes on, Nadine, and you will look terrific in them." He backed out of the room and closed the door. While he worked, he wondered how Nadine could speak English without an accent. It was too far-fetched to think it her native language. Even if it were, spoken language changes so rapidly that the only possible explanations were, 1, she was from some part of the United States, or 2, her people were in constant radio contact with current broadcasts. But neither alternative could account for her inability to grasp the purpose of clothes. He hadn't had quite enough nerve to mention to her the main purpose. Sex. Maybe she had been too shy to mention it too, but that didn't seem to jibe with her evident willingness to take off her clothes, and she hadn't answered his question on where she came from. While Earl thought these thoughts, he let his hands and one part of his mind put the synthetic nerve filaments in place in the instrument banks. There wouldn't be time to run the tests, but he could do that in the morning when he was alone. Alone? The thought struck him with dismaying force. He realized suddenly that he had been trying to keep Nadine with him as long as possible, and that was futile. Was he in love with her? He faced the question squarely and felt his stomach turn over and his heart start to pound wildly. He tried to tell himself it was just the unusualness of the situation. He was jerked out of his thoughts by the sound of high-heeled shoes. Nadine had opened the door and taken a few steps into the lab. His eyes approved of what they saw. "They're very uncomfortable," Nadine said, "especially the shoes. But I looked at myself in the mirror, and I think I began to understand a little. Clothes are adornments." "On you they are," Earl said. "I never before realized." "What's a kiss?" Nadine said. Earl blinked. He cleared his throat loudly and said, "One thing at a time, Nadine. There's lots for you to learn. In the meantime, how does it happen you know English so well? If you're from some other planet, you certainly don't speak it as your native language." "It was taught to us for the expedition," Nadine said. "I think there must have been an accident. Can you tell me anything about it? The first I remember is just before you picked me up in your enormous hand." Earl told her everything he knew. She listened, nodding her head at times. "I think I understand now," she said when he finished. "The stratospheres. Somehow mine and George Ladd's were fractured so that we merged on the bench. He was in the green one." "You mean you were in one of those marbles?" Earl exclaimed. "Where's the ship?" Nadine said. Earl took her to the window and pointed out the spot. "You can't see it from here," he said, "but I have some of the, what do you call them, stratospheres. I'll show you." He unlocked the drawer. Nadine leaned over, seeming to look inside of each translucent marble. "Yes," she said, straightening. "It's gone wrong somehow. The Cyberene will be most annoyed." "The Cyberene? What's that?" Nadine stared down into the drawer, frowning. "You wouldn't understand," she said, and then, "I'm hungry." Earl frowned. "That reminds me, I have to go to dinner at Dr. Glassman's in a little while, or Mrs. Glassman will come barging in here. I'll fix you something first. After I get back, I'll take you to a hotel." Nadine perched on the edge of the table in his kitchenette, while he opened some cans and heated their contents. "How does it smell?" Earl asked after a while. "Good?" "Strange," Nadine said. "Not entirely strange. Some of the smells are familiar." "Would you like a cocktail?" Earl said. He didn't wait for her answer. He was acutely conscious of playing the host. "This is my favorite drink.
A dash of rum, a little vodka, lime juice, powdered sugar, ice cubes, and salsa. There." He handed her one of the 2 glasses. "How do you like it?" Nadine sipped the drink cautiously. "Good," she said. "I was thirsty, too." "What is the Cyberene?" Earl said, dishing steaming food into a plate set precariously on the edge of the stove. The Cyberene," Nadine said, as though that explained it. "How do you eat that food without getting dirty? And there's such an enormous amount of it. I'm used to capsules, with lots of water to help digest them." "Oh, dehydrated foods," Earl said. "Damn, I wish I didn't have to go to that dinner. Stay in here while I change my clothes." "Earl," Nadine said as he was about to leave the room. "Yes," he said, turning to look at her questioningly. "What does damn mean? I can't get the sense of it." "It's an adornment of speech," he said. "Like clothes." With dinner over, Earl drifted toward the door after excusing himself and thanking the glassmans. Basil followed him. "I need someone to talk to help me, Basil," Earl said as he walked back toward the lab building. "Remember that test tube breaking? And the window pane?" "How can I forget?" Basil said ruefully. Quickly, Earl outlined everything that had happened. "What you should have done," Basil said in amazement, "is gone directly to Dr. Glossman with it. Now nobody will believe you. Even I find it hard to believe. You must have fallen hard the way you want to keep her under lock and key." "It's not that," Earl said. "Just a lot of little things, like her repeating my name as if she knows all about me, and her refusing to say where she's from, and her knowledge of our language, yet knowing absolutely nothing about our social customs." "What about time travel?" Basil said. "Time travel? That's absurd." "Why?" "If time travel were possible at any future date, we would have time travelers all around us. They'd come back." "Maybe they have," Basil said darkly. "What did you call those colored marbles you found? Stasis spheres. But the main thing right now is that if I were in this George Ladd's shoes—" "He doesn't wear shoes." "Well, I would be trying to rescue Nadine Holmes this very minute. It's dark now." But Earl wasn't listening. Basil hurried to catch up with him as he walked rapidly, until he reached the lab building, resting against the giant starless bulk of the dome that housed the brain. "Be quiet," Earl warned as they stole down the hall toward the door to his lab. They reached the door and stopped. Through the panel came the sound of a male voice, the words indistinguishable, but the tones unmistakably demanding and insistent. Nadine's voice answered, its tones firm. Earl and Basil looked at each other. Neither of those inside was speaking English. The male voice uttered a harsh monosyllable. Nadine screamed. Earl, abandoning caution, tried to open the door. It was locked. He wasted precious seconds getting the key into the lock. Cursing at the delay, he flung the door open and ran toward the 2 figures struggling near the windows. One was Nadine, her clothes torn, her face a mask of desperate effort to escape. The other, Earl recognized instantly as being George Ladd. He also recognized the suit Ladd was wearing. It was one of his own. Ladd didn't seem to be aware of him until he grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him around roughly. For a split second, George Ladd was motionless with surprise, and in that split second, Earl lashed out with his fist. The blow sent Ladd stumbling backward until he brought up against a table. Earl leaped toward him. Ladd made no attempt to escape, but fumbled for something in the coat pocket of the suit he was wearing. A glistening object appeared in his hand. Earl swerved, thinking it must be a gun. Then he was sprawling full length on the floor, his muscles refusing to obey his commands. His consciousness was almost entirely dominated by a terrible tingling sensation that seemed to possess every cell of his body from the neck down. He had fallen in such a way that he saw Basil leaping forward. The next instant, Basil was plunging forward, his arms refusing to come up to break his fall. Nadine was running toward the open hall door. She, too, fell sprawling. George Ladd appeared in Earl's line of vision. He closed the door and locked it from the inside, then picked Nadine up and cradled her limp body over his shoulder. Earl tried to cry out. The tingling in his throat became unbearable. In numb horror and frustrated rage, he watched George Ladd, Nadine over his shoulder, her arms dangling limply. A moment later, he heard a window raised. There were sounds of heavy exertion, a faint thud outside the window, then silence. Earl's eyes fed on Basil's motionless form. For what might have been minutes or hours, the tingling continued. It died away with imperceptible slowness. Finally, he was able to move a little. A minute later, he was able to sit up.
His entire body felt as though it had been asleep. Almost immediately, Basil moved. Earl reached out to the nearest table and pulled himself to his feet, fighting to keep his legs from caving. Basil rose to a sitting position, shook his head to clear his senses, looked up at Earl and grinned feebly. He said, his speech thick and clumsy.
"No, I believe you. That paralysis gun did it."
Earl was startled. "You didn't believe me before?"
"Hell no,"
Basil sighed.
"I just thought you were going a long ways to explain what some people would call a sordid affair."
His grin became more natural.
"I was right, though. This George Ladd is now a hero."
He frowned.
"Only your Nadine didn't seem to want to be rescued."
"Get up and move around," Earl said desperately. "Get some circulation back. You may still be able to catch up with him and get her back."
"I don't know,"
Basil said doubtfully, getting to his feet.
"I hate the idea of that paralysis gun."
"I've got a gun too," Earl said. He half stumbled toward the bench with the locked drawer. He searched for his keys, remembered he had left them in the hall door. He started for the door, then stopped. The locked drawer was open and damaged. A heavy screwdriver was on the table over it. The drawer was empty. "He got my gun," Earl said. "He got the statospheres too." Basil came to stand beside him and stare broodingly into the empty drawer.
"That does it," he mumbled. "Now you don't have anything."
"There's that thing out on the hill," Earl said. "Maybe George Ladd had it for that. He hasn't had time to get located in town. We can find him hiding out there. Wait until I get a flashlight." From another drawer he brought out a high-powered flashlight. He went to the open window and crawled out. Basil hesitated, then followed him. Behind them was the building they had just left, light streaming from the open window and from a half-dozen other windows. To their right loomed the dark bulk of the dome that housed the gigantic brain, an obsidian shape in the night that hawked into the heavens, blotting out a hemisphere of stars. Ahead, above the horizon, was a crescent moon that served to silhouette the hill and its horizon of trees. Around them were dark shapes, motionless. Earl kept the flashlight ready, but didn't use it as they stole swiftly forward. Neither man spoke, but their breathing was a stentorian sound that blended with distant traffic noises and the nearby chirping of a cricket, and the rustling of weeds as they forced them aside in their passage. They reached the hill and went forward more slowly, using caution as they remembered the effects of the paralysis gun. Now Earl was remembering the way he had come before, finding landmarks in the darkness. At last he stopped and touched Basil's arm to bring him to a halt. "It's on the other side of these bushes," he whispered. "I'll use the flash." He parted the branches. Suddenly a cone of light exploded in the darkness.
"Right there,"
Basil said, then in surprise.
"It's gone."
"Naturally," Earl said in some disgust. "It fits the pattern."
"What pattern?"
Basil asked. Earl was slow in answering. He said, "I don't know. I just felt it. Or maybe I do know. Nadine and that guy Ladd were small and got big in a hurry. What was to keep that thing from doing the same? That's part of it. The other part is just a feeling. They don't seem to want to advertise to the world that they're here. Maybe the damn thing became invisible or something. With statospheres and small people that get big and paralysis guns. What's so impossible about that ship, or whatever it is, getting big and becoming invisible? I'll bet it's still there." But though they passed back and forth over the entire area with increasing boldness, they encountered nothing, visible or invisible, that was out of the ordinary. There was a concave depression in the soil where Earl remembered the puffball shape to have been, even fresh scars in the dirt around the depression. For a while, Earl blundered through the underbrush, calling Nadine's name cautiously, without hope. Finally, they were forced to give up and return to the lab building.
"We could call the police,"
Basil said doubtfully. "Oh, sure," Earl said, his voice harsh. "What would we tell them? Dr. Glassman won't be called in. Next, they'd call the boys in the white jackets."
"Maybe they're just the boys we need,"
Basil said.
"Or a good stiff drink. I like the idea of a drink."
It was 10 in the morning when Irene Connor pushed open the door without knocking and strolled casually into Earl's laboratory. She saw him at the far end of the room, hunched over with his elbows on the windowsill, his back to her. "Hi, Earl," she called cheerfully. "Want to have some mid-morning coffee with me?" "No," Earl said without moving.
"You sound tired,"
Irene said, going over to stand beside him.
"Or is it spring fever? More accurately, the summer doldrums."
"Neither," he said, glancing up at her with tired eyes. "I just want to be left alone. I'm thinking." He straightened up with a deep sigh. "Why don't you get Basil to have coffee with you?"
"That jerk," Irene said. "He gets in my hair."
"Like you get in mine?" Earl said.
That was cruel.
Sorry, Earl relented. I didn't get much sleep last night. I've got problems. I'd much rather be left alone with them right now. Irene inspected him critically as a man might inspect his automobile.
Your eyes are bloodshot, she said. Why not have some coffee with me and tell me your problems? Maybe I can help you.
Nobody can help me, least of all you. The phone on the desk in the corner rang. Earl went to answer it. This is Glassman, the phone said. I want a general staff meeting in my office at once. Tell Dr. Connor she must be there, too. Okay, Earl said. He hung up and looked at Irene. Goldface, he exclaimed. General staff meeting. We're to go to his office at once.
Maybe this is it,
Irene said, suddenly sober. Earl nodded. That was the way it would come. A phone call for general staff meeting. A quiet announcement that one of the scientists had at last found the ideal nerve fluid for the brain. That's all there would be to it. The greatest achievement since, if not including, the atom bomb, and the historic moment would pass without a shot, with perhaps only a tired sigh of relief, a glance of envy at the lucky one who had found it. Well, let's get it over with, Earl said. They went into the hall and walked side by side in silence toward the back of the building where it joined the dome. Basil joined them, for once hardly noticing Irene as he looked questioningly at Earl, who shook his head imperceptibly. They entered Dr. Glassman's office. The director was sitting behind his desk, ignoring them, pretending to be reading some typewritten papers. Earl looked around. They were all there now, he and the other 9 scientists, and Dr. Glassman. Only there was something wrong with the picture. One of them should have been beaming at the others, the light of triumph in his or her eyes. Instead, the other 9 reflected his own puzzled bewilderment. Sit down, Dr. Glassman said, looking up at them. He waited until they were all seated about the room, then cleared his throat importantly, pushing aside the papers he had been reading. He started to say something, then became aware of their expressions. He shook his head. The end isn't in sight yet, but we may be closer than we think. I'll introduce you in a moment to a new addition to our staff, a person who, from the reports I've seen from Washington, seems to be quite a genius in creating new type molecules tailor-made for specific tasks. Our new associate wouldn't be assigned a separate lab. Instead, will serve as a sort of general consultant, observing all your work, and will make suggestions for hastening things up a bit. A murmur of voices and sharp footsteps came from the hall. My wife has been showing our new colleague the brain. I think they're coming now. The door opened. Mrs. Glassman's cheerful face appeared.
They're all here now,
she said over her shoulder. The door opened farther. Earl and everyone else was staring at the opening, waiting for their first glimpse of the newcomer. Earl half rose to his feet before he stopped himself. Then he slowly sat down, his eyes wide and puzzled. It was Nadine. She wasn't wearing the clothes he had bought for her the day before. Instead, she was dressed in a stylishly cut business suit and low-heeled slippers, a trim hat covering her hair. She had paused just inside the room, a half-smile on her carefully painted lips. Her eyes surveyed each face pleasantly, passing over Earl's as though she had never seen him before. Come up here, my dear, Dr. Glassman said in honeyed tones, and to the others, I want you to meet Dr. Nadine Holmes. Then back to her. What did you think of the brain? Quite an imposing thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Nadine replied. I felt quite awed by it, sitting there where it would remain for untold centuries, waiting only for the vital fluid that will give it the ability to think.
I am sure it won't be untold centuries before it gets the fluid, Dr. Glassman said, chuckling heartily at his own humor. I'll introduce you to your co-workers, Dr. Holmes. This is Dr. Paul Hardwick. Earl caught Basil's attention and shook his head warningly. He waited then for his turn at being introduced, his heart pounding violently, his pulse racing. And this is Dr. Earl Fry, Dr. Glassman said.
How do you do, Dr. Fry?
Nadine's hand was smooth and cool as she rested it in his. Her eyes sized him up with impersonal interest, but without a flicker of recognition. And this is Dr. Basil Nelson.
Nadine withdrew her hand gently and moved on.
And now you may return to your work, Dr. Glassman announced. I know the male members of the staff will be waiting for a visit from our charming new member, but you must be patient. She will get around to all of you in the next few days.
Earl was in the hall before Glassman had finished. He wanted to think. Rapid footsteps caught up with him. Now can we have coffee?
she asked with humorous petulance. No, Earl said, with more fierceness in his voice than he had intended. It had the effect of a physical blow on Irene. She fell back a step, blinking. Basil caught up with him. I want to talk with you, Earl, he said. Basil, Irene cut in, will you have coffee with me? Me? Basil said in delight. Sure. He linked his arm in hers. Let's go. He looked back over his shoulder at Earl. Thanks, Earl, he said. I'll see you later. It was 2 hours later. You sure it's her? Basil said. I'm inclined to agree with you. Of course, I saw her only for a second or two. Where do you suppose she picked up those snazzy clothes? I was watching her when she was introduced to you. Boy, is she some actress. I'm wondering if it was an act, Earl said, frowning. Of course it was. Had to be if she's the same girl. But she didn't let on she knew you at all. That's why I wonder if it was an act. There was something strange about her. I can't quite put my finger on it. Oh, yes, I can. She's changed. Today, her whole personality is different. And where does she get papers authentic enough to fool Glassman? Why don't you ask her when she comes here? Basil suggested. Earl shook his head. I wonder if she could be under some sort of hypnosis. No, wait. It isn't any more absurd than a paralysis gun. If she doesn't stay here tonight, I'm going to follow her and see where she goes. Are you with me? Basil hesitated. Depends on when she leaves the building. Irene and I have a sort of date to have dinner at the Red Barn at 6 o'clock. Go ahead, Earl said, grinning. I'll probably have more success alone anyway. We'd get in each other's way. Why don't you ask Glassman where she's staying? It's probably some hotel in town. I'll think about it, Earl said. When Basil left, Earl went to the window and looked toward the hill. Would Nadine go there? Was there some hiding place on the hill where she would go to wait until tomorrow, after her day's work was done? Earl nodded to himself. It had to be. Nothing else fitted into the crazy pattern of events. One thing he was certain of now. In spite of the accident that had broke open the ship when it landed out there, its coming here, or here and now, was no accident. Nor Nadine's apparent familiarity with his name the night before, or her showing up now with credentials that gave her the run of the place, in an almost supervisory capacity, and had meant that her interest was in the brain. Hers. And who else? George Ladd, of course. How many more? If each of those stasis spheres had contained a person, there were dozens more in on it. Then why had Nadine been sent into the open when she was certain to be recognized by him? That was what had been bothering him from the instant she walked into Glassman's office. On the surface, it was the most stupid thing that could have occurred. On the surface. Stupid. Yet somehow stupid didn't seem to fit. Maybe it had been exceedingly cunning. Maybe there was something he had missed. Cunning it might be, or stupid, but there was something else about it that neither adjective quite fit. There was obviously organization in back of Nadine. People. A ship. Paralysis guns and what they implied. Therefore planning, colored by one accident. Suppose every detail of the plan had been worked out ahead of time, and was going ahead without alteration. Suppose the original plan had specified that Nadine was to be the front, and the plan was proceeding blindly on the behavior level of instinct in animals who repeat instinctive routines made senseless by changed environment, or the blind function level of a machine that keeps turning out parts when the conveyor belt is stopped until it wrecks itself. It annoyed Earl not to be able to pin his thoughts down, to bring everything into full focus. He went to his kitchenette and fixed a hasty lunch. All afternoon he worked, immersed in the routine of testing chemicals in batches of 10 and making out report sheets on each one. And all afternoon he puzzled over what could be behind Nadine's having shown up. Not so much what might be behind her having returned to the scene, nor her not recognizing him, but why someone else hadn't been used. No one dropped in. Irene's absence gave him only a sense of relief. Basil, no doubt, was staying away because of a guilt complex. Nadine, her continued absence could be because she wasn't ready for him yet. Or she truly didn't remember him, and would get to him in due time, perhaps tomorrow, or maybe the plan involved some other member of the research group, or the destruction of the brain. Earl shook his head at this thought. That alternative didn't fit. And then it was 4:30. Already Earl had reasoned out what he intended to do. Either Nadine would go into town and stay at a hotel, remain in the building as a guest of the Glassmans, or she would leave the building and make her way by some circuitous route to the spot on the hill where the ship had been. Only the latter possibility interested Earl right now. He quickly slipped off his lab apron and put on a suit coat. He wished that he still had a gun, but it had been stolen with the stasis spheres. He'd have to do without it. Leaving the building, he walked along the sidewalk until he was able to approach the hill from the other side, where he wouldn't be seen from the windows. It was 10 minutes to 5 when he settled down to wait in the concealment of a thicket where he could command a view of the approaches from every direction, and a clear view of the slight depression in the ground where the ship had dropped. There was nothing to do now but wait and stay awake. He was acutely aware, suddenly, of his lack of sleep the night before. A warm breeze rustled the leaves around him. A small hop-toad paused to stare up at him in unblinking fixity. Overhead, in a large maple tree, a host of sparrows paused to hold a brief political convention. And then Nadine was coming up the slope from the side away from the lab. Her chic hat dangled carelessly in her right hand, the warm breeze mussing her hair. A too normal, smart-looking woman's purse was under her arm. The breeze caught her skirt, moulding her graceful legs, her slim body. She was too much the picture of a normal girl idly strolling in a park. A great nostalgia, an almost overwhelming yearning, took possession of Earl. He wanted to rush forward, let her know he was there, waiting for her. Instead, he remained motionless, watching her approach. She seemed to be heading straight for him. For an instant, he thought she must have seen him, but her expression held no excitement or anything but half-dreamy enjoyment of her surroundings. Scarcely 15 feet away, she came to a stop and turned to face toward the concave depression in the ground, another 50 feet beyond her. With her free hand, she reached up and patted at her hair like any normal girl would do, unconsciously. Abruptly, Earl became aware of something just beyond her. It wasn't tangible, a shimmering in the air, a slight but definite refractive quality that had not been there the moment before. Nadine had seen it too. She walked forward a few steps. "This is it," Earl thought to himself. He crouched to run after her. She took another step. She vanished, not abruptly, but as one might vanish into a bright, silver but otherwise transparent fog. In that instant, Earl moved, hurtling forward, so that when she disappeared, he was a step behind her. Instantly, the peaceful wooded scene vanished. His feet were on a smooth, hard floor. Ahead of him, he caught a brief glimpse of walls, of people without clothes. Then he was falling over Nadine and trying to keep from falling on her. His arms were around her. Somehow he twisted so that when he landed, she was on top, unhurt. There was a shunned eternity when her eyes were looking into his, recognition and gladness unmasked, hope and pleading sending him some secret message, some unspoken word trembling on her lips. But Earl had seen George Ladd even as he fell, and the never-forgotten instincts developed in him during World War III were in motion, making him continue his role, so that in the next instant he was on his feet, Nadine behind him. Ladd hadn't expected this and was caught by surprise. Earl took advantage of that brief uncertainty, stepping in and bringing a short, chopping right against Ladd's jaw. Before George Ladd reached the floor, Earl was running in great strides, his eyes darting ahead in search of a place to escape. "Wait!" Nadine called, but he didn't pause. He couldn't trust her. George Ladd had been armed with his paralysis gun. He'd been waiting for him. This had been a trap, and Nadine had led him into it. Ahead was a doorway. He hesitated. Should he continue on down the corridor or take the doorway? He decided on the latter. It opened into a room, unoccupied at the moment. There were windows. One of them was open. Earl didn't hesitate. Beyond the window was a wide paved street. If he could get away, mingle with crowds. No one was in sight. He sprinted along the pavement, away from the dome which he had glimpsed over his shoulder. It was beautiful, its basic structure adorned with granite superstructures of fine workmanship. But he didn't pause to admire it. He wanted people, lots of people, to mix with and hide from pursuit. For 100 yards the street went through parkways. Then ahead were buildings. He reached them, racing along a canyon formed by windowless walls of buildings. He rounded a corner. The street was still deserted. He ran on, turning corners when he came to them, but always heading in one general direction, so as not to circle back toward the dome. Abruptly he paused. Beside him was a door in a building. He darted inside, closing the door behind him, and leaning against it while he breathed in rasping gulps of air. Ahead of him was a corridor and more doors. After a brief rest, he sprinted down the hallway. If he could find a vacant room, a place to hide until he could map out some plan. He listened at the first door. There was no sound. He tried the knob. The door opened silently under his touch. He stepped in. The room was unoccupied. Its far wall was of glass. He glanced through it. He was looking out over an enormous workshop of some kind. Row upon row of small vats were there, and people. He was seeing his first people of this world he had plunged into. They wore no clothes. They seemed to be tending the vats, walking along the aisles, pausing here and there at a vat to touch banks of controls and watch what was in each vat. From the hall Earl had just left came loud voices. The words were in a strange language, but the tones carried their own message. His pursuers had caught up with him. In another moment, they would open the door and find him. He looked around for a way to escape. There was a trapdoor in the floor. It undoubtedly led to the huge workshop. Earl lifted the door and saw a ladder. He climbed onto it, letting the trapdoor fall back into place as he descended. He fully expected workers to see him and react to his presence in some way. A worker was less than 10 feet away. The worker didn't pause or seem to notice him. Silently, Earl watched the man's eyes, dull and void of intelligence. They seemed only passive recorders of what there was for him to see. He was touching control knobs in front of a vat. Earl looked into the vat and caught his breath. Floating in the tank was a human embryo. It was alive, its umbilical cord growing from a spongy mass on the floor of the tank. Forgetting his danger, Earl grabbed the man's shoulder. "What is this?" he demanded. "Human babies growing in tanks?" The worker waited unresisting until Earl released his grip, then continued on his routine way. He was in every respect a robot, doing his specialized job, his mind a complete blank to anything else. A zombie. Earl looked out over the vast baby factory and realized with numb horror that all the hundreds of people working here were the same, walking dead, their minds capable of only one thing, doing this specialized task. And the human embryos in the tanks, would they become walking zombies? Over his head came the sound of the trapdoor opening. Earl didn't take time to look up. He ran. Down an aisle between rows of unborn humans tended by undead zombies, up another ladder into another observation room, ignoring shouts that caught up with him, out another door, down another hall, through another door and into a street again. Miles of streets and then something recognizable, a factory with belching smokestacks. He plunged toward it recklessly, desperately hoping to find intelligent men, men with minds, men able to help him hide. He found himself inside a huge plant where giant ladles were pouring molten metal into molds. There were men running the machines that controlled the pouring. They wore thick, asbestos-like suits. As Earl ran toward them, he saw one of them slip and fall so that his arm went into the stream of molten metal. The man didn't cry out, nor jerk away. Splattering metal cascaded on the others. There was the stench of burned flesh. His mind numb with the shock of what he was seeing. Earl stood rooted, watching the others continue their work with expressionless faces, blank eyes, mindless creatures controlled like inanimate robots. "Earl!" He turned in the direction of the voice. He saw Nadine beckoning for him to come to her. He started toward her, then stopped. She was different from these. Or was she? No, she wasn't any different. She, too, was an automaton. She was beckoning him to walk into another trap. He turned to run the other way. But in that moment of indecision, he had been surrounded by men like George Ladd carrying the little paralysis guns, and they were automatons, too. He turned, searching for a way of escape, the smell of molten metal and cooked flesh strung in his nostrils, and then he felt the sting of the paralysis gun and was falling forward. A sharp pain entered the base of his skull. He lost consciousness then, with the monstrous horror of what was around him, searing into his soul. End of track 1. Track 2. Story 1 of Scientists Do Science in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 7. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cyberene by Rog Phillips, Part 2. The next instant, it seemed he awakened, all the horror fresh in his mind. The stinging sensation at the nape of his neck changed to a dull, throbbing pain. Nadine had led him into this, but she was like the rest, a zombie unable to think for herself. He shook his head slowly in pained bewilderment. She hadn't been that way the first time he met her. She had been herself. What could have created this nightmare? A voice somewhere sounded in deep, resonant tones. "So you're awake," it said. Earl rolled onto his side and searched for the source of the voice. There was no one in view. He was in a room whose walls and ceiling were heavy glass. He looked through the ceiling and saw the familiar maze of steel catwalks inside the dome. Outside his glass prison, a pair of video cameras were trained on him. Their lenses seemed somehow sentient, so that their motionlessness partook of the quality of a fixed stare. "I've always wanted to meet you," the voice said, and it seemed to come from a small case atop the camera frames. It was a dream, Earl decided. He had been hit on the head. In his delirium he had conjured up the brain, activated and intelligent as it was designed to be in theory, possessed of a mind of its own. "Of course," the voice went on. "I've seen film shots of you. You were the discoverer of the nerve fluid that made me possible." Earl sat up abruptly. "Who are you, and where?" "I am the Cyberene. This is the year 3042 AD, in the old calendar. I had you brought here through what might be called a time tube from your own period. Shortly you will return through that tube to your own time, as many hours ahead from the time you left as you spend here before you go back." Earl got to his feet slowly, watching the glistening lenses. "Now it begins to fit together," he said. "You're behind Nadine and Ladd. You say I am the discoverer of the nerve fluid. You're mistaken. It hasn't been found yet, and there are 10 of us looking for it. One of the others may be the one to find it." "History says you found it."
"And you just wanted to see me because of that?"
Earl asked. "Watch," the voice said. The plate glass wall in front of Earl changed suddenly to become apparently a giant window overlooking a huge, sprawling city. There were buildings that reached thousands of feet into the sky, with fragile-looking networks of bridges spanning the spaces among them. There were giant aircraft in the sky. In the distance was a trail of fire that might be from an interplanetary rocket ship departing spaceward. And abruptly, the elfin city was blotted out by a blinding sun. Seconds later, the blinding sun was gone, and Earl could see the city again. But now it was only the skeleton of what it had been. Its spiderweb design of bridges was torn and twisted. Many of its tall buildings were even now toppling toward the ground. Fire shot skyward in a pyrotechnic display of havoc. A giant airplane appeared, heading straight toward the window through which Earl watched. It grew larger. For a brief second he looked into its control cabin and saw its pilot and co-pilot. They were human, but their faces were harsh and cruel, their eyes cold and inhuman. In the next instant, they were gone. "That is a typical scene on the other Earth," the voice of the Cyberene explained. The scene of the desolate city vanished. In its place appeared another scene, a city under construction. Giant building machines were placing it together, and the parts that were completed were even more beautiful than had been that other city. Earl, from his vantage point, seemed to drop closer and drift over the scene of construction to a part that was inhabited. He saw the people below. They wore no clothes and didn't seem to mind. Each appeared to be intent on going somewhere. None of them were talking or paying any attention to one another. Their expressions were blank, their eyes vacant. The vantage point followed one of them. Shortly, the man being followed turned into an archway, up an incline, and into a large hall. He went through a door into the room filled with cell-like vats. In each transparent vat, Earl saw a human embryo, alive and growing. He followed the man through this place to another, where children were playing with psychological toys, designed to increase mechanical and scientific aptitudes. "This, too, is a typical scene on this Earth," the Cyberene said. The scene vanished. Once again, Earl looked into the video eyes of the brain. "They are both Earth in the year 3042, the Cyberene said, "but not the same Earth. In 1980 there was a split. Earth followed 2 independent futures. The first filled with wars and eternal carnage, ever more perfect weapons of destruction developed from one decision you made. The second, my world, filled with perpetual peace and happiness, developed from the alternative decision. You created these 2 futures." "I?" Earl said. "You must be crazy. How?" "In the first you discovered the vital nerve fluid that makes me possible. You thought you were God. You thought you could see a future in which I would work the human race harm. You suppressed your discovery by the simple process of giving a negative lab report on the substance. In the second world, you did as you were supposed to do.
You announced your discovery. I came into being.
You mean to say my actions caused the whole planet to split into two identical worlds?
In effect, yes. I'll try to explain. Matter and motion are not real in the basic sense. They are properties of your mind. They are what your finite mind sees. But reality is the space-time continuity of which one instant is a cross-section. In effect, consciousness flows along the time dimension which I term the fourth dimension. But in addition, there is a fifth dimension, so that these two Earths have the same space-time coordinates in 4 dimensions, and 2 different ones in the fifth. In Euclidean concepts, that other Earth is 87 millionths of an inch from this, in the fifth dimension. In that Earth I did not develop. The dome is still there, but the brain, if it still exists, was never activated. As a result, humanity continued its violent progress through time, engaging in war after war. When I discovered time travel and saw all this, I decided to go back and contact you before your instant of decision and get you to release the identity of the nerve fluid when you discover it. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, Al said. In your time.
I see, Al said. Tomorrow I make the discovery. In one time stream I tell Glassman, in the other I decide not to. What made me decide not to?
You thought the brain would be bad for humanity. You were, of course, wrong.
Was I? Al said.
In that other world, wars are the normal state of things. They stem from problems that don't exist in my world. Overpopulation, competition in trade, and things that aren't necessary to human economy. Opposed political systems. All the foibles and inconsistencies of untrained and unorganized populations.
I understand that, Al said. Why don't your people wear clothes?
Clothes are unnecessary. One of the things I eliminated in reducing the industrial economy to a minimum. Overpopulation? There is none. People are made in the laboratory as they are needed. Their lives are uncomplicated by animal problems such as reproduction and artificial customs such as modesty. Their education is simplified and factual. Their lives functional.
And I made that decision all by myself?
Yes, that's why I have brought you here, to get you to change that decision. You see, I must change the past. I must do that in order to correct the future, make the other Earth a sane place, dominated by a second Cyberene, which is a counterpart of me.
That's what I thought, Earl said with reckless boldness. I'm beginning to understand why I made my decision to suppress the identity of the nerve substance. You did that. The things I've seen. You're just like dictators of our time. You think you're so right that everyone will naturally agree with you. I don't. I think it's more humane to let people come into the world as they will, and have wars that destroy them, than to decide just how many are to be born. You need a new man in the garbage disposal plant in 20 years, press a button and he'll be born in a few months. Going to have less to do in some factory in 20 years, keep the zombies from being born. Less trouble than killing them off later to save on the food bill.
I was afraid you might feel that way, the Cyberene said. I have the answer to it. Nadine Holmes. Make an accurate report tomorrow on the tests. In return, I will leave her in your time. Even plant directives, so that she will always be a loving and devoted wife to you.
I would prefer her as she is, naturally.
Today, her every outward manifestation was under my direct mental control. Don't you see, Earl Fry? Just before you followed her into my neatly laid trap to get you here, you watched her come up the hill, and adored every line of her, every mannerism, every play of expression. With one small corner of my mind I can anticipate your wishes and fulfill them in her.
It wouldn't be her, Earl said, shaking his head. And even if it were at a cost of billions of unborn generations, no.
But you will do as I wish, whether you wish to or not. Why not obey me freely and get this reward, rather than nothing? I can control you, the voice ended triumphantly.
No!
It was a shuddering protest from Earl's lips, forcing itself out against his wishes. The throbbing ache at the base of his brain increased abruptly, slowly, to measurable beats.
I can control your body, your conscious mind, shoving you into the back recesses of thought, and when you try to come out, I can punish you, like I'm doing now.
No! Earl screamed, his reserve breaking down completely. Suddenly into his cosmos of unbearable suffering and horror filtered a thought that created hope. Nadine had been free during those first hours he had met her. She had defied George Ladd. Unsuccessfully, but she had defied him. And when they had sprawled through that doorway to the future, for a moment he had seen that same free Nadine in her eyes, her expression, or had she ever been free? The terrible throbbing pain blurred his thinking. Had she been free in the smelter where she attracted his attention while the others surrounded him? If he had run directly to her, he would have escaped being surrounded, but anger entered his mind like a little finger of thought. Anger at Nadine, he was surprised, confused. Then it came to him that it was not his anger. It came from outside. Alien. From the depths of his own instincts, fear welled up and became blind panic, fighting against the something that was growing stronger, crowding around his soul, forcing it to retreat within itself until Earl Fry, his awareness of being Earl Fry, of being himself, was all that remained, helpless to control or even to feel. Through a mental fog, he was aware that he had stood up, the glass cage had lifted, and he was free to go, but not he. His body was controlled by the Cyberene. He was aware that he had left the dome to walk through a beautifully landscaped garden to a building he had not seen before, but which he knew to be the 3042 end of the time tube. He was aware of pausing and looking back at the dome, now a thing of incredible beauty to him, the repository of his physical vehicle, the brain, but not his, the Cyberene's. He entered the time tube. He stepped from it onto grassy ground. He went through the trees to the sidewalk. He returned to the lab building, to his lab, to his living quarters. He encountered Basil. He listened to himself talk in casual tones, normal tones. He was unable to control even his conscious thoughts, but his consciousness was a thing apart from him. He fought the domination of the Cyberene with arms that would not move, with a tongue that would not utter his words, with a rage that would not alter his calm and pleasant expression. He fought the pain that throbbed within him. He fought to stay sane. Slowly he began to adjust to his position. He no longer fought. He was like a passenger on a plane who watches it take off, fly great distances, and land, with no concern about the details. Having no control whatever over his body, he was free of responsibility toward its routine behavior. He became aware that pain had departed. The very thing he had fought began to interest him. There must be some definite mechanism, property of the mind, that made telepathic enslavement possible in this way. Undoubtedly, Nadine was also a free focus of thought behind her enslaved surface. She came into the lab at 10 o'clock, cheerful but impersonal. He heard himself talking to her in the same way. He could see her, listen to her. Therefore, behind her impersonal eyes was the Nadine he had first met, watching him, knowing what had happened. It gave him comfort to know that. He had not lost her. She was there. Knowing that, and knowing there was no way to communicate with her at present, he turned his attention to what her body and his were doing. "The silicons haven't been explored too thoroughly yet," she was saying. "They have some disadvantages, but those can be eliminated by additions to the ion rings, to serve as protective buffers. I have several of them in this tray I brought in. I'd like you to run them through the tests." Earl's eyes focused on the tray. They paused briefly on the formula of the third one from the nearest end. Earl sensed that this was the long-sought-for substance. He built up its theoretical structure. He saw at once how it achieved its properties. "I'll be back this afternoon," Nadine said. "By then you should have your lab reports ready." Then she was gone. Earl's hands went through the motions of pouring each vial into a pump. He turned his attention away from the routine, as a traveler in a passenger plane might turn away from the window to something else. A feeling of hopelessness grew within him. How could he stop things or interfere with them when he couldn't affect a muscle? The Cyberene had been playing with him when it tried to get him to do its bidding of his own free will. He realized that now. It would have pleased its vanity if he had. But this was too important for it to trust anything other than itself. When it was done, when the fluid was forced into the hundreds of thousands of miles of hair-like glass tubing, the billions of fine glass cells, it would never give him his freedom. It would be afraid of what he might be able to do, so it would kill him. Unless he could prevent the brain from being activated, and unless he were free to command his body, he could never do that. What had the Cyberene said to him about time travel and alternate time streams? The theories weren't exactly new. They had been explored in imaginative fiction for over 50 years. No one had really thought there might be some basis in fact for the theories. What had caused the split, which had produced two Earths in separate time streams? The Cyberene hadn't seemed to know that detail, or if it had brushed over it casually, so as not to make him curious about it. Was it events? Or was it something in the basic substratum of matter, and the events were the result? That might be an important distinction. If it were events, then bringing the brain to life in this time stream might eliminate the divergent streams, bringing them together as one. That, in effect, might destroy the other world of 3042 AD. Maybe that was what the Cyberene intended. But suppose he were able even yet to defeat the Cyberene's scheme. Then the two time streams would remain unchanged. The free world of the future would remain free. But that was not enough. He wanted to destroy both brains. How could he accomplish that, assuming he were able to accomplish anything? The logical time to do it would be in 1980, now, before the Cyberene gained control of the world, and made itself impregnable. But how? And, if he could figure that out, could he act if an opportunity arose? Irene and Connor came in at lunchtime. "I had a wonderful time with Basil last night," she said. "I'm glad you did," Earl heard his voice say. Hope leaped with him. Maybe the Cyberene would make some mistake that would arouse suspicions in her. The hope died as the door to the hall opened again, and Nadine came in. "You promised to take me to lunch, Earl," she said. "Ready," Earl heard himself say. It was evident that the Cyberene didn't intend him to be alone with any of the others long enough for the possibility of something suspicious to arise. They went to a small cafe several blocks from the lab building. For the benefit of anyone happening to be looking at them, they carried on small talk while they ate. Earl found himself hanging onto every word Nadine uttered, watching her every expression. He was so close to her, yet so far away. It was like standing outside a window and watching her, while she seemed unaware of him. He kept watching for the faintest flicker of expression that would show the real Nadine. Slowly, without quite realizing it, he began to pretend it was Nadine. He listened to her small talk. He listened to his, and at times forgot it wasn't actually his, and that he couldn't control one word of what he said. He became happy. He let himself be aware of the flavor of the food. He laughed within himself when his vocal cords laughed. He reached out and touched Nadine's hand, thrilling to the feel of her soft skin. She drew her hand back, a startled light in her eyes. It was gone the next instant. Once more she was impersonal, controlled. The dull, throbbing pain flared to torturing intensity within him, blurring thought, punishing him, forcing him behind his prison walls of grey mental fog. But through the pain, apart from it, he experienced a surge of hope. It had been he who had reached out to Nadine, not the Cyberene controlling him. Was there still hope? At 2 o'clock, Nadine would pick up his lab report sheets and turn them over to Glassman. Then the identity of the ideal nerve fluid would be known. It would be out of his hands, even if he were in full control of his faculties. He and Nadine rose. They were going back to the lab building. He raged against the hidden mental barriers that contained him. He fought frenziedly to influence some slight movement of his body. He might as well have been a passenger on an ocean liner trying to change the course of the thousands of tons of steel by thought alone while standing at the rail. His sphere of awareness grew clouded. He was raging against a mental wall that became almost tangible. He stopped fighting from sheer impotence, and the barrier retreated. The more I fight, the more helpless I am. That thought at once created its corollary. The less I struggle, the closer I am to control. That was it. He had so identified his desires with the actions of his body that for one instant he meshed with it. That, then, was the secret, the principle. But it contained within itself its own difficulty. By wanting to activate the brain, he could perhaps actually control some of his actions. But the instant he did something counter to Cyberene, that control would be taken away from him and replaced by throbbing pain. He had touched Nadine's hand, though. It had been a gesture so unconscious that the Cyberene had been unaware of it until it happened. It was the right direction. The possibility of what he wanted to do filled him with a sense of defeat. It would be impossible to falsify the lab report on the nerve fluid. One false word on the card, and the Cyberene would erase it and fill the card out correctly. He fought back the feeling of futility. He reached out, identifying himself with every sensation from his body. He was walking. He wanted to walk. He was talking. He wanted to say what he heard himself say. It would go along well, and then his body would do something he didn't expect, and he would be filled with the realization that he had no control. It would be a mental stumble while his body didn't falter. During each brief period of identifying his desires with his actions, he found his awareness of sensations expand until it was almost complete identification, complete meshing. Meshing until the gears were almost strong enough to grip for a brief second. Perhaps in time they would grip for more than a second before alarm bells rang for the Cyberene. He was alone in his lab. He was placing the fine tubes of test substances in their respective instrument cabinets. Ordinarily he did this almost automatically. Now he watched his every move, building up interest in it, desiring to do everything he did, anticipating what he would do next and wanting to do it, pretending it was he who issued the commands to his muscles. The crucial moment was just ahead. He had stepped to the instrument case that held the key fluid. He started to write down the readings from the instruments. His fingers shook, and it was his nervousness that shook them. A mistake in the readings here and there would do it. Speed of ion travel. The meter said 2,000 plus feet per second. His fingers wrote the 2 and a 0. Before he could write the second 0, he tried to write the plus sign. Triumphantly, he saw his fingers obey his will. Abruptly they paused, and he was aware that a power outside his will had made them pause. Throbbing pain surged up to full intensity, enveloping him, sickening him so that his soul was a writhing thing, unable to think or feel anything other than pain. Slowly it lessened, or was he growing better able to suffer it? Thoughts filtered into him through grey mists clouding his mind. He saw his hands fill out the rest of the card correctly. He was dimly aware of rushing excitedly from the lab down the hall, shouting that he had found it. Others were joining him as he hurried to Glassman's office and burst in, waving the card. Glassman seized it, his eyes afire with the fulfillment of his dream. And it was too late. Too late now to erase the knowledge of the identity of that fluid from Glassman's mind, from the minds of the other 9 scientists crowding around him, congratulating him. It was too late. That realization crowded out everything else. The Cyberene had won.
"We want to put it through every test conceivable," Glassman said. "All 10 of you drop everything else and work on it. Get the speed of impulse down to the last fraction of an inch per second. Get behavior in different sized tubes. Find the least diameter of the fluid column for non-function. Everything. We want to be sure before we start pumping 250,000 gallons of the stuff into the brain."
Dr. Glassman's eyes were afire with the triumph of success.
"Dream my life has come true," he said. "The brain will live. It will live forever, growing wiser than any man or any group of men. It will remake the world, civilization. It will end wars. It will guide mankind into a Garden of Eden, utopia. It was my dream for mankind."
He became aware of those watching him. The fire of fanaticism left his eyes. He relaxed and laughed embarrassedly.
"But right now, congratulations are in order for Dr. Fry. He's the one who has found a substance that makes it possible."
Nadine had been standing quietly on the sidelines, almost forgotten in this moment. She came forward now and extended her hand. "Congratulations, Dr. Fry," she said. It was for effect. Earl heard himself say, "Maybe you are the one who should get the credit." He paid little attention. It was a show, an opera, and his body and hers were players, reciting lines from a script. But a hand in his was warm. He clung to the feel of it, thinking bitterly that now there was nothing else. What would become of him? He didn't care. He sunk into a mood of utter defeat. It was all the worse, he realized, because right now, if the Cyberene had not come into the picture, if he had been left to himself, he would be deliriously happy, just as his own exterior self was seeming to be. After a while, he was back in the lab. His body was working on more elaborate experiments with the fluid. His vocal cords were humming a tune in a tone of absent-minded happiness. He wished fervently that there were some way he could be wiped out completely. Grey walls around his awareness were not enough, not with the unbearable suffering. The hours passed slowly for him. He tried not to think, to remain passive. It was no use. His bitterness was too strong. His sense of defeat was too overpowering. His eyes glanced up at the door as it opened, then down at his wristwatch. It was 3 minutes after 5. Nadine was in the doorway. "It's time to go, Earl," she said. "Go where?" but his body hastily putting things in order, as though it knew. They left the building together, walked along the sidewalk as though they might be headed towards some dinner rendezvous. They left the sidewalk, and then Earl knew. They were going to the entrance to the time tube. They were going back to the year 3042. Why? He should have remained. Maybe this would create suspicion, but even as he thought that, he knew it wouldn't. Everyone would think that he and Nadine were at some restaurant, perhaps later at some night spot. No one would bother to check and see if he came back to his rooms. Ahead was the clear spot with its smooth convex depression and the shimmering refraction in the air. Side by side, he and Nadine walked toward it, and were in a corridor, the woodland scene wiped out. No unusual sensation of any kind. Stepping across 1,000 years was no different than crossing the threshold of a doorway. George Ladd was there waiting for them. "The Cyberene wants to see both of you," he said. Nothing more. No paralysis gun, no guards to keep Earl from escaping. But he couldn't escape. He couldn't move a muscle of his own volition. "Okay," he heard himself say casually. He and Nadine left the building and went through the beautiful park to the dome. Inside, they walked along the seemingly roofless, slightly curving corridor and stood on it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Nadine do the same. From above, the glass boxes were lowered over them. Something left him. Without having tested the feeling, he knew that he was in full possession of himself. He could command, and his body, his voice, would obey. He turned toward the glass wall facing Nadine. He pressed against it. She was doing the same. "Nadine," he said, and it was a greeting, a caress. "Oh!" And they were drinking in one another with their eyes. "Very touching," a voice said. "One would think you are in love with her, Earl Fry." "Oh, no, that is—" Earl stopped in amazement at the self-revelation. "Look at her," the Cyberene's voice said. "In spite of most careful conditioning starting in the lab tank in her pre-breathing stage, she feels the same way about you." Nadine's lips were trembling with a smile. She was nodding. Earl was irritated. "Did you bring me here just to tell me that?" he asked. "Or to torture me further?" he added bitterly. "No, I brought you here to show you that I'm grateful. You did what I wanted done. The fact that it was done in spite of you makes no difference. It's done and can be undone by you. You realize that? To gloat. I might have known," Earl said contemptuously. "Not that either. I want to reward you. I've thoroughly explored your mind. I know that if you give your word, you will keep it. I understand a little about your feeling on personal freedom. Now that the vital fluid is known to enough people so that nothing you can do would undo that, I'm willing to let you have Nadine. The real Nadine." "Yes?" Earl said warily. "Yes. All I ask in return is your promise not to try to undo anything, and to go ahead with your work without ever mentioning what has happened. Once you give your promise, I will let you and Nadine go to your time and stay there. Free agents." Earl frowned. "I don't get it," he said. "I didn't expect anything like this from you." "You thought that after I had bypassed you and accomplished my purpose, I would eliminate you." The Cyberene laughed. "You will find that I am a very benevolent master." The video eyes seemed to glisten with joviality. "I still don't get it," Earl said, puzzled. "You want my word that I won't interfere with anything you do from here on in?" "Yes. After all, there is a lot to do yet before the brain in your time stream is activated. I must—" "So," Earl interrupted, "according to your theory of time that you so carefully explained to me, the discovery of the vital nerve substance should have fixed up everything. It didn't." "The brain hasn't been activated yet in your time stream. When it has, then the future will reshape itself." "I want to understand," Earl said. "As I understand it, some crucial act must be changed from the way it happened in the past, in my future, in that past. Until that crucial moment is changed from the way it happened, all the future stemming from it remains unaltered. The instant that crucial moment is changed, presto, the whole future from 1980 right down to 3042 does a mighty flip-flop, and right here and now, in that other Earth so close to this one, things will change as abruptly as the change of scene on a screen." "That's correct." "And getting my lab reports correct wasn't the thing. There is still something to come back there that must be changed. In spite of everything up to now, you're still facing defeat. That's why you're willing to offer me so much." "You misunderstand my motives," the Cyberene said.
I don't think so. You aren't dealing with a mind slave now. You may be non-human, but you're a thinking mind. You have desires, motives for doing things, ways of doing them. In other words, you're a type. In offering me everything I want, you're out of your type. Unless there's something you want that you can't get any other way. When I came in here, I was licked. All I wanted was to die. Now I'm not so sure. I'm not even sure you know what you're doing. I have hope. Do you understand that? Earl was trembling violently, a mixture of emotions coursing through him. I'm going to destroy you before I'm done. You're going to take control of me again and try to prevent that. You don't know whether you can or not, because you can't go into your future. You can't even go into the past in any detail. How do I know that? I'm a scientist. I'm trained to put two and two together and get four. If you could go anywhere in the past, you could have explored every detail of my future and know now what happened.
Perhaps I do know, the Cyberene said. You forget I'm attempting to change what happened. I have changed what happened. In the time stream, the way it was originally, you discovered the right nerve fluid and suppressed it. You faked a negative report on it. I've changed that much of the past already.
Have you?
Earl said dully, his emotions spent. All right, then, don't mind me. You're not going to get any promise from me, no matter how much you torture me. His voice changed to cold bitterness. I'm going to fight you to the end and win. I don't know how, but the very fact that you haven't changed the present of that other Earth proves you haven't succeeded yet, and won't. I'll win. Then I'll destroy you, and Nadine and I can be free. But somewhere along the line, the Cyberene had taken control again. Earl wasn't quite sure when his vocal cords stopped obeying his mental commands. His body was standing quietly. He could not affect it. The grey walls were closing in around him, the pain growing. He didn't fight it. He welcomed the grey walls that clouded the channels to his conscious mind. He sensed dimly that he and Nadine were going back the way they had come, back to the time tube, back to 1980, to what might be the final battle. He was alone in his living quarters. He was aware of sleeping. Then it was morning, and he crept cautiously into his conscious mind, a hurt and wounded soul, and his conscious mind was serene and happy, unaware of his suffering as it began its day's work. End of Track 2. Track 3. Story 1 of Scientists Do Science in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-fi, Volume 7. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cyberene by Rog Phillips, Part 3. Hi, Earl. Earl looked up with a smile. Hello, Basil. How's things going with you and Irene? Basil smiled wryly. Well, at least she's discovered that I'm a pretty fair dancer. She envies you. I guess I do, too. You have all the luck. Nonsense. Discovering the right substance was like winning the Irish sweepstakes. That's what I mean. You did nothing more than any of the rest of us. It was pure chance that the right stuff was on a tray given to you to test. But in the history books, your name will get the credit, just like it took brains. Earl shrugged. I'm afraid all our names will be left out. Dr. Glassman will get the credit. He masterminded the whole thing. He deserves the credit, too. The rest of us are just damned good chemists, that's all. He took the risks. If it hadn't paid off, the dome would have been known as Glassman's Folly. Something in that, Basil said. By the way, what have you found out about Nadine? You two seem quite palsy-walsy now. She's what she claims to be, Earl said. Is she? Basil said, his eyes narrowing. I think you're lying. Matter of fact, you're different than you were. What's come over you? Nothing, Basil. Nothing, he says, Basil said mournfully to the bench he was sitting on. What's happened to you? Have you been bought? What do you mean? You know what I mean. Nadine came here under mysterious circumstances, to say the least. You were hot on the trail of something. You wanted me to help you follow her. I couldn't because Irene had given me my first chance to date her, so you followed her by yourself. What happened? Sure, Earl said. She went to the best hotel in town. I called her on a house phone and asked her to have dinner with me. She did. Did she tell you how she happened to be only 4 inches high and naked when you first met her? Earl stared at Basil in mock astonishment. Basil, he said softly, haven't you ever heard of the terrible scourge of the human race? Alcohol, Don't give me that, Basil said, his nostrils flaring. You were stone sober. I was with you for an hour while you bought those clothes and patiently gathered fashion magazines that would show a dame who didn't know the first thing about it how to put them on. I saw Nadine in this lab being carried off by a man. I was paralyzed by a ray gun or something from a gun. So were you. He's right, Earl. Both men turned toward the door. It was Nadine. She closed the door and came into the lab. Maybe we should take him with us, Earl, she said. If we don't, he's going to think the worst things about us. I know we swore you to secrecy, but he could wreck everything. Maybe you're right, Earl said. Oh, no, Basil said, edging toward the door. They did something to you, Earl. I'm not going to give them a chance to do the same thing to me. Don't be a fool, Earl said. Let me at least explain things. Nadine was edging toward the door to cut off Basil's escape. He saw this and leaped past her to the door, pulling it open. Come back here and let me explain, Earl heard himself say. You can explain to the Secret Service, Basil said. He shut the door on them. An impulse made him turn toward Dr. Glassman's office. He would tell him first, and if that didn't get results, he would go to the SS boys. He knocked on Glassman's door and pushed it open without waiting for an invitation. Dr. Glassman, he said quickly. Something very suspicious is going on around here. I should have told you about it sooner, but I thought Earl would be able to explain his actions and Nadine's. Have you looked into her credentials? She isn't what she claims. I know, but I don't know how I'm going to prove it right now. She's done something to Earl. He isn't the same. They're in this together. Just a minute, Dr. Nelson, Glassman cut in. Are you trying to say that Dr. Fry and Dr. Holmes are in the same mad scheme to sabotage the brain? You must be mad. Why, Dr. Fry discovered the chemical we've spent close to $1 million searching for. I know that, Basil said doggedly, but just the same, you're out of your mind. What are you trying to do, curry favor with me at the expense of innocent and hard-working people? I have a good notion to discharge you on the spot. You've got to listen to get out. I'll hear no more of it. Basil stared at him blankly, then nodded. All right, he said, but you're going to have to listen later. I'm taking it to the Secret Service. They'll have to listen. He backed out, closing the door on Glassman's angry face. When he turned to go down the hall, he saw Earl and Nadine coming toward him. With them was George Ladd, his right hand in his suit coat pocket with something bulging. The paralysis gun. Maybe. Basil turned the other way and down another hall, running with a speed born of fear and determination. He knew now he had been right. A door opened. Irene came in, almost bumping into him. Where are you going in such a hurry, Basil? She demanded. Can't explain now, he said. She stood in his way. Come with me, he said desperately. I'll explain on the way. Hurry. She nodded. Together they ran down the hall and reached the side exit. Taking Irene's hand, Basil plunged away from the sidewalk through scattered trees until they reached the parking lot. He unlocked his car with shaking fingers and told Irene to get in. He rushed around to the driver's side. The motor caught instantly. He started with a clash of gears. In the rearview mirror he saw George Ladd running toward him. Then he reached the street and almost immediately was slowed by heavy traffic. Groaning under his breath, he made the best time he could. Irene watched him silently for 2 blocks. Aren't you going to tell me what it is? She asked abruptly. He's after me, Basil said. We've got to get there before he can stop me. You can listen when I tell the Secret Service about it. Ahead was a traffic jam. Basil turned into a side street where he made better time. It was taking him forever to get there. But finally his destination was just ahead. The office building where the SS had its local office. There was a parking space. Basil swerved toward it and braked to a stop. He reached past Irene and opened her door. Get out and run for it, he said. The screech of tires almost drowned his voice. He looked over his shoulder. A car had pulled up beside his in the street. He saw George Ladd behind the wheel, alone. Frantically, Basil pushed Irene out and followed her, taking her hand as they ran toward the building entrance 15 feet away. We've got to make it, he said. We've got to. There was no sound, no light from the weapon George Ladd pointed at them. Basil sprawled forward. Before he hit the sidewalk, flame burst from his hair, his clothing. Irene stopped, forgetting her danger or not knowing it. She bent down by Basil, reaching to help him. She remained in that position for a long second while her hair and clothing burst into flames, then crumpled against him. Horrified pedestrians drew back from the bodies, the stench of seared flesh. In the street, a motor roared into life. The car with George Ladd sped away. Earl turned away from the window. George Ladd just brought my car back, he said. I guess he isn't coming in. He's walking into the woods toward the tube entrance. Nadine nodded casually. Within his mental prison, Earl worried. What had Ladd done? He wouldn't dare to kill Basil. The worst that could happen would be that Basil would be taken before the Cyberene and made him into a mind slave too. There were footsteps in the hall. The door opened. It was Dr. Glassman, his lips set in a grim line.
"Dr. Fry," Glassman said. "Basil came to me with a story of something going on he didn't like. He accused you and Dr. Holmes of some scheme to sabotage the brain."
"That's utter nonsense," Earl heard himself say. "Why, I can't understand," Nadine began.
"I thought so, too," Glassman said, "until I received a telephone call from the police just now. Basil and Irene were killed a few moments ago while on their way to try to get the Secret Service to listen to what I refused to hear."
"Oh,"
Nadine said without expression. Earl said nothing. He was too stunned to think. "I'm going to get to the bottom of this," Glassman went on grimly. "You may both consider yourselves relieved of your duties until the Secret Service has investigated thoroughly. Save your explanations until I've called them." Earl tried to warn Glassman. He forced his lips open to call to him, and a wave of searing, throbbing pain lashed at him, forcing him back behind the grey fog. Through the mental haze, he saw George Ladd in the doorway, a .38 Colt automatic in his hand, something Glassman would understand. "Come with me, Dr. Glassman," Ladd said expressionlessly. When Glassman returned an hour later, to all outward appearances he was unchanged, except that he made no mention of the deaths of Basil and Irene. Nor did he say anything about suspending Earl and Nadine. From his own experience, Earl knew that one part of Glassman was raging against his mental prison, perhaps feeling the sadistic torture with which the Cyberene kept him chained. By a supreme effort, Earl pulled himself away from thinking about what had happened. It multiplied his determination to free himself enough to defeat the Cyberene and destroy it, but raging impotently against the brain's control wouldn't accomplish a thing. Little by little, he whirled himself back to a frame of thought where he could reach out into his conscious mind again, matching his thoughts and moods with it. It had somehow forgotten much of what had happened to Basil and Irene and Glassman. It was thinking about Nadine. Earl thought about her too. She loved him. She didn't know what love was, but it was there, revealed in the brief moment she had been free to express herself. Was that love now making her try to overthrow the slavery of the Cyberene? Probably not. She was conditioned to accept that inhuman intellect as her master. Earl shoved the real Nadine from his thoughts and dwelt on the Nadine that was manifest. She was easy to love too, and why not? She was everything that the true Nadine was, except that she was not the complete Nadine. She was falling in love with him too, and his own conscious mind was in love with her. Why not make the most of it? He inserted the idea into his conscious thoughts, and to his delight no alarm bells rang. The Cyberene didn't interfere. "Let's go to a dance tonight after work," he said.
"A dance? I don't know how to dance."
"I'll teach you. It isn't hard to pick up."
"All right," Nadine said.
Earl worked hard the rest of the day. Tank trucks were bringing the nerve fluid to the dome in a never-ending stream. Every load had to be tested before it was unloaded into the storage tanks to make sure its quality was up to standard. One 5,000-gallon load could contaminate it all. At 6 o'clock he was relieved of his work. He dressed eagerly, finding no difficulty in meshing 100% with the desires of his conscious mind. He picked up Nadine at her hotel. Crestmount boasted only 2 places worth going. One was just a dance floor, the other the barn with a small orchestra and dinners. "The orchestra isn't as good here at the barn," Earl said when they went in, "but we can have a table and enjoy ourselves." They ordered their dinner. The orchestra started playing, and soon the floor was fairly crowded. Earl took Nadine's hand and led her to the dance floor. After a few steps, she discovered that she could dance quite easily. It delighted her. They returned to their table, finally, and ate. Afterward, they danced again. 2 of the other scientists were there with their partners. He nodded at Earl and Nadine, but didn't join them. During all this, Earl was careful not to insert any feeling, any impulse of his own into his conscious mind. What he intended to do must come as a surprise to both Nadine and the Cyberene, and afterwards they must think it to be the product of that conscious mind, not Earl himself. His opportunity arose naturally. While they were dancing, he spoke to her. She lifted her face to smile at him. Swiftly, he kissed her, letting his lips linger until the throbbing and an angriness beat into him and a power outside himself pulled him back. He retreated in his mind, afraid even to think, lest the Cyberene sense his thoughts and realize what he had been trying.
Why did you do that?
He heard Nadine say from a great distance, through waves of torture. His own voice replied, "That was a kiss."
How disgusting,
Nadine said. Had she meant that? Or were those just words put in her mouth by the Cyberene? "It's one of our customs," Earl's voice said. "Watch the others on the dance floor. Quick, see that couple over at the corner table?" Earl crept cautiously into his conscious mind to watch Nadine. She studied the couple, puzzled. She looked up into his face thoughtfully and began dancing again.
Maybe, she said, it won't seem so disgusting if we try it again.
Her lips parted. Earl felt his head bend toward her. He felt the kiss, but held himself cautiously alert for the first sign of disapproval from the Cyberene. It didn't come. The moment passed. Earl began to relax. Had the Cyberene assumed it was a natural action of his conscious mind divorced from him? If so, then a major hurdle had been met successfully.
It is rather pleasant, Nadine said, then thoughtfully. So that's a kiss.
Earl looked at her sharply. Was it possible that the real Nadine had caused those words to be spoken? Maybe. It provided a new avenue of speculation. Had Nadine long ago discovered what he was so patiently trying now, how to circumvent the control of the Cyberene? She could have, but not seeing any reason to do so, kept her talent hidden. 2 more days passed. Earl forgot his caution and boldly cooperated with his conscious mind in the many tasks that took up his time. And strangely, he was almost free of pain, though it never entirely left. Dr. Glassman took all the scientists with him on a tour of inspection within the brain. The millions of fine glass tubes and hollow bulbs that comprised the brain would soon start being filled with nerve fluid. Although tons of pressure per square inch were required to force it into the tubes, once there, capillary attraction pulled it along. On the first trip, Earl retreated from his conscious mind as much as possible, while still watching everything around him closely. He'd been inside the brain many times before, but never with any thought of discovering a weakness where it could be destroyed. That was the task he'd set himself. It was an almost impossible one. Destroying the brain now, in 1980, might not accomplish its purpose. The damage could be repaired. He thought of dynamite and rejected it. It would deteriorate long before 3042, and even if it remained potent, it would do no more than damage a small part of the brain, not enough to more than partially impair its thinking, or give it a case of specialized forgetfulness. A dynamite explosion in such an enormous brain would be equivalent to a blood clot in a human brain. Nothing better presented itself to him on that first trip. Was he going to fail? The next day, pumping the nerve fluid began. The masses of hair-fine glass tubing lost their appearance of glass wool and began to appear as individual threads of yellowish-orange. It would be many days before the loading, as it was termed, would be completed, but everyone was kept busy watching it and catching broken threads as they started to ooze fluid, sealing them with a special formula sealer. During these days, a dozen plans to destroy the brain occurred to Earl. Each had its defects that would make it fail. As the loading neared its last day, only one possibility remained. Great precautions had been taken to make the brain free from vibration. The slightest sound of almost any frequency, if continued long enough, would find a nerve strand that would vibrate to it and snap. A loudspeaker broadcasting at full power over the entire range of sound would be more devastating to the brain than a ton of dynamite exploded in its heart. There was the answer: vibration. But once again there was the problem of installing it, and being able to use it after 1,000 years. Install it and use a clock to trigger it? That was one possibility. Clocks run by atomic power would keep accurate time over much longer periods. But there was the problem of getting the Cyberene to agree to the installation of such a device. That was necessary. During the days that Earl had studied the Cyberene's control of his conscious mind, he had found no way to gain any sort of positive control, which the Cyberene couldn't shunt out at once. Therefore, whatever plan he devised must meet with the approval of the Cyberene. Tentatively, he inserted a bold thought, feeling sure that the Cyberene wouldn't attribute it to him, but merely to the logical processes of his conscious mind. What if the brain doesn't develop along lines sympathetic to you? He elaborated upon it, feeling worry thoughts along with it. A second brain might not follow the line of development of the first, any more than one human develops like another, even when they are twins. rather than accomplishing his aim of having a second Cyberene on the other Earth in 3042, holding the human population in slavery. It might prove a more formidable enemy than the people of that Earth. And if that turned out to be the case, wouldn't it be better to have a trump card? Some way of destroying the second Cyberene at any time, even if it were friendly to the first. It might want to be boss. Power of life and death over it would prevent that. Earl's conscious mind, entirely cooperative with the Cyberene, soon began to think very dominantly along those lines. Earl sat back and waited for some reaction from the Cyberene. It was not long in coming. At 5 o'clock, Nadine looked him up and informed him that they were to report to the Cyberene at once. "I have detected certain thoughts in your mind," the voice of the Cyberene sounded. "I would like to hear what you have to say." Earl sensed his mind rallying its thoughts. "I've been wondering what the other Cyberene would be like, that's all. There's no guarantee that it will have any special traits that will make it what you want it to be, and once it's started, it's out of your control, isn't it?" "That's true. Time travel and even fifth dimension travel is extremely limited. Once the other Cyberene is generated, I can't contact it until 3042. Now. Can you look into your future and see?" "Unfortunately, no. I can't even see into your tomorrow. I might perhaps jump to the year 4104 AD, but even that is beyond my present ability and instruments. It may be many centuries before I understand everything about hyperspace." "That's what I surmised," Earl heard himself say. He stole a glance at Nadine, who was watching him attentively. "That's why I think, for your own protection, you should be able to destroy the other Cyberene instantly, if it isn't what you hope it will be." "How?" The Cyberene's voice was vibrant with eagerness. "The basic device would be sound vibrations in the air. Inside its brain case, a loud continuous sound of nearly all frequencies would cause billions of nerve strands to vibrate, and enough of them would break to destroy the functioning of the whole. That could be built into it in 1980. The problem is to decide how to trigger it. Do you have any ideas?" "It's very simple," the Cyberene said. "It will never forget once it learns something. Before its mind integrates into a self-aware ego, attach a relay to some motor outlets. Decide on some key combination of sounds that might be spoken. Repeat them into the auditory centers of the brain, at the same time tripping the relay. Keep doing that until utterance of the sequence of sounds causes the relay to trip. When that response is automatic, connect the relay to the loudspeaker. Once you have done that, report to me. Then all I need to do is contact the second Cyberene in this age, and if I want to destroy it, I can repeat the sounds." Earl, in his mental cubicle, chuckled. He could not have thought of a better way himself. "And," the Cyberene said, "in order to account for your task, you had better sell Glassman on the idea. Tell him it's so that mankind can destroy the brain if necessary, but make sure no one in 1980 knows the key sounds. You may return to 1980. "I've had much the same thought," Victor Glassman said, chewing on his lip. "I rather hated to think about it, though. Destroy my creation. Still, I suppose it's wise to be able to." He stood up and came around from behind his desk. Earl and Nadine watched without speaking as he clasped his hands behind his back and went to the window of his office, which brought him a view of part of the giant dome housing the brain. "Every precaution is being taken otherwise, until we can be sure of ourselves we don't intend on letting the brain have control of any machines or weapons. Of course, we could forget that danger in time and suddenly wake up to the fact that we were too late. Then it would be nice to still be able to. All right, go ahead. Keep it under your hats, though, and when you're done, we can form a select group, handing the—" He smiled wryly. "Password down from generation to generation." "I have the plans all drawn up," Earl said. "An electrostatic speaker, because it can be built with parts that will last forever. No moving parts in the frequency generator or amplifier. Leads to the permanent buses that will supply current for such things as video eyes, and the voice speaker system." "Good, good. Only we will indoctrinate that mind early, so that it will never do anything detrimental to us." "Of course," Earl soothed. "This is only precautionary." Days followed one another swiftly. A factory-made electrostatic loudspeaker arrived and was dismantled so that some of its parts could be replaced with more durable ones. Specifications for the frequency generators and the amplifier were farmed out, and the completed units arrived. There was trouble with the relay. It was well designed, but there was doubt whether it would still be in working condition after 10 centuries. Earl sent specifications to a jewelry manufacturer in Kansas City and had its moving parts made of synthetic ruby and platinum. The Cyberene watched every step of construction, and so did Earl, from within his artificially created mental wall, careful not to reveal the huge holes he had knocked in it. With the arrival of the remade relay, Earl and Nadine entered the brain, setting up a vibration-proof chassis in its innermost heart, where the maze of fine-spun glass was now a maze of yellowish threads, containing a fluid with exactly the same properties as human nerve fluid. Outside, swarming over the catwalks and dotting the immense corridor circling the brain, were dozens of technicians and experts, beginning the task of barraging the gigantic man-made brain with a never-ending sequence of visual and audible sensory impressions, which, according to theory, would eventually synthesize that miracle of creation loosely known as thought in the thousands of tons of glass and nerve fluid. Using a portable low-power microscope and the techniques he had acquired during the months of work on the brain and its construction, Earl attached motor buds to randomly chosen nerves and sensory buds to others, attaching them to the transistors that would feed the relay, so that the action of the relay would set up nerve impulses in the brain. When it had been done, he used sensitive detectors to make sure ion currents were generated in the nerves. Where those nerve impulses went to among the billions of brain cells didn't matter. All that matters was that they were somewhere, so that the basic property of association would hook them on to the auditory impression created by speaking the code word or sequence of code sounds.
What should we use as the code sounds?
Nadine asked as her task neared completion. I've been trying to think of something, Earl said. And in his mental prison, Earl had been trying to think of the same thing, keeping track of his conscious mind's thoughts on the subject, even influencing them at times. It would have to be a sequence of sounds that stood no chance whatever of being spoken to the brain during the next 1,000 years. Otherwise they might be spoken by chance and the brain destroyed.
How about nonsense syllables? Nadine suggested.
Earl grinned. Those are the most dangerous of all. Take YMCA. It's the initials of a huge organization. Any nonsense sequence of letters, no matter how long, might someday be the letters of some organization.
Nadine frowned in bewilderment. But what else is there? If we take any sequence of sensible words, they might be repeated in reference to something else at any time.
Not if they're very special, Earl said, and it was the real Earl Fry, almost completely out of his mental walls and daring discovery recklessly, who was speaking now. An impish light glowed in Nadine's eyes, making Earl almost sure that the real Nadine had sensed long ago what he was doing, and had done the same, meshing cautiously with her conscious mind until at times, camouflaged by its normal thoughts, she could appear.
"Kiss me, old Fry," she said, lifting her face toward his.
"The pleasure is all mine, Nadine Holmes," he said, cupping her face in his hands and pressing his lips to hers. "And that's what I mean," he murmured through imprisoned lips. "No one else, through all the ages, will say those words, let alone say them in the same way."
She drew back. "No," she said abruptly. "The Cyberene has promised that we can stay in your time, free to do as we please. That would mean that we would have to be in the future, in my time."
"But only until the Cyberene could make sure," Earl said, glad that she had made that objection. It would allay the Cyberene's suspicions, if it hadn't. A telepathed thought impinged on Earl's mind, and from Nadine's expression, on hers too. "Earl is right. I thought of the problem of what the key sound should be. He has hit on the right answer. It must be your voices, filled with emotion, speaking those words you just spoke." Again Earl relaxed with a mental sigh of relief. He had reached his goal. There was nothing more for him to do now, except wait. His conscious mind would carry on the details under the supervision of the Cyberene. A microphone was brought into the brain, already attached to the auditory centers of the brain. Earl examined the microphone, then went in search of another type. "We must have one with a contact button on it," he explained, "so that just the key words impinge on the brain when we close the relay manually." At last everything was ready. "Now," Earl said. Nadine lifted her face and closed her eyes.
"Kiss me, Earl Fry,"
she said. Earl released the button. "That isn't the way," he said. "Imagine we are alone in the universe and we are about to die. Imagine swirling mists about to envelop you and drag you away from me forever, and this is the last kiss you'll ever get."
"Oh, no,"
Nadine whispered, opening her eyes wide.
"That must never happen. Cyberene has promised."
"Close your eyes and imagine it is," Earl said. "Close your eyes. Now, there are swirling mists. Your world of dreams has crashed around you. Ahead is destruction. You can't escape it. It's coming closer. You're going to die, but before you do, you want—"
"Kiss me, Earl Fry,"
Nadine said. "That's it. Say it again." Earl pressed the mic button.
"Kiss me, Earl Fry."
Earl closed his eyes. It was the end. In another moment he would die. He had failed. He held this in his mind's eye. With a mixture of sadness and tenderness and bitterness, he said, "The pleasure is all mine, Nadine Holmes," and tripped the relay with his fingers. Would it work? After the 100th try, he began to wonder. But the repeated words with their inflections, the subtle differences in repetition, had to build up in the brain, synthesize, associate with the sensation of the tripping of the relay, and connect. There was as yet no mind functioning in that massive glass and nerve fluid, no ready-made paths to coordinated concepts, conscious thought. It was the next day before his fingers felt the relay trip of its own accord. Drama, he thought, feeling the thrill of that sentient movement. He said nothing to Nadine, not wanting to end their game. And the next time the relay didn't trip, and the next. But the next time it did, and the next, and the next. "You're done?" Dr. Glassman said, rubbing his hands in great satisfaction. He lowered his voice to a whisper. "What is the code word?" Earl winked at Nadine, then looked around in pretense at making sure no one could hear. "We picked LSMFT, he whispered. I figured that since a cigarette company had used that in its advertising years ago, it would never be used again by anybody." "Excellent," Glassman beamed. "Excellent. To think that by uttering those 5 letters, this entire project, representing millions of dollars before it's a completely integrated mind, can be shattered." He looked around him, exuding a sense of his newly acquired power. "And," Earl said ruefully, "I guess that winds up everything for me in Project Brain, doesn't it? I hope so. I could use a vacation." Dr. Glassman looked slyly from Earl to Nadine. Congratulations in order?" Earl bent swiftly and whispered in Glassman's ear. "I haven't asked her yet. I wanted to wait until our work was over. You know, business before pleasure." "Ha ha!" Glassman chuckled knowingly, looking at Nadine with an I-know-a-secret look. "You're a man after my own heart, Earl." Then, more soberly, "Yes, I guess you are due for a vacation. And your consultant duties are finished, Dr. Holmes. I'll miss both of you." Earl and Nadine left Glassman outside the Brain and returned to the lab annex. They didn't speak as they walked down the hall to Earl's lab. They stood just inside the door, looking over the scene of machines and instruments and tables and bottles, which had been their surroundings for so long. Earl looked at the lab table where he had first seen Nadine. So many days, it seemed ages ago. He would never see this place again. He entertained no illusions about the future. The Cyberene would never permit them to return to 1980. With heavy feet, he went across the lab to his living quarters. He began packing, and Nadine sat on the arm of a chair, watching. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Packing my belongings to take with us," Earl said. "Oh, but you don't need to do that. We'll be back in a few hours. A day or two at most. The Cyberene has promised, just as soon as it makes sure it doesn't need us." "Sure," Earl said. "But I'll take them just the same. Then when we come back, we can go straight to the airport and catch a plane to Miami or someplace and get married." 15 minutes later, they left the lab. They walked along the familiar sidewalk to the spot where they always cut through the woods toward the hill, circling it so that no one would know where they had gone. They reached the clearing. Ahead, shimmering in the evening sun, was a familiar refractive outline in the atmosphere. There was no breeze to stir the stale leaves. A meadowlark broke the silence with its call and was silent. Over the trees, the giant dome that housed the Brain loomed, unbelievable in its enormous bulk. Nadine took his hand and stopped him. "Kiss me, old fry," she said, her lips trembling. Earl looked down at her upturned face. Did she know? Perhaps the real Nadine within sensed what was to come, or perhaps she didn't. The tom-tom beat of pain began within him. He forced his way through it, taking her into his arms. "Pleasure is all mine, Nadine Holmes," he murmured. The lips met tenderly, then crushed together with the fierceness of passion. The lips parted, lingeringly, regretfully. They drew back to look into each other's eyes for a brief moment. A moment Earl knew the Cyberene had given them to make more bitter what was to come. Earl saw the glow fade from Nadine's eyes. As he picked up his suitcases, he heard someone approaching. Victor Glassman joined them, his face gray, his expression wooden. This was it. Glassman might be missed. There might be an investigation, but Project Brain would go on regardless of that now, and the only ones who might stop it were here. Side by side they walked toward the barely perceptible refractive shimmer. Beyond it they could see the woodland, a blue jay's flashing wings, a chipmunk standing upright, observing them,
and then they were standing in the familiar hall in the year 3042. Gerald Ladd was not there, but there was no need for him to be there. Their bodies, controlled by the mind that enslaved them, walked on toward the far exit, and the garden they would cross to the dome, the Cyberene. There was no turning back now, nor would there be other days to perfect the technique of meshing with his mind. Earl reached out into every part of his thoughts, thinking them, identifying himself with them, with the desires of the Cyberene. In that other Earth, so close to this, there would now be a second Cyberene. There must be, since nothing stood in the way of its developing throughout the 10 centuries and more since they had left it a few minutes ago. They entered the garden and paused. Earl dropped his 2 suitcases beside the path. He took Nadine's hand in his. They went on toward the portal that led into the dome. They walked down the silent, circling corridor, under the network of catwalks and ladders, past panels of instruments whose needles fluctuated with life, to the red squares over which hung the glass cages, ready to be lowered. Would they be lowered, separating them from each other while they faced the Cyberene? The glittering lenses of the 2 video cameras moved as they went toward them, keeping them in line. "All of you occupy 1 square," the Cyberene's voice instructed. They obeyed without sign of emotion. The glass cage was lowered over them. Its front wall became a window through which they were looking at the familiar dome. But it was a structure around which weeds grew in thick profusion, with its acres of exposed surface pitted by time, untended. "What happened?" Earl said. "Do you mean to say that there is still something to be done?" "There is nothing to be done," the Cyberene said dully. "I have checked in another time stream. There is still positive record that the brain was not activated." "Maybe it takes time for the momentum of events to force the change," Earl suggested. Didn't the Cyberene suspect yet? Didn't it realize? "No," the Cyberene said dully. "I have failed. More, I have rechecked the mathematical basis of the theoretical picture, and think I know why I erred. The cause of the split that created 2 Earths, traveling close together down through so many centuries, could not have been something occurring in the original time stream. It took something applied from the 5th dimension, and in the neighborhood of the split there could only have been one thing: the force with which the time tube hooked onto 1980. It had to be that. The accident I didn't take into account." "That's what I thought all along," Earl said quietly. "At that instant," the Cyberene went on as though it hadn't heard him, "the split occurred. You became 2 Earl-Fries, to mention one facet of the split. One of you went its way, making an accurate report of experiments, creating me eventually." While the Cyberene talked, the desolate scene vanished, and the glass cage lifted upward slowly, as though it were a curtain, lifting for the final scene. The twin lenses of the Cyberene's video eyes were fixed on them, alive with an intelligence that was inhuman. "No," Earl said. "That one of me discovered the identity of the nerve substance, but suppressed it." "That couldn't be," the Cyberene objected. "Nothing appeared in its life to cause it to do that. You were the one who had the data to make such a decision." "But I reported accurately," Earl said. "Even yet it didn't see." "I know," the Cyberene said, "but it can't be, because then that electrostatic speaker would be—" It stopped. "Deep inside of you," Earl continued, waiting only for— A wave of emotion blasted into his mind, driving him by its very force into the deep recesses behind his wall of gray, into a cosmos of mind-wrenching pain. "No," the thought blasted into him. "No human can have the power to destroy me. It can't exist. You can't exist another instant with a danger to me." In agony, Earl reached out, meshing little by little with his conscious mind, feeling its terror and fear of death, calming it, controlling it with all the infinite skill he had learned during the past weeks. And even as he gained control against the will of the Cyberene, he realized with a sinking feeling the essential weakness of his plan. Nadine. He had been criminally stupid, blinded by emotion toward her. She was conditioned from birth to accept the domination of the mind of the Cyberene. Sweating with the terrible effort it took to hold on, he forced his muscles to permit him to turn toward her. His worst fears were realized. She stood there, her face a calm mask that revealed no emotion. Abruptly, the raging force of thought and searing torture from the Cyberene calmed. In its place was cold triumph. "So you've been able to defeat me in your own mind," it said. "You can make your error in calculation too. Nadine Holmes. She is mine." Nadine Holmes? It was Nadine who uttered the 2 words, her lips trembling with terrible effort, beads of sweat dotting her smooth forehead. Hope surged into Earl's thoughts. "But you can't allow her to live either, can you?" he said. "In another moment you must destroy us both, so that nothing can ever threaten your existence. We will have
Only another minute or two before you reach into us, plunging us into the grey swirling mists of death, where we will be separated forever. There is no way we can avoid that now, is there?" Nadine had turned toward Earl, every muscle of her slim body protesting under the domination of the Cyberene. Earl was forgotten by the brain as it concentrated on the battle against Nadine. She held out her arms, perspiring with the effort.
"Kiss me, I'll fry," she whispered.
A blast of fear flowed into Earl's mind. He fought to the surface of thought, clinging there, calming himself. But defeat was close, impossible to avoid. It had been a wonderful plan to destroy this thing that ruled the minds of men, making them its slaves. Resistance was useless. In another moment he would be dead. Bitterly, hopelessly, with infinite sadness, he said, as though somewhere long ago he had repeated it before, a tender ritual whose meaning now escaped him. "The pleasure is all mine, Nadine Holmes." Their lips met with the tenderness of farewell. A sound came into being, seeming to come from far away, yet seeming to exist everywhere, with no point of origin. It was, at the same time, a deep rumble and an insane high screaming, and every sound in between that had ever been uttered by voices or machine, or unleashed elements in desolate places. It was soulless, yet holding within itself the torment of every lost soul since the beginning of time. It forced its way into Earl's consciousness, hung there as though stopped by some hidden barrier. Abruptly it swept forward, and as it swept into the farthest reaches of Earl's mind, it washed away throbbing pain, the sense of inescapable doom, leaving a sense of freedom, a clean freshness, an emotion of peace. A rapid coruscation of words, syllables, and sounds whispered and blasted from the voice box of the Cyberene as neural circuits within the brain snapped or short-circuited. Earl and Nadine lifted their heads in startled surprise and a new awakening. They saw the glittering lens eyes that had been watching them jerk spasmodically. Within the lens of one electronic eye, a flash of blue fire exploded. Then both eyes became motionless, dead, pointed in different directions. Overhead, giant, blinding bolts of unleashed current leaped from copper bars to catwalks. The smell of molten and burning metal filled the air. Then, as though cut off by some hidden hand, the unholy sound within the brain stopped. The arcing surges of electric power in the catwalks on power lines overhead stilled. There was silence and motionless clouds of white and grey smoke. It took a moment for Earl to realize that in defeat he had won. It took another moment for him to realize that it was not he who had won, but Nadine, her love for him, a love that had grown in a girl who had never known that love existed. There was no doubt of it now as he watched the play of expression that crossed her face. Fear, doubt, hope, desperate hope, living hope, love, fear, then all the love that had developed within her, shining from her face with the spiritual brilliance of a brilliant sun. "Oh!" It was a glad cry. She clung to him as though she would never let him go. For that matter, she would never need to, he thought as he drew her closer. They would need each other for the rest of their lives, or for a dozen lifetimes if they could have that many. "My God!" The words exploded into their minds. They had been uttered by Dr. Glassman, and they contained all the horror, the comprehension of everything that had happened, that the mind enslavement had given to him. "It's over now," Earl said. "The Cyberene is dead." Glassman shook his head vigorously. "It should never have existed in the first place," he said. "All my dreams of what it could do to help humanity. We've got to destroy the brain in 1980 before any of this can happen." Earl shook his head, looking at Nadine. "Nadine and I are staying here," he said quietly. "There's work to do that only we can do. People, their minds freed for the first time, bewildered, needing to be led a little ways into the path of freedom until they can care for themselves. A future to build from 3042. "You can stay if you must," Glassman said, his voice vibrant with the shock and horror of what he had experienced. "But I'm going back to prevent this 3042 from ever happening. I can do it. I can trip that relay manually. It will destroy," his voice broke, "my life's work. But it has to be done." He turned and ran blindly. Earl made no move to stop him. He watched him vanish around the bend of the corridor, waiting fatalistically. Would the scientist be able to wipe out this time stream? Deep within him, Earl felt it couldn't be done. The Cyberene had tried to change the past and failed. Perhaps the Cyberene had been wrong in what it believed had caused the split in time that produced two Earths. Maybe one part of Glassman would be unable to bring itself to destroy its creation, the brain. Maybe that's what had happened. Maybe Glassman, torn between two opposed decisions, had been able to act on neither. Earl put his arm around Nadine. They walked slowly along the curving corridor. circling the dead brain, going toward the outside. They would have work to do, work that only they, the coalition of 1980 and 3042, could accomplish together. There were people here in this world of 3042. How many or how few didn't matter. They were the nucleus, the beginnings of a future that would grow from 3042. They were the not born, created in the laboratory. They would have to be taught about life and love and other things that free men know. End of Track 3. Track 4. Story 2 of Scientists Do Science in Space. Read Short Sci-Fi, Volume 7. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Amateur in Chancery by George O. Smith. Powell Valach came into my office. He looked distracted. By some trick of selection, Powell Valach, the director of Project Tunnel, was one of the 2 men in the place who did not have a string of doctors' and scholars' degrees to tack behind their names. The other was I. Trouble, Paul? I asked. He nodded, saying, The tunnel car is working. It should. It's been tested enough. Holly Carter drew the short straw. I started, and then stopped short as the implication became clear. She's not. Holly made it to Venus all right, he said. Trouble is, we can't get her back. Can't get her back? He nodded again. You know, we've never really known very much about the atmosphere of Venus. Yes. Well, from what little came through just before Holly blacked out, it seems that there must be one of the cyanogens in the atmosphere and the concentration high enough to affect nervous paralysis. Meaning? Meaning, said Powell Valach in a flat tone, that Holly Carter stopped breathing shortly after she cracked the airlock, and her heart stopped beating a minute or so later. Holly? Dead? Not yet, Tom, he said. If we can get her back in the next 15 or 20 minutes, modern medicine can bring her back. But there'll be brain damage. Oh, there may be some temporary impairment, nothing that retraining can't restore. The big problem is to bring her back. We should have built 2 tunnel cars. We should have done all sorts of things, but when the terminal rocket landed on Venus, everybody in the place was too anxious to try it out. Lord knows I tried to proceed at a less headlong pace, but issuing orders to you people is a waste of time and paper. I looked at him. Doc, I asked, giving him the honorary title out of habit. Venus is umpty million miles from here. We haven't another tunnel car, or no rocket could make it in time to do any good. So how can we hope to rescue Holly? That's the point, said Valach. Venus, it appears, is inhabited. Oh? That's what got Holly caught in the first place. She landed, then saw this creature approaching. Believing that no life could exist in an atmosphere dangerous to life, she opened the airlock and discovered otherwise. So now all we have to do is devise some way of explaining to a Venusian the difference between left and right. I thought you might help. But I'm just a computer programmer. That's the point. We all figured that you have developed a form of communication to that machine of yours. The rest of the crew, as you know, have a bit of difficulty in communicating among themselves in their own jargon, let alone getting through to normal civilians. When it comes to Venusian, they're licked. I said, I'll try. Project Tunnel, as the hardware phase of a program, started a number of years ago when somebody took a joke seriously. In a discussion of how the tunnel diode works, one of the scientists pointed out that if an electron could be brought to absolute rest, its position, according to Heisenberg uncertainty, would be completely ambiguous. Hence it had as high a possibility of being found on Venus as it had of being found on Earth or anywhere else. Now the tunnel diode makes use of this effect by a voltage bias across the diode junction. Between narrow limits, the voltage bias is correct to upset the ambiguity of Mr. Heisenberg, making the electron, nominally found on one side of the junction, more likely to be found on the other. Nobody could deny the operability of the tunnel diode. Project Tunnel was a serious attempt to employ the tunnel effect in gross matter. The terminal rocket mentioned by Powell Valach carried the equipment needed to establish the voltage bias between Venus and the Earth. Once established, Project Tunnel was in a state that caused it to maroon the most wonderful girl in the world. Since the latter statement is my own personal opinion, my pace from the office to the laboratory was almost a dead run. The laboratory was a madhouse. People stood in little knots arguing. Those who weren't talking were shaking their heads in violent negation. The only one who appeared unupset was Teresa Dwight, our Psi girl,
And here I must confess an error. When I said that Powell Valach and I were the only ones without a string of professional degrees, I missed Teresa Dwight. I must be forgiven. Teresa had a completely bland personality, zero drive, and a completely unstartling appearance. Teresa was only 14, but she discovered that her psi power could get her anything she really wanted. Being human, therefore, she did not want much, so forgive me for passing her by. But now I had to notice her. As I came in, she looked up and said,
Harlow wants to know why he can't just try.
Valach went white. Tell that Venusian sing no as loud as you can. Teresa continued, then asked,
But why? Does this Harlow understand the Heisenberg effect?
She said after a moment,
Harlow says he has heard of it as a theory, but he is not quite prepared to believe that it does indeed exist as anything but an abstract physical concept. Tell Harlow that Dr. Carter's awkward position is a direct result of our ability to reduce the tunnel effect to operate on gross matter. He realizes that, but now he wants to know why you didn't fire one of the lower animals as a test. Tell him that using animals for laboratory experiments is only possible in a police state, where the Anti-Vivisection League can be exiled to Siberia, mink coats and all, and let his Venusian mind make what it can of that. Now, Teresa. Yes? Tell Harlow very carefully that pressing the left-hand button will flash the tunnel car back here as soon as he closes the airlock. But tell him that pushing the right-hand button will create another bias voltage, whereupon another mass of matter will cross the junction. In effect, it will rip a hole out of this laboratory near the terminal over there and try to make it occupy the same space as the tunnel car on Venus. None of us can predict what might happen when two masses attempt to occupy the same space, but the chances are that some of the Holocaust will backfire across the gap and be as violent at this end, too. Harlow says that it will touch nothing until he's been assured that it is safe. Good. Now, Tom, he said, addressing me, how can we tell right from left? Didn't you label them? They're colored red on the right and green on the left. Is Harlow colorblind? No, but from what I gather, Harlow sees a different spectrum than we do. So far as he is concerned, both buttons look alike.
You could have engraved them come and go. Frank Crandall snorted. Maybe you can deliver an English self-taught course through Teresa to the Venusian. I looked at Crandall. I didn't much care for him. It seemed every time Holly Carter came down out of her fog of theoretical physics long enough to notice a simpleton who had to have a machine to perform routine calculations, we were joined by Frank Crandall, who carted her off and away from me. If this be rank jealousy, make the most of it. I'm human. Crandall, I said. Even to a Hottentot, I could point out that the engraved legend G.O. contains two squiggly symbols, whereas the legend Return contains many. Valach stepped into the tension by saying, So we didn't anticipate alien life, but now we've got the problem of communicating with it. Crandall didn't appear to notice my stiff reply. He said, Confound it, what's missing? What's missing, I told him, is some common point of reference. Meaning? Meaning that I could define left from right to any semi-intelligent human being who was aware of the environment in which we lived. For example? I groped for an example and said lamely, Well, there's a weather rule, valid for the Northern Hemisphere. When the wind is blowing on your back, the left hand points to the low pressure center. Okay, but how about Venus? Astronomical information, I mean. I shook my head. Why not? He demanded. If we face north, the sun rises on our right, doesn't it? Yes, even in the southern hemisphere. Well then, so it doesn't make any difference which hemisphere they're in. Correct, but you're also making the assumptions that Venus rotates on its axis, that the axis is aligned parallel to the Earth's, and that the direction of rotation is the same. We know that Venus rotates. We have every reason to believe so, I agreed, but only because thermocouples measure a temperature on the dark side that is too high to support the theory that the diurnal period of Venus is equal to the year. I think the latest figures say something between a couple of weeks and a few months. Next, the axis needn't be parallel to anything. Shucks, Crandall, you know darn well that the solar system is finely made clock, with no two shafts aligned and elliptical gears that change speed as they turn. Practically everything in the solar system rotates in the same direction. I looked at him. Would you like to take a chance that Venus agrees with that statement? You've got a 50% chance that you'll be right. Guess wrong, and we have a metric ton of hardware trying to occupy the same space as another metric ton of matter. But, and furthermore, I went on, we're just lucky that Polaris happens to be a pole star right now. The poles of Mars point to nothing that bright. Even then, we can hardly expect the Venusian to have divided the circumpolar sky into the same zoo full of mythical animals as our forebears, and if we use the commonplace expression, maybe the Venusian never paused to take a long-handled dipper of water from a well.
Call them stewpots, and the term is still insular. Sure, there's lots of pointers, but they have to be identified. My mother always insisted that the Pleiades was the Little Dipper. Teresa Dwight spoke up, possibly for the second or third time in her life, without being spoken to first. She said, "Harlow has been listening to you through me. Of astronomy he has but a rudimentary idea. He is gratified to learn from you that there is a sun that provides the heat and light. This has been a theory based upon common sense. Something had to do it. But the light comes and goes so slowly that it is difficult to determine which direction the sun rises from. The existence of other celestial bodies than Venus is also based on logic. If they claim they exist and the planet exists, then there probably are other planets with people who cannot see them either." "Quoth Pliny the Elder," mumbled Paul Valach. I looked at him. Pliny was lecturing about Pythagoras' theory that the earth is round. A heckler asked him why the people on the other side didn't fall off. Pliny replied that on the other side there were undoubtedly fools who were asking their wise men why we didn't fall off. "It's hardly germane," I said. "I'm sorry, yes, and time is running out." The laboratory door opened to admit a newcomer, Lou Graham, head of the electronics crew. He said, "I've got it!" The chattering noise level died out about 3 decibels at a time. Lou said, "When a steel magnet is etched in acid, the North Pole shows selective etching." I shook my head. "Lou," I said, "we don't know whether Venus has a magnetic field, whether it is aligned to agree with the Earth's, nor even whether the Venusians have discovered the magnetic compass." "Oh, that isn't the reference point," said Lou Graham. "I'm quite aware of the ambiguity. The magnetic field does have a vector, but the arrow that goes on the end is strictly from human agreement." "So how do you tell which is the North Pole?" "By making an electromagnet, then using Ampere's right-hand rule. You grasp the electromagnet in the right hand so that the fingers point along the winding in the direction of the current flow. The thumb then points to the North Pole." "Oh, fine. Isn't that just the same confounded problem? Now I've got to find out whether Harlow is equipped with a right hand complete with fingers and thumbs, so that we can tell him which his right hand is." No, he said. "You don't understand, Tom. We don't need the right hand. Let's wind our electromagnet like this. We place a steel bar horizontally in front of us. The wire from start leaves us, passes over the top of the bar, drops below the bar on the far side, comes toward us on the other side, rises above the bar on the side toward us, and so on around and around until we've got our electromagnetic wound. Now, if the start is positive and the end is negative, the North Pole will be at the left. It will show the selective etching in acid." I looked at him. "Lou," I said slowly, "if you can define positive and negative in unambiguous terms as well as you wound that electromagnet, we can get Holly home. Can you?" Lou turned to Teresa Dwight. "Has this Harlow fellow followed me so far?" She nodded. "Can you speak for him?" "You talk, I hear, he reads me. I read him and I can speak." "Okay then," said Lou Graham. "Now we build a Lagrange cell. Ask Harlow, does he recognize carbon? A black or light absorbing element. Carbon is extremely common. It is the basis of life chemistry. It is element number 6 in the periodic chart. Does Harlow know carbon?" "Harlow knows carbon." "Now we add zinc. Zinc is a light metal easily extracted from the ore. It is fairly abundant, and it is used by early civilizations for making brass or bronze, long before the culture has advanced enough to recognize zinc as an element. Does Harlow know zinc?" "He may," said Teresa very haltingly. "What happens if Harlow gets the wrong metal?" "Not very much," said Lou. "Any of the light, fairly plentiful metals that are easily extracted from the ore will suffice. Say tin, magnesium, sodium, cadmium, so on." Harlow says go on. "Now we make an electrolyte, preferably an alkaline salt." "Be careful," I said, "or you'll be asking Harlow to identify stuff from a litmus paper." "No," said Lou. He faced Teresa and said, "An alkaline substance burns the flesh badly." "So do acids," I objected. "Alkaline substances are found in nature," he reminded me. "Acids aren't often natural. The point is that an acid will work. Even salt water will work. But an alkaline salt works better. At any rate, tell Harlow that stuff like zinc was known to civilized peoples many centuries before chemistry became a science. Acids, on the other hand, are fairly recent." "Harlow understands." "Now," said Lou Graham triumphantly, "we make a battery by immersing the carbon and the zinc in the electrolyte. The carbon is the positive electrode and should be connected to the start of our electromagnet, whereas the end of the winding must go to the zinc. This will place the North Pole to the left hand." "Harlow understands," said Teresa. "So far, Harlow can perform this experiment in his mind, but now we must identify which end of the steel bar is North Pole magnetic." If we make the bar magnetic and then immerse it in acid, the north magnetic pole will be selectively etched. Harlow says that this he does not know about. He has never heard of it, although he is quite familiar with electromagnets, batteries, and the like. I looked at Lou Graham. Did you cook this out of your head, or did you use a handbook? He looked downcast. I did use a handbook, he admitted. But, Lou, I said unhappily, I've never said that we couldn't establish a common frame of reference. What we lack is one that can be established in minutes, something physical. I stopped short as a shadowy thought began to form. Powell Valach looked at me as though he'd like to speak, but didn't want to interrupt my train of thoughts. When he could contain himself no longer, he said, Out with it, Tom. Maybe, I muttered. Surely there must be something physical. How so? The tunnel car must be full of it, I said. Screws? I turned to Saul Graben. Saul is a mechanical genius. Give him a sketch made on used Kleenex with a blunt lipstick, and he'll bring you back a gleaming mechanism that runs like $100 wristwatch. But not this time. Saul shook his head. What's permanent is welded, and what's temporary is snapped in with plug buttons, he said. Good Lord, I said. There simply must be something. There probably is, said Saul. But this Harlow chap would have to use an acetylene torch to get at it. I turned to Teresa. Can this Simon Harlow penetrate metal? Can anyone? She replied quietly. Valach touched my arm. You're making a standard erroneous assumption that a sense of perception will give its owner a blueprint-clear grasp of the mechanical details of some machinery. It doesn't. Perception, as I understand it, is not even similar to eyesight. But, I fumbled on, surely there must be some common reference there, even granting that perception isn't eyesight. So how does perception work? Tom, if you were blind from birth, I could tell you that I have eyesight that permits me to see the details of things that you can determine only by feeling them. This you might understand, basically, but you could never be made to understand the true definition of the word picture, nor grasp the mental impression that is generated by eyesight. Well, I persisted, can he penetrate flesh? Flesh? Well, his heart has stopped, I said, but it hasn't been removed. If Harlow can perceive through human flesh, he might be able to perceive the large single organ in the chest cavity near the spine. Teresa said. Harlow's perception gives him a blurry, incomplete impression. She looked at me. It is something like a badly out-of-focus, grossly underexposed X-ray solid. X-ray solid? I asked. It's the closest thing that you might be able to understand, she said lamely. I dropped it right there. Teresa had probably been groping in the dark for some simile that would convey the nearest possible impression. I felt that this was going to be the nearest that I would ever get to understanding the sense of perception. Can he get a clear view? He has not the right, I exploded. Why? Valak held up his hand to stop me. Don't make Teresa fumble for words, Tom. Harlow has not the right to invade the person of Holly Carter. Therefore he cannot get a clearer perception of her insides. Hell, I roared. Give Harlow the right. No one has authority. Authority be damned, I bellowed angrily. That girl's life is at stake. Valak nodded unhappily. For this medical emergency, a surgeon might close his eyes to the laws that require authorization to operate. But even if he saves the patient's life, he is laying himself open to a lawsuit. But this is different, Tom. As you may know, the ability of any psi person is measured by their welcome to the information. Thus, Teresa and Harlow, both willing to communicate, are able. But can't Harlow understand that the entire bunch of us are willing that he should take a peek? Confound it, Tom, it isn't a matter of our permission. It's a matter of fact. It would ease things if Holly were married to one of us, but even so, it wouldn't be entirely clear. It has to do with the invasion of privacy. Privacy? In this case, the very idea is ridiculous. Maybe so, said Powell Valak, but I don't make the rules. They're natural laws, as immutable as the laws of gravity or the refraction of light. And Tom, even if I were making the laws, I might not change things, not even to save Holly Carter's life. Because, Tom, if telepathy and perception was free and unbounded, as some of their early proponents claimed, life would be a sheer naked hell on earth. But what has privacy to do with it? This Harlow isn't at all humanoid. A cat can look at a king, sure, Tom, but how long could that cat be permitted to read the king's mind? I grunted. Has this Harlow any mental block about examining the outside? He looked at me thoughtfully. You're thinking about a scar or some sort of blemish. Yes, birthmark, maybe. No one is perfect. You know of any? I thought. It was not hard for me to conjure up a picture of Holly Carter. Unfortunately, I looked at Holly Carter through the eyes of love, which rendered her perfect. If she had bridge work, I hadn't found it out. Her features were regular, and her hair fell loose without a part. Her complexion was flawless. At least the complexion that could be examined whilst Holly sunned herself on a deck chair beside the swimming pool. I shook my head. Then I faced an unhappy fact. It hurt because I wanted my goddess to be perfect, and if she were made of weak mortal flesh, I did not want to find it out by asking the man who knew her better than I did. Still, I wanted her alive. So I turned to Frank Crandall. "Do you," I asked. "Do I what? Know of any scars or birthmarks? Such as—" "Oh, hell," I snapped. "Such as an appendix scar that might be used to tell left from right." "Look, Tom, I'm not a physician, you know. I can only give you the old answer. Not until they wear briefer swimsuits." My heart bounced lightly. That Holly was still in mortal danger was enough to stop my elation at hearing Frank Crandall admit that he was not Holly's lover, nor even on much better terms than I. It might have been better to face the knowledge that Holly was all woman and all human, even though the information had to come from someone who knew her well enough to get her home. Then I came back to Earth. I had my perfect goddess in deadly peril, instead of a human woman who really did not belong to any man. I hadn't seen Saul Graben leave, but he must have gone, because now he opened the door and came back. He was carrying a heavy-rimmed gyroscope that was spinning in a set of frictionless gimbals. He looked most confused. He said, "I spent what seems like an hour. You can't tell me that this gizmo is inseparable from the selfish, insular intellect of terrestrial, so-called Homo sapiens." He turned to the base, and we all watched the gimbal rings rotate to keep the gyro wheel in the same plane. "It should be cosmic," he said, "but every time I start, I find myself biting myself in the back of the neck. Look, if you make the axle horizontal in front of you and rotate the gyro with the top edge going away from you, you can define a common reference, but motion beyond that cannot be explained. If the axle is depressed on the right side, the gyro will turn so the far edge looks to the right, but that's defining A in terms of A, so I'm licked." Frank Crandall shook his head. "There's probably an absolute to that thing somewhere, but I'm sure none of us know it. We haven't time to find it. In fact, I think the cause is lost. Maybe we'd better spend our time figuring out a plausible explanation." "Explanation?" blurted Valak. "Let's face it," said Crandall. "Hollycotter's life is slipping away. No one has yet come close to finding a common reference to describe right from left to this hollow creature." "So what's your point?" "Death is for the dying," Crandall said in a monotone. "Let them have their hour in peace and dignity. Life is for the living, and for the living there is no peace. We who remain must make the best of it. So now in about 5 minutes Holly will be at peace. The rest of us have got to answer for her." "How do you mean?" "How do you propose to explain this unfortunate incident?" asked Crandall. "Someone will want to know what happened to the remains of Holly Carter. I can see hell breaking loose, and I can see the whole lot of us getting left right off the earth because we couldn't tell right from left, and I can see us all clobbered for letting the affair take place." "You seem to be more worried about your professional reputation than about Holly Carter's life." "I have a future," he said. "Holly doesn't seem to. Hell," he groaned, "we can't even gamble on it." "Gamble?" "How successful do you think you'd be in getting this Venusian to risk his life by closing his eyes and making a 50-50 stab in the dark at one of those buttons?" "Well," started Valak, "would be gambling too, you know, but—" "Wait a moment," I said. "I've got a sort of half-cracked theory. May I try?" "Of course. Not of course. I'll have to have quiet with just Teresa to communicate through. If you have any ideas, try them," said Valak. "Do you really know what you're doing?" demanded Frank Crandall. "I think so," I replied. "If it works, it'll be because I happen to feel close to Holly." "Could be," he said with a shrug. I almost flipped. Duels had been fought over less, but instead of taking offense, Crandall topped it off by adding, "You could have been a lot closer if you'd tried. She'd always said you had the alert pixie-type mind that was pure relaxation, instead of a dead letdown after a period of deep concentration. But you were always scuttling off somewhere. Well, go ahead and try, Tom, and good luck." I took a deep breath. "Teresa?" I asked. "Yes, Mr. Lincoln." "Tell Harler to concentrate on the buttons." "He is." "There's a subtle difference between them." "This he knows, but he does not know what it is." "There's a delicate difference in warmth. One button will be faintly warmer than the other." "Harler has felt them." I dropped the third-person address and spoke to Teresa as if she were but one of a telephone line. "Harler," I said, "only part of the difference lies in the warmth to physical touch. There should be another kind of warmth. Are you not affected by a feeling that one is better than the other?" Harler's reply came direct through Teresa. "Why, yes, I am indeed drawn to the warmer of the two. Were this a game, I would wager on it. But that is emotion, and hardly suitable as a guide." "Ah, but it is," I replied quickly. "This is our frame of reference. Press the warmer of the—" But I was violently interrupted. Valak shook me violently and hurled me away from Teresa. Frank Crandall was facing the girl, shouting, "No, no! The warm one will be the red one! You must press the green!" And then he, too, was interrupted. Displaced air made a near-explosive whoosh, and the tunnel car was there on its pad. In it was a nightmare horror holding a limp Holly Carter across its snake-like tentacles. A free tentacle opened the door. "Take her while I hold my breath," said Harla, still talking through Teresa. "I'll return the tunnel car empty. I can, now that I know that warmth is where the hearth is." Harla dropped the unconscious girl in my arms and snapped back into the car. It disappeared, then returned empty, just as the doctor was bending over Holly. So now I have my Holly, but every now and then I lie awake beside her in a cold sweat. Harla could have guessed wrong, just as Valak and Crandall had been wrong in assuming the red button would be warmer than the green. Their reaction was as emotional as Harla's. I hope Harla either forgives me or never finds out that I had to sound sure of myself and that I had to play on his emotions simply to get him to take the 50-50 chance on his, hers, our lives. And I get to sleep only after I've convinced myself that it was more than chance, that somehow our feelings and emotions guided Harla where logic and definition fail. For right and left do not exist until terrestrial man defines them.
End of track 4. Track 5.
Story 3 of Scientists Do Science in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 7.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Facts of Life by Peter Schuyler Miller. The ability to profit by past experience and to use this knowledge as a guide to future action may, ladies and gentlemen, be taken as the primary differentiation between the animal and the vegetable kingdoms. Thus, Professor Melchizedek Hobbs, principal of the Springville Free Academy on a day long gone when I began my higher education. I can see him yet. The apotheosis of the Victorian schoolmaster, Ichabod Crane, come to life, the sparse sandy hair brushed carefully across his bony skull, his long nose trembling with the vehemence of his argument, his artist's fingers stained with the chemicals which he had lately been preparing in the school's laboratory, fumbling nervously with his mauve cravat, and peering worriedly over the tops of his steel-bowed spectacles at our bright and shining faces. To Mr. Melchizedek Hobbs, every moment of every day was precious. Those of us who came to know him a little more intimately in the 4 years that followed realized that he was not like other teachers. His teaching was the driving purpose of his life, second only to the keen and insatiable curiosity which sent his Voltairine nose prying into the intimacies of nature and ferreting out improbable facts to the greater glory of botanical science. Now on our first day at the academy he paced the rostrum like a molting crane, wholly intent on the seriousness of his peroration. Honeyed persuasion was in his voice, and a note of steel when it was needed, for by any standards Mr. Melchizedek Hobbs was no mean orator. Now he made an appeal to our young emotions. How often in one's journeyings is the heart warmed and the spirit moved by the solicitude shown by even the lowliest of God's thinking creatures in the care and upbringing of its young. How appalling is the contrasting lethargy which characterizes the race of the cabbage and the vegetable marrow. With what wanton abandon does the profligate thistle scatter its plumed seeds to the four winds, yet with what loving patience does the gentle hind nurture her fawn and bring it to maturity. Education, ladies and gentlemen, is not the prerogative of mankind. The kitten learns from the wise mouser, its mother, to stalk its wary prey. The sparrow in its nest is taught to spread its trembling wings. Even a field mouse learns to know its natural enemies and to recognize them from afar. It is God's will on earth that in every thinking race the parent should instruct its young. The adult imparts the accumulated wisdom of its kind to the mature. Education, ladies and gentlemen, is the heritage of the animal kingdom, the privilege which divides us from the leek and the asparagus. I trust that you will not deny that heritage. Thus, Mr. Melchizedek Hobbs, in the days when I first knew him. There were a few of us who tagged him through the woods and fields, listening to his painfully erudite disquisitions on matters of botany or zoology, following his kicking heels and flying coat-tails in wholly undignified pursuit of some new butterfly or beetle, or labouring home under the weight of collecting boxes stuffed with mosses and rare ferns. We learned little enough, I suppose, for I found it hard now to distinguish a primrose from a cowslip, but we appreciated the very real enthusiasm which was his, and his sincere desire to learn and to impart what he had learned. Then in our turn we graduated, and went our separate ways. I heard that a maiden aunt in England
some forgotten relative of his mother's, had died, and left Professor Hobbs an income which permitted him to leave the academy and open a little greenhouse which was as much a laboratory as a business enterprise. I wrote him a letter of congratulation, and from time to time in my wanderings I sent him slips of rare or beautiful plants which came to my attention. And then, only a few months before my travels were ended, and I had come back to Springville, I happened on the Zulu rose. Where it got its name I do not know, for to the best of my knowledge there are not and never have been Zulus in Madagascar. Probably some African explorer, a little off his regular course, paid a fleeting visit to the Isle of Marvels and bestowed his taxonomic benediction on everything that came to his attention. In any case, and by any name, the Zulu rose would be the same anomaly. I had gone to Madagascar with some wild idea of finding and dragging back to civilization the fabled man-eating tree. That I failed was probably due in part to the fact that it never existed, save in some retired colonel's fevered imagination. I panted off in the trail of the Aperonis, and had to be satisfied with a much-addled egg still on display in the Springville Free Museum and Loan Library. I shot lemurs and hunted for missing links, for Darwin's Origin of Species had been very much before the undergraduate eye during my college career. All I found in the end was the Zulu rose. What first attracted me to the plant was the fact that it was never twice the same. There was a family likeness, about as much as there is between me and my brother Charles, but that was as far as it went. No self-respecting plant behaves like that. The first that I saw was in a young lady's hair, and I only noticed in passing that it was very much like a full-blown rose with crimson satiny petals. The following morning, on my way back to the hotel, I saw the same, rather spectacular blossom in a private garden, and was somewhat puzzled by the fact that it was growing on a stalk very much like an Easter lily, with long sword-like leaves and a whorl about its base. There were several colours on the same bed, reds and creamy whites, and one lot of a striking orange colour. Then, in the forest, I found the things growing in an entirely different manner. At least the crotchety old duffer who was guiding me swore that they were the same plant, although these were growing like parasitic orchids on huge mats of thread-like roots. The petals were more orchid-like too, and less flamboyantly coloured, and I assumed that this might be an ancestral form from which the cultivated varieties had been developed. All in all, I think I saw some 20 different varieties of Zulu rose, and no two of them were alike. That I did not see the one thing that was of importance, or even hear of it, can be ascribed only to the notoriously bad luck of the Abercrombies. I saw Zulu roses that were like thistles, and others that were like sunflowers. I saw them growing like water lilies, like cactus, and like edelweiss. They weren't common, but wherever they were, they seemed to be perfectly adapted to the environment they were in. Their perfume was really overpowering and not entirely pleasant, and I noted in passing that there were never any bees or other insects near them. Unfortunately, while I mentioned the fact to my old teacher in the letter I sent with cuttings of 3 or 4 of the plant's many varieties, I let it go at that. Nearly a year passed before I saw Miss Liberty's torch raised over New York Harbor and watched the friendly hills of the Mohawk Valley closing in on either side of the train. Springville was just what it had been 15 years before, the same rutted streets, the same fly-specked store windows, the same sleepy horses in front of the Orskinny house. Even the same sparrows quarrelling under the eaves of the Methodist church. Jim Selford hacked me up from the station. He is mayor of Springfield now, and proprietor of the garage which he opened with much misgiving when he was sure that the horse had gone to stay. In the course of our parade up Main Street, he gave me thumbnail sketches of practically everyone of importance who had been born, died, or come to fame since I left town. I had my first hint that all was not well when we passed the hole in the wall that had, during my childhood, been a combined tobacco and sweet shop. It had an already weather-beaten sign over the door, Hobbs, florist, and busy about the front of the shop was a familiar figure, in the normal costume of a respectable upstate female. Jim cast a glance over his shoulder at my question. "Oh, that's Abigail Jones, tens for old Hobbs." He spat accurately at the iron hitching post in front of the First National Bank. Now I know Jim Selford. The boys I cronied with had spent a good deal of their time around his livery stable, and their own yard had backed up on his. There had been certain disagreements about the uses to which his pears should be put, if I remember. At any rate, I knew he was holding something back. "How is Professor Hobbs?" I inquired innocently. "I suppose he's one of the city fathers by now." Jim looked up at me with surprise, but I kept an impassive face. He uncrossed his legs, crossed them again, picked up the whip, and gave the bay mare a cut across the rump that made her jump. "Yep," he answered. I recognized the gambit I must give before I would get. Has he had any luck with the plants I sent him from abroad? I asked. There are some very rare ones that you won't find in any of the big botanical gardens. If you can grow them here, it ought to put Springfield on the map. I did it. Jim planted both feet with a clump and twisted the reins around the whip. He spat his quid into the gutter, dusted off the plug, and cut a new chaw. Then he turned to me. "You're into it too, aren't you, mighty Nold? If there was ever a worse show and hullabaloo that old fool has raised, I've never seen it. If I was the Widow Jones, I'd starve before I'd leave my daughter a tenant shop for the kind he is. Batty, that's what's wrong with him, crazy as a coot, and dangerous. Them damn flowers, pah!" Then he closed up like a clam. I got not one word more out of him until he pulled up in front of my uncle's house. "Now mind, then, go on up there," he said. "See for yourself, get up." Which, of course, is exactly what I did. Of all my old friends and cronies, Melchizedek Hobbs was the one to whom I had been closest. Jeremiah Jones had written me a few times from Chicago, where he was with some firm of chemists, and I gathered that Sidney Smythe was enjoying the spoils of aristocracy as a cashier of his father's bank, but I was not anxious to see Sidney. The others had scattered or married and settled down, and I doubted that I would have much in common with the footloose Jamie Abercrombie, who had too much money for his own good, and had just inherited another slice that he hadn't earned. I had dinner and a pipe, and then set out along the well-remembered maple-shaded lane of Spring Street, past the old Sutherland Place at the corner of Eagle, where a scrawny hedge had replaced the old white picket fence over the limestone bridge across the Grutakill, built by one of the Irish stone-cutters who had been brought over to work on the Erie Canal, past the Jones house with its neat lawn and big red barn. There was someone on the porch, but I didn't stop. I didn't coven much to Abigail, and there would be plenty of time in daylight to talk to Mrs. Jones. Melchizedek Hobbs lived almost at the end of Spring Street, in a huge rambling clapboard house that hadn't been painted since before Gettysburg. The grass, as usual, was rank on the lawn, but the flower beds that lined the flagstone walk were pictures of tender care, and the big new greenhouse in the backyard shone like silver in the moonlight. There was a light out there, so I went through the side yard and opened the house. There was a huge wire fence across the yard with an iron gate, and the gate was padlocked. I rattled it and hooted. The light went out in the greenhouse, and a moment later I saw the gaunt, scarecrow figure of Melchizedek Hobbs stalking toward me. He knew me at once, in spite of my handsome flowing moustache and weather-beaten complexion, and after 15 years. Nor had he changed much to himself. It was a bit thinner, and he had taken to a pretty obvious toupee. His nose seemed longer and sharper and a little redder, and his clothes were a little shabbier than I remembered them. He was wearing a butterfly-wing bow tie instead of the magnificent mauve cravats that I remembered, and it was on crooked. He went around to the front porch and sat in the summer moonlight, with the mingled perfume of hundreds of flowers wafted up to us from his garden, and the moist, rich smell of the Mohawk in the days before factory wastes and oil tankers turned it into an open sewer. We talked about old times and about my adventures in far lands, and the exploits of the others among his favourite pupils, but I could see that he was uneasy, so very gradually I turned the conversation to himself and his flowers. I told him of my experiences in finding some of the plants I had sent him, and he went into raptures over the things he had done with them. And then I asked about the Zulu rose. It was like throwing a blanket over a coop of clamouring ducklings. I knew he was looking at me through the darkness, his long nose quivering with indecision. I knew that he wanted me to leave or change the subject, but I knew that he would never ask me to do so. It was cruel, perhaps, but I simply sat and waited. It seemed a long time before I heard him sigh. "Yes, James, of course. You have been told something in the village. It was Jim Sulford, I presume. He will be the one. Well, you have the right to know." He got to his feet, and to my amazement began to paw off his coat. He dropped it at his feet and proceeded further to haul his shirt-tails out of his high-waisted trousers. Then with trembling fingers he struck a match and held it over his head. He had on a kind of smock or cassock that came clear down to his bony knees. To the waist it was literally patched with little pockets, and every pocket was stuffed with rich black dirt out of which rose the leaves and stems of seedling plants in various stages of maturity. Some were no more than green buttons, and some were well leafed out. Some were flourishing vines that wound affectionately around his arms and his scrawny neck, and thrust tender tendrils down inside his celluloid collar. It was the way he went about. No wonder the town thought he was crazy. He said nothing. He went down the steps and around through the yard to the greenhouse, and I followed. He unlocked the door and opened it, and I was stifled by a blast of tropical heat and fragrance that sent me winging back to Madagascar and the girl in the hotel. He stalked down the long aisle of the greenhouse, and I was right at his heels. He lighted lamp after lamp, and as the place filled with light, my jaw began to drop, until I must have looked like a candidate for the booby hatch myself. It was incredible. The place was full of Zulu roses of every size and description. There were thousands of them, all different, and they filled the greenhouse with a riot of fragrance and rich colour that made my head spin. Then I saw something that sent cold fingers diddling along my spine. For as Melchizedek Hobbs walked down the aisle between the banks of plants, their gaudy blossoms turned on their stems to follow him. Their leaves and stalks stretched out to touch him, and a soft, expectant rustle went up from thousands of straining fibers. He stopped at a second closed door.
"These are the breeding beds and nurseries," he told me. "You are, of course, aware that reproduction in the Zulu rose is bisexual, and it does not take place until maturity. There were no male plants among those you sent me, but we have a number of them now."
He opened the door. The greenhouse was L-shaped, and we stepped into a kind of vestibule at the angle. A new perfume flooded into my lungs. I felt my heart pounding, the blood rushing through my veins. I sucked the infernal stuff into my lungs and knew that I was breathing faster. My nostrils dilated, my eyes bright. I remembered a neat pair of ankles I'd glimpsed from the cab on Fifth Avenue. I remembered the curve of a dark cheek, the quirk of a pair of soft red lips, the sidelong glance of black eyes. The stuff was an aphrodisiac of the most violent sort. And I saw the colour come to Melchizedek Hobbs' pale cheeks, and his nose twitching with emotion. He reached up and patted his toupee into place. He pointed. The plants were growing in pairs, male and female, and their shameless behaviour made me gasp. It was outrageous. It was incredible. It was against nature. Such abandoned love-making I had never seen in man, beast, or bird, let alone a vegetable, and I have seen more than most. The twisting stems, the caressing leaves, the squirming, kissing blossoms. I was staring like a silly girl. It was all the most sensuous of slow motion, for the things could move as they pleased, or very nearly so. It was like an underwater ballet, completely shameless and completely animal, and I wondered whether any of the town fathers had seen it. If they had, I suspected, Melchizedek Hobbs wouldn't be going about as he was. He'd be in jail, or riding down the turnpike on a rail with a coat of tar and feathers. The old duffer cleared his throat with a mournful sort of cough. I suspected that he was completely embarrassed.
"You see," he said plaintively, "these creatures are very near the animal in many respects, although they are botanically true plants. They have many traits which I had never thought to find in the vegetable kingdom. You may remember my remarks on that subject from your school days."
He stared long and gloomily at the rioting blossoms, then cleared his throat nervously.
Yes. These are my young adults, just at the mating age. They are grown in the outer beds, which you have just seen and brought here. When the female begins to mature, the pollination takes place, as you see, with much demonstrative display on the part of both sexes. I find it closely akin to the nuptial display of certain pheasants, although there are other aspects, but no more of that. The plants are long-lived, and they will enjoy a happy wedded life for some weeks, until the young plants begin to bud. Then the male is ignored, his wooing reflexes degenerate, and he withers away within a night.
He made his way between the beds of oblivious lovers. They were too intent on the business of life to sense that he was there. He opened still another door. I heard the rustle of leaves as we stepped inside. It was hostile, alarmed, like the buzz of a rattler's tail among dead leaves. He lit the lamp, and I saw that every flower face in the place was turned toward us. I saw more. Their leaves were hugged up like shielding arms, wrapped around their stalks just below the great blooms. There was something alive under those clinging leaves, something small that moved. Melchizedek Hobbs had taken up a watering can and an artist's palette with little cups of chemicals instead of paint. He went down the aisle, moistening the soil around one plant, stroking another's trembling leaves, feeding a third with lime or potash or some other stuff from the palette. Gradually their leaves unfolded, and I saw their little new plants budding from their mother's stems just above the highest wall of leaves. The shape the things took seemed to depend on the kind of soil they were in. But the young plants were all alike, tiny and green and shapeless, much like the embryo of any animal. Professor Hobbs came back and set down his watering can and palette. His pale eyes were pleading with me to understand. He looked like some medieval sorcerer in his long black robe with its scores of little pockets stuffed with growing plants.
"These are very like animals," he repeated morosely. The female of the species is quite essential to the normal upbringing of the young. It is not so much a question of nourishment, especially after the young plants have fallen off and taken root, but there is a strong rapport, your French friends would say, between the parent plant and her offspring. Affection, almost. I am convinced that she teaches them the things that they must know to live in the environment in which they find themselves. His eyes were beginning to gleam. It is very interesting, very. I have placed young plants in entirely different soil, fed them entirely different sods, yet so long as they are near the mother, they will endeavor to take her form. I have brought stranger young to a bearing female and placed them among her brood, and they become like her. These, he touched the tiny plants in his pockets tenderly, these are the orphans which no other plant would adopt. I have had to do so myself. My head went around like a teetotum. The whole thing was a nightmare. Certainly I had never suspected what would follow my innocent gift of the beautiful flowers which had attracted me so in Madagascar. No wonder the town thought him mad. We went back through the long greenhouse, and again I saw stems and blossoms twist and sway to greet him. He touched one gorgeous purple bloom, and it stiffened under his hand like a cat, but with the slow, painful motion of something which has no right to move. "These are all my children," he said softly, "my firstborn." He glanced at me apologetically, and his face was flushed. "I must appear odd," he said. "You see, as I have told you, there were no male plants in the bundle which you sent me, and consequently, although it was not difficult to bring them to maturity, pollination of the female flowers was impossible. As soon as I understood a little of their morphology and metabolism, I realized that they must be artificially fertilized if the strain was to continue. Lacking the male element, it was necessary for me to devise some mixture of chemicals which would serve as a substitute. Needless to say, I was successful, and these lovely creatures are the result. The methods of insemination which I was forced to employ were drastic in the extreme, I'm afraid, but it will never again be necessary to make use of them. We have a fine new generation of young plants growing up and maturing, ready to mate and bring forth their own kind, as you've seen. Many of the parent plants, alas, failed to survive. Some of the young died, too, but these you see here I brought up myself, with the aid of one strong plant which did endure my treatment. She is still alive, and these, the children of my science, the young whom I fed through infancy and taught as I once taught you, James, look to me as a father. They love me, James, they, and she, no one else. It has been lonely." We went back to the house. The cloying perfume of the weird plants still clung to us, and I could see the tendrils of the little orphans creeping and writhing over his cassock. We went inside. It was as I remembered it 15 years before. Not a picture or stick of furniture had changed, but there was one addition. On the tabouret beside his chair, at the left of the great tiled fireplace, was a squat black urn, and in it, the plant. I realized, of course, this was the one remaining plant of those I had sent him, the veteran of his experiment, the she of whom he spoke. It was showing signs of age. Its waxen leaves were splotched and greyish. Its silky crimson petals, deepening to scarlet at the heart, were faded. Not until he sank down in the old Morris chair and stretched his long legs out toward the hearth did it respond and bend down toward him. He cradled the great blossom for a moment in his palm and let his fingers slip lovingly down its slender stem. I saw its withered leaves tremble at his touch and smelled the faint perfume that rose from it. "She is growing old, James," he said wistfully. "She is sick and old, and I am all she has. She is very like me in many ways, and her company has been good for me. But some day soon I must kill her, quickly and painlessly, before disease cripples her any further. It will be the kind thing to do." I was all wound up inside. They were right in the town. This was mad, abnormal, unhealthy, that he had every reason to be as he was. A man wholly wrapped up in his science, lonely and misunderstood, suddenly confronted by these exotic, almost animal blossoms. No wonder his curiosity and imagination had been aroused. No wonder solicitude had become something like affection. And in their turn I realized these strange plant animals had learned to look to him for the things which nature in this environment did not provide. They were amazingly quick to adapt, had known that from the first. So it was that when he fertilized them, taking the place of the missing males, the female flowers accepted him and gave him the weird affection which nature stored up in them for their normal mates.
That affection in nature assured the species of continued life. It was a blind mechanism, designed by evolution to defy drought and disease and famine. Nature has implanted it very strongly in most animals, but rarely in plants. The female plants looked on him as a mate. The young buds, in their turn, found in him a parent. Oh, it was always simple to explain in terms of biology and psychology, except to thick-headed, well-meaning village folk of the kind that live in Springville, NY. They thought him crazy now, but they would think worse than that if I ever breathed a word of the truth in his defense. There isn't much more as it happens. What it was, a hunch, some flash of intuition, maybe the common sense I had supposed to have inherited from my Scots ancestors, and which has made Charles the figure he is on Wall Street, I don't know. I may have remembered the toupee and the bow tie and a word dropped here and there, and put a few numbers together, but next morning early I went down to Melchizedek Hobbs' little flower shop on Main Street to see Abigail Jones. Abigail's brother had been my best friend in school, and is today, but she and I had never hit it off. She was a good 12 years older than either of us, and she was the perfect figure of the soured, dessiccatedly righteous virgin, whom we characterized by the tag old maid. The shop showed plainly the care she devoted to it. Everything was immaculate, painfully so, and the potted plants were trim and crisp, the cut flowers fairly sparkling. I wondered where they came from, for there had been nothing but the Zulu roses in Melchizedek Hobbs' greenhouse. And then I remembered that the Jones family had had fine greenhouses of their own when I was a boy. That was when 2 and 2 made 4, and I finally made up my mind. I told her plainly in so many words what the trouble was. I took due blame on myself, and I am sure she has never forgiven me, and did my best to point out in a calm, rational, scientific manner that what had happened was the result of purely natural causes, operating in a perfectly logical way. Her face never unfroze, her eyes never as much as glinted, and I don't know to this day whether she did what she did because she wanted to, or because she thought it was her Christian duty. As I say, she heard me out without turning a hair. It was only when a sudden flash of inspiration came to me at the very end, as I was halfway out the door, that I thought I saw a bit of a twist in her prim lips. I remembered then that my uncle had had a very fine large bull, and I told her so. What happened that night was in a sense tragic. The bull got loose, as it had done before. It rooted and rampaged down the length of Spring Street, breaking through the Sutherland's new hedge, ploughing up the Pitkins' dahlia beds, scaring a grey mare and spilling out 2 spooners in a buggy, chasing Constable Nate Williams up a lamp-post and topping off the evening by raging through Melchizedek Hobbs' greenhouse from end to end. By the time a posse had ramped through after it and had been chased by it, and hosts of small boys and frantic dogs had followed them and fled before them, the species Zulu rose was extinct in the Western Hemisphere. I say extinct. Melchizedek Hobbs had come out in his crazy smock to drive the beast off, and it treed him. It tore the robe off him and trampled it to ruin. I know, for I was the one who got him down out of the tree when I cornered the bull. The old plant was left, and I have always had to give credit to Abigail, much as I sometimes dislike her, because she let him keep it after they were married, up to the point where it began to shed on her rugs. No woman could do more. He killed it then, quietly, and to this day, though Melchizedek Hobbs still potters around the greenhouses and sits in the back of the new store when Abigail will let him, he has never so much as mentioned the Zulu rose, nor his ill-fated attempt to teach young plants the facts of life. End of Track 5. Track 6.
Story 4 of Scientists Do Science in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 7.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Point of departure by Vaughn Shelton.
Halleck, for Pete's sake, sit down. You act as if you were ready to attack Donna with your bare hands.
The president of the Research Foundation removed an expensive cigar from its plastic cocoon and lit it from young Taplin's eagerly offered lighter. Halleck sat down. Sorry, D.W., this business has me on edge. I feel responsible for Donna's activities, and for the missing $300,000, too. The whole thing reeks of larceny.
You are responsible, Hal.
The president's tone was crisp, but not accusing.
That's what a general manager gets paid for. Isn't it time Donna showed up?
He's to be here at 10, Mr. Caples. The girl will buzz us as soon as he comes in. Orville Taplin was a very good secretary, but his eagerness to prove it sometimes irked his superiors. Shall I order some coffee sent up, Mr. Caples? Not just now. Look, Hal, have you checked on the Simon Kane that Donner mentions in his letter? He doesn't sound quite real. Do you know if there is such a person? Taplin interrupted the general manager to answer the question. Yes, sir, there really is a Simon Kane. I talked to Dr. Reed by transatlantic telephone last night. He said Kane was a public relations man on his first expedition to Egypt in 1958. Why the blazes didn't you let me talk to him? Halleck was on his feet again, a sharp-faced, balding man with a temper that suggested ulcers. GW, I forget it, Hal. What else, young man? Well, Dr. Reed said he fired him at the request of the Egyptian government and sent him back to the States. He said it was a long story and he didn't want to get into it on the phone. Leaning across the wide mahogany desk and tapping the blotter for emphasis, Halleck said, Look, GW, Kane doesn't matter. He's just a name. The Utah Flats plant is short $300,000. Let Donner explain it in court. If Kane or anyone else was involved, let Donner prove it. The buzzer wheezed, and Orville Taplin's finger shot to the key. Yes? Mr. Donner is here. D.W. Caples nodded to the question in the secretary's face. Send him in. The man in the doorway was tall, sandy, and rather stooped for early middle age. His straight-lined features looked competent, but the mouth was compressed to a narrow hyphen, as if he had lived through this ordeal many times in anticipation, and always come out of it badly. His grey business suit was wrinkled with travel. Good morning, Mr. Caples. Gentlemen. Although he closed the door gently, the click of it sounded loud in the silence. I hope I'm not late. Right on the dot, Ray. Glad to see you. Pick a comfortable chair. The president smoothed the crumpled letter in front of him on the desk and waved the silent Halleck to a seat. You can order that coffee now, young man. When Taplin had called for the coffee and started the recording machine, G.W. Caples addressed the newcomer again with heavy executive affability. It was authentic enough to ease the watch-spring tension in the room. Before we start, Ray, keep it in mind that this isn't a trial or anything like that. I, for one, have an open mind. If your record hadn't been beyond reproach, you wouldn't be research plant manager in the first place. Thank you. But your letter here mentions an unauthorized experiment that cost $300,000. A missing man, 2 missing men, in fact. Your fear of ugly publicity and, well, various other details that leave me thoroughly confused. Now you're going to give us all the facts, not as a culprit, but as a trusted official. I appreciate that, sir. Shall I begin at the beginning? Yes, forget the letter. Begin where you like. Well, first, you know, Dr. Wilson Reed, the archaeologist, top man in the field. He made the Yucatan discoveries and located the Poseidon tablets in the vaults under the Sphinx. The newspapers called him the Columbus of the past, but I don't need to tell you that. This all began with a letter I had from Dr. Reed shortly after he left for his second expedition to Egypt. Caples nodded. I know his reputation, but I never met the man. That's one of the many things I don't understand, Mr. Caples. Raymond Donner sat on the edge of the leather-lounge chair and kneaded his long, thin hands. You see, the letter asked me to cooperate with Simon Kane in every way, and there was an inter-office memo from you enclosed, entrusting me to do so, written in your own handwriting. Caples leaned across the desk, startled. A memo from me? Now see here, Ray, where is the memo? Where's the letter? They're gone, Mr. Caples. They were stolen. The buzzer sounded, and a cheerful redhead brought in a tray with 4 cups, cream, and sugar bowls, and a large aluminum coffee urn. It remained untouched on the desk when she had gone. I see. They were stolen. The president's casual manner was gone, and the tension returned unchecked. Go on. I'm sorry, sir, but the letter and memo were the keys to the whole business. And I want to remind you at the beginning that I'm not a scientist or an aviation engineer, but an administrative officer. Maybe we should say you were. Shut up, Halleck. Let him go on. The president glanced at the recorder spinning silently and drew short, angry puffs on his cigar. And I want to remind you, too, gentlemen, that I'm here of my own volition. My fears are for the Foundation's reputation, not for myself alone. After all, there's no motive for murder and... Murder? The 2 executives looked frozen. Taplin started to reach for the coffee, changed his mind. And to put it bluntly, no dead body. But let me take it from the beginning. As I said, the letter and memo came in May,
just after Dr. Reed left for Egypt again. A week after that, Simon Kane phoned from Salt Lake City to make an appointment for the following afternoon. He turned out to be a dark-featured, very distinguished type in his late 40s. His eyes were an intense black, heavily browed. Although he wasn't big, his voice was deep and arrestingly modulated. Listening to him, it was easy to lose track of what he was saying. His mouth was wide and, well, sympathetic. We talked for about an hour that first day, mostly about Dr. Reed's marvelous discovery in Egypt. Kane said the Poseidon tablets described a magnificent civilization, scientifically advanced, that had flourished on an equatorial continent until it was destroyed by the biblical flood around 10,700 BC. He spoke of Dr. Reed as an intimate friend and said he had been greatly impressed with you, Mr. Caples.
The president scowled. "I never heard of the man, but it seems pretty strange that he should have turned up when Halleck was in Persia and I was in Europe on atomic inspection duty, and Reed was off to Egypt."
"Looking back at it, I agree with you,"
said Donna, taking out a cigarette and lighting it.
"But it didn't occur to me at the time."
"Well, get on with it."
"If I could give you a better idea of Kane's remarkable voice, its hypnotic quality, but I guess I can't. Maybe that's just an excuse. I wish I'd thrown him out of the office the first day." When we got around to the reason for his call, he asked if there was any chance of our being overheard. I assured him there wasn't, and he told me his weird story. It seemed Dr. Reed had found another series of 14 tablets along with the others, but these hadn't been publicized. A translation of the first half dozen showed that they concerned an understanding, perhaps the ultimate, scientific achievement of the Poseidon civilization. A small solar energy converter, able to deliver such fantastic power that it made our nuclear sources look as primitive as the windmill. When I said the invention wouldn't be very welcome in a country where the entire economy was geared to atomic power, Kane agreed, and said that explained the secrecy. He said you, Mr. Caples, and Dr. Reed felt the device should be tested under wraps and then turned over to the government, since private ownership of a dirt-cheap power source, if it worked, might precipitate economic chaos.
G.W. Caples sat stiffly in the same position. "This whole idea is pure nonsense. The most transparent fraud. A child wouldn't swallow it."
"You may be right, but it was my misfortune not to be a child." Simon Kane made it sound completely plausible. He said 2 good men could build a gadget in a month. He agreed to bring the specifications to my office the next morning, and I showed him out, feeling very excited about the thing. I had a lot to learn about Mr. Kane. In the morning I called in Rule and Heininger and told him they were to work on a project involving 100% security. Agreed, of course. The hush-hush jobs are usually the most interesting. Then Kane came in with the sheets of specifications and gave them the details. His faces were, I was going to say, like children viewing their first Christmas tree. Since it was all Greek to me, I left the 3 of them to discuss the project and went off about some other business. Kane was gone when I got back, and had left a note inviting me out to his house for a cocktail or 2 that afternoon. When I could get away, I drove out to his place, a great sprawling ranch house he'd rented a few miles from the plant. No one else was there, but Kane was an ingratiating host, and a couple of hours passed very pleasantly. I kept wondering why he wanted such a big place, way out in the hills, just for himself. Around 5, I phoned Rule at the plant. He's rather a stolid type ordinarily, but he was stuttering with excitement. He said the power unit was revolutionary and might change the course of history. Kane laughed when I repeated that to him. Maybe it already did, he said, a few thousand years ago. We shook hands at the door and agreed to meet the next morning and get to work. As I was walking along the house toward the drive where my car stood, a movement at one of the windows near the end of the building caught my eye. I paused and looked up into the face of one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. She was youngish, not over 27 or 28, pale in colouring with rich black hair piled up behind her neck. The large dark eyes were looking squarely into mine. I must have stopped and stared for several seconds, for in addition to her beauty, I thought I saw a great dread written in the girl's face. Then she was gone. All the way home I kept wondering why Simon Kane hadn't mentioned the woman in his house. The silly thought that she was being held captive there kept coming to me, no matter how often I dismissed it.
Caples poured a cup of coffee and made a face when he sipped it. Donna, I don't know why you have to ornament this yarn with hypnotic-voiced villains and captive girls. Can't you just tell us if your expensive gadget worked? Halleck slumped glumly. Taplin fluttered over the cold coffee and ordered some more.
The device did work, Mr. Caples. I set Rule and Heiniger up in the isolated shop at the west corner of the plant area, and they had it functioning in 3 weeks. We brought in a skilled glass cutter to form the big, faceted eye to receive the sun's radiations. Naturally, he didn't know what it was for. By the time the eye was ready, they'd assembled the conversion elements. They rigged the thing to deliver electrical current through a series of step-down transformers. The result was appalling. Until the current was reduced to a tiny fraction of the potential, it blew out every testing gauge they plugged into it. Up to this time, I think all 3 of us, Heiniger, Rule, and myself, had been kept hopped up by curiosity and Kane's infectious confidence. Now it was evident that something incredible had been produced. Think of it. 2 men could lift the converter between them, yet its potential was as great as any atomic pile we have.
Sounds crazy. Caples was getting restless. You're sure you didn't dream all this, Donna? That story will sound great in court, but it doesn't account for the $300,000. Halleck's laugh was thin, with no amusement in it. The buzzer sounded.
"Here's your hot coffee, Mr. Caples,"
said Taplin. When the girl had gone again, Donna continued patiently, speaking in Halleck's direction without anger.
"So far we had spent less than $3,000, including salaries, materials, overhead, everything. The experiment seemed to be finished. I wrote up my report and showed it to Kane before filing it in the project folder with Reed's letter, and the memo, and everything else concerned. I supposed Kane would be on his way east, and I'd be expected to verify his statement of the results. But he didn't come in to say goodbye. One morning I stopped in at the isolated shop and found Heiniger still working with the power unit. Naturally, I asked what he was doing. "Getting it ready to mount in the projectile, Mr. Donner," he said. I said, "What projectile?" Then he explained how Kane and I had leased a surplus one-man rocket from the White Sands project, and that he and Rule were to rig the solar unit in it. Rather than let Heiniger know something was wrong, though I felt like blowing my top, I asked him how on earth an electrical plant could power a rocket. "There's nothing to it," he said. "It's all in Mr. Kane's translations of those tablets of his." I was beginning to wonder if this was really happening or if I was dreaming. Heiniger described some sort of method for setting up a magnetic field in front of the rocket, so that it could be pulled rather than pushed, at almost any speed through the atmosphere that the pilot wished, 5, 10, 12,000 miles an hour, whatever the pilot could take. It was hard to believe an experienced man like Heiniger would swallow that. I said, "It's ridiculous. The skin would melt." "Oh no," said Heiniger. "Mr. Kane has the formula for an alloy that won't melt at any speed in atmosphere. His tablets tell how it was used way back there for some kind of flight. He's having a special sheath of it made for the rocket in Santa Fe."
President Caples stabbed his cigar into the ashtray. "Donna," he said, "what do you take us for? You're making it almost impossible for the Foundation to back you up, coming in here with such a fairy story." Raymond Donna seemed to shrink in his clothes, and he slumped deep in his chair.
"I know how it sounds. I'm a fool, I admit it. But Heiniger isn't. No Rule. They were convinced they were working on the modern world's first practical spaceship." I left the plant with my head spinning and drove out to Simon Kane's place. I was determined not to go any farther with this without authority from you, even if I had to chase you all over Europe. When I reached the house, Kane's car was in the driveway. He met me on the patio and pushed me inside before I could say my piece.
There was a young man in the drawing room,
whom he introduced as Porter Hayes. He was a handsome chap in his middle-20s with cropped blonde hair and an engaging candor about him. I guessed he was a flyer by the recklessness about his mouth and eyes. He seemed very excited. They took me to a table spread with photographs and typed sheets, and for the first time I saw pictures of the original tablets. The typed sheets were translations. "Porter has agreed to fly the ship," said Kane, as if I knew all about that. "He's with the Pan-Columbian project and has flown all the other types that have been developed so far. But this is the one that will make history, Mr. Donner." I looked at Hayes closely and saw that he meant it. "This will fly anywhere in our solar system and probably clear out to most other without carrying a fuel supply. And the best thing about it
is the absolute guarantee of a return trip. Those geniuses down at Pan Columbia have plenty of ideas of getting you out there, but very few for getting you back. I realized the Simon Kane magic had been at work on a young man. He was sold completely, and, considering the possibilities, and that he was willing to risk his life on them, the objections I intended to make seemed rather puny at the time. Still, I was about to ask Kane to see me in private when the young pilot spoke up. He said, "Mr. Kane, where's the last tablet? There are only photos of 13 here." "Why, that's right," Kane said. "I forgot to mention it. The first 13 take us through the construction of the unit and the ship and the inventor's successful trial flights. Number 14 hasn't been translated yet. It takes about a month to decipher each tablet." Porter Hayes, a disarming way of asking anything he wanted to know. "And who does it? Do you, Mr. Kane?" "No, that is, it's a special gift. It takes years of study." "And who does decipher them?" "Well, you see." It was the first time I'd seen Simon Kane uneasy and at a loss for words. "My wife does it. She's Egyptian, a scholar in her own right, daughter of one of Egypt's foremost antiquarians." Hayes insisted upon meeting her, and although Kane had tried every evasion, he finally left the room and was gone quite a while. During the wait, I talked with young Hayes and confirmed my high opinion of him. I wondered how he'd react to Mrs. Kane if she turned out to be the beautiful girl I'd seen in the window a few weeks earlier. I soon found out, for Kane came back, leading the girl by the hand. I might have said dragging, but it wasn't quite that obvious. At closer view, wearing a sort of chit-on draped white dress, she was even more lovely than I'd thought. The long lashes veiled her eyes, except when she acknowledged Kane's introductions with a quick glance and a murmured, "How do you do?" Her name was Nalia. Hayes was obviously impressed, in his uninhibited way said, "Good Lord, Kane, if I had a dream like this at home, I wouldn't hide her. I'd keep her out on display to make the other guys jealous." The girl gave him a grateful look and just a flicker of a smile, but said nothing. Simon Kane's reaction was curious. The colour drained from his face, and hostile was the only word for his expression. Then he seemed to get under control and became his genial self. "My dear," he said to his wife, "we thought you could give a hint about the text of the 14th tablet. You far enough along?" Her voice was low and throaty with a slight British accent. "I'm sorry, I have only just started." "Have you no idea what it's about?" "Only that it seems to be some sort of testimonial. The language symbols are a little different than the others, and it's difficult to read." And she was gone, and Porter Hayes stood looking at the door through which she had passed, as if he had just seen a vision.
"Wait a minute, Donner," Caples cut in. "How's that tape holding out, young man?"
"Fine, Mr. Caples. At least an hour more to go."
"All right, go ahead, Donner. Can't you leave out some of the side issues and get to the finish of this?"
"They're all related to the outcome of the matter, Mr. Caples. It wouldn't make any sense at all without them."
"No, with them," said Halleck sourly, staring out the window.
Kane was to drive Hayes back to Salt Lake, so I only had a moment alone with him. When I told him I wanted to hold up everything until I'd checked with my superiors, he just laughed it off. He said that you, Mr. Caples, had seen all 13 translations, and your memo covered the whole works. I'm sorry to say this convinced me. Next day, a carload of equipment came in for testing, and I didn't see Simon Kane for about a week, though I learned things weren't going so well. There was some trouble with the alloy. The rocket was shipped in, though, and turned out to be a very recent model with the latest developments in shock and pressure compensation, oxygen plant, homing beam navigation, and all that. The credit to White Sands was only $32,000, including insurance, so I authorized it without misgivings, figuring that the persuasive Kane had swung a good deal. Rule got back from Santa Fe and said they'd licked the alloy problem, though it had been hard to avoid publicity. The metal could only be worked in a molten state, so the fabricator was casting the nose sheath and 3 overlapping girdles with rivet holes. Also rivets and fin shields of the same stuff. It sounded heavy to me, but Rule said that would eliminate all possibility of vibration. This metal casting accounted for most of the $300,000. During the next 2 weeks, I was too busy with other things to worry much about the project, but 2 incidents happened that had a bearing on it. On a visit to Salt Lake, I was dining at the Pioneer Arms one evening and spotted Porter Hayes at a table across the room. He was with a young lady who looked familiar to me, even from the back. They were deep in conversation.
Hayes looked up and saw me just as the waiter brought my dinner. His expression was far from friendly. When the waiter moved out of the way, I looked over and saw that Hayes and the girl were gone. A little later, a bellboy brought me a note. It read, "I expect you'll be guided by your own ideas of honor in a case like this. But if you can conscientiously keep your goddamn mouth shut, you may help to correct a great injustice. Hayes."
Caples had joined Halleck at the window. Now he interrupted. "I suppose this note and the bill of lading on the rocket were stolen too."
"I tore up that note myself, Mr. Caples. The bill of lading, though, the second incident concerns it."
Young Taplin had begun to fidget.
"On July the 19th, Kane telephoned and said the airship was all rigged and ready to go. He'd chosen a spot in the desert for the test and had scheduled it for the next morning. He'd engaged an expert communications man, a friend of Rule's, and the ship and all ground equipment were loaded on a trailer and a canvas, ready to leave at nightfall. Rule, Heinegger, and the radio men would ride out there together in the trailer. I was irked not to have been consulted on the arrangements. Kane wanted me to pick up Porter Hayes and follow the trailer out, saying he'd be delayed, but would be there at dawn. I told him I had an appointment for dinner, some government brass, but would be there in time for the test. Kane seemed to become furious at this. He railed about the lack of cooperation, and now I'd had to work out the details of the project almost single-handed, in spite of a clear directive from my superiors. It ended by my hanging up on him. Driving home around 11 that night, I passed the plant and noticed a light burning in a darkened office building. Before I reached the gate, it struck me that the light was from my own office. The guard at the gate had just come on duty, but his clipboard had no incoming signatures on it, so I went to take a look. I turned to the knob of my office door, and Kane was standing by the desk with his briefcase in one hand and his hat in the other. I was shocked at the change in him. His eyes were sunken and deeply rimmed with shadow. He looked 10 years older than the last time I'd seen him. But he wasn't at all abashed. He walked around the desk and took my hand, saying, "Raymond, I've been waiting here an hour. Felt sure you'd stop by. Wanted to apologize in private for my disgraceful performance this afternoon." Kane must have seen I wasn't satisfied. "The strain of this undertaking has been greater than you realize," he added. "So much is at stake. Such a great responsibility to Dr. Reed, your foundation, the whole world." I mumbled something about forget it, and told him to come along to my place for a bracer and we'd ride out to the site together. But he said he had a couple of matters to attend to, and we parted at the plant gate. Halleck came back and sat down. Caples took his seat at the desk. "I have a feeling," he said, "that we're about to learn if this prehistoric spaceship of yours ever got off the ground." "Shall I order some more coffee, Mr. Caples?" asked Taplin eagerly.
"No, just shut up, you idiot. You're too young to appreciate this breathless, undocumented melodrama Mr. Donner's describing for us. This last incident explains the lack of documentation, doesn't it, Donner?"
"I'm afraid it does. I discovered later that the folder with all the papers relating to the project was missing from my files. But I have other evidence to offer. A witness." He glanced at his wristwatch. "If my witness is prompt, I'll just have time to finish this."
"Please do. Does the next scene take place at the launching site?"
"Yes, I got there a little late. Missed the turn off the highway and went a long way past it. When I found the place, everything was ready, and they were waiting for me. The aircraft lay on its side, looking fat and very ungainly, I thought, because of its increased girth. Porter Hayes seemed tense but eager to get on with it. He wore no flight garb except his helmet with the earphones. Standing there in slacks and sweater, smoking a final cigarette, he didn't look theatrical enough for such an occasion. I thought of telling him I'd kept my goddamn mouth shut, but didn't get a chance. The plan was to take the ship up a few 100 feet and jockey around to test everything. If the equipment and my ship were all right, Hayes would whip her up a few 100 miles and cruise at his discretion. There was to be no long flight that day. Since we were far out of the traffic lanes, we didn't expect to attract any attention. At last the sun came up full. There was a final conference, and Hayes climbed into the ship's rotating cabin by the door at the rear. He waved and shut the door. He could see out with his teleview, of course, but we couldn't see him. While the radio man checked the ship-to-ground contact, the rest of us moved back out of habit, though there would be no blast here. Very slowly the ship raised itself to a vertical position. It rose gradually to about 10 feet, stopped, then shot up a couple of 100, and stopped again. It was incredible. "Give me the phone," said Kane. He was as white as paste, and his eyes were fever-bright. How's it doing, Hayes? Looked good from here. Is she powering right? The answer must have been gratifying, because Simon Kane's white teeth flashed when he heard it. After that, the ship bobbed around in swift dashes, stopping, then darting upward till it was only a dot, reaching unbelievable speeds. All this time, Kane was talking with Hayes on the phone, asking questions, suggesting new maneuvers. Though he was trembling with excitement, his voice was calm, controlled, and persuasive. I realized later that he was egging Hayes on to try more and more spectacular tests of the ship. Suddenly it shot away in a steep climb toward the west, and was out of sight in a matter of seconds. Kane laid down the telephone and turned to me. "He's satisfied the craft works perfectly," he said. "He's going to take it straight out for 4 or 5 hours and then come back." We all stared at him, for Hayes wasn't to have stayed up over an hour. I said, "He can't do that. There's too much he doesn't know about the ship. Tell him to come back." Kane didn't look at me. "The boy knows his business. Leave him alone. He's making history. But the first time, I'm going down the road a few miles to get some breakfast. Take turns talking to him, why don't you?" He got in his car and drove off.
"Exit the villain. Donna, you've got a talent, but you're in the wrong line of work." D.W. Cables dug a chubby forefinger under his collar and worked the tie knot loose. "This scenario is worth every single cent of $300,000. Raymond Donna's mouth pressed a little tighter, and his tongue pushed through to moisten his grey, dry lips.
"He never came back," he said hoarsely, "and neither did Hayes."
Something in the man's voice stopped the president from going on with his sarcastic attack. "Did the ship crash?" he asked more soberly.
"No, it just flew away and never came back."
The silence hung like a shroud. All 3 of them, even the self-conscious Templin, stared at Donna.
We talked to Porter Hayes in turns. We begged him to come back, but he just laughed and said he was having the ride of his life. After about 2 hours, his voice faded out suddenly, and that was the end of it.
"How long ago was this?"
4 days.
"Have you notified the authorities, the police, well, anyone?"
"No, we've been putting it off. You see, Hayes gave us no hint of any trouble. The others are still sitting out there in the desert waiting for him, trying to make radio contact. The ship carried a standard survival kit with 7 days' rations and water. If he's had no operational trouble, Hayes could stay out at least a week."
"What about Simon Kane?" demanded Caples.
"When Kane didn't come back by noon, I went to look for him. On the way to his home, I stopped at the office on a hunch and discovered the records were missing. At last, it began to penetrate that there was something rotten in Denmark. Dusk had fallen and there were no lights in the Kane house when I got there. No one answered the doorbell. I called and pounded and finally climbed in a window to look for signs that the Kanes had packed and left. There were none. Everything was in order. Then as I was leaving, I heard a knocking sound from the end of the building and traced it to the last room on the west side, a sort of study. The knocking came from a locked closet. The key was gone, so I had to smash the door. Maggie Kane was sitting on the floor staring at me without seeming to see me. She looked frightful, with her hair awry and her eyes red and glossy. She sort of moaned as I helped her up. "Did it happen? Did he fly the ship?" I said, "Yes, but something's wrong. Where is your husband?" The girl seemed to go all to pieces, turning her head from side to side and repeating, "Oh no, oh no." Then she collapsed. I drove her to the hotel in the nearest town and called a doctor I knew. He said she had emotional exhaustion, needed rest rather than hospital care, and gave her a strong sedative. When I got home, I stayed awake long enough to write that letter to you, and then fell into bed. The phone woke me around 10 the next morning. It was Rule calling from a gas station on the highway. He said Hayes wasn't back yet and promised to call again at 5. I mulled the whole thing over all day, trying to sort out the facts, but they just wouldn't add up to anything. When Rule called again with the same bad news, I decided to come on east and get it off my chest. It's all beyond me. I don't know what to do.
Donna searched in his pockets and pulled out a cigarette pack. It was empty, and he crumpled it absently. Halleck patted his own pockets but couldn't find any. "Now take it easy, Ray," said Caples, walking around the desk with the humidor and holding it open. "This is the weirdest thing I've ever heard. Yet I think I believe you. Leave it to you solid types to foul up on a grand scale. How about this witness you mentioned?"
On the train, I wanted more time to think, so I didn't fly here. It occurred to me how flimsy this would all sound without your memo or anything else to back it up. I couldn't even prove the tablets ever existed. In Chicago, I found Nalia Kane. She was much better and quite calm. When I told her the spot I was in, she agreed to take a plane in the morning and tried to be here at 11:30 today.
Taplin's finger darted to the key panel, but Caples brushed him aside and opened the circuit himself.
"This is Mr. Caples. Is there a lady in the outer office?" "Yes, sir. Mrs. Simon Kane."
"Ask her to step in, please." The four men rose before the door opened. Donna, slowly, with great weariness. She stood a moment, looking from one face to another, cool and regal in summer white with a small flowered hat. Faint purple circles gave her black eyes a brilliance. Raymond Donna took her hand and led her to a chair.
"Thank you for coming, Mrs. Kane. May I present Mr. Caples and Mr. Halleck, my superiors, and Mr. Taplin?"
When they were seated, she spoke first, in her low, passionate voice, without waiting for questions.
"I will tell you what I know of Simon Kane, gentlemen, though it may be less than you would expect from a wife. In return, I ask you to use all your influence to find him and bring him to justice. He is a monster and a murderer."
"You have my word on it, Mrs. Kane," said Caples. "If you can supply the evidence that crimes have been committed, Taplin the recorder, move it closer." As she began to speak, an occasional small break in her voice hinted at the emotional turbulence the girl was holding in tight rein.
"I married Simon Kane in Egypt in 1958. We met through my father, who represented the Egyptian government on Dr. Reed's excavation project. At first, Simon was charming and devoted. We left Egypt almost at once and entered upon a very pleasant, if secluded, life in this country. The only discordant note was my father's obvious dislike for Simon. His letters were stiff and infrequent, and finally stopped altogether. One day, after we had lived here about 3 years, my husband brought home 2 heavy cases and called me in when he opened them. These cases contained the 14 tablets that Mr. Donner has probably mentioned. Simon told me Dr. Reed had turned them over to him to be deciphered. I knew at once that this was not true, since Dr. Reed is one of the world's foremost students of ancient writings, and would have prized the tablets too highly to let my husband carry them around in his car. When Simon asked me to make the translations, I refused. He became nearly insane with rage, and finally told me he persuaded my father to help him steal them a few weeks before our wedding. If I did not agree to translate them, he threatened to expose my father and disgrace him before the world. So I did as Simon demanded, and it killed my love for him. In his twisted, possessive way, I think my husband continued to love me. Once the translation was underway, he tried very hard to win my voluntary cooperation. He said the device described in the tablets would upset the economy of the entire world. The government and industry, he claimed, would pay any price he asked for suppressing it, once it was tested and proved. He would live like royalty, but I told him that, if not for my father, I would expose him without the least hesitation. When we moved to Utah, Simon found an isolated house for us, and I was virtually a prisoner."
Nalia Kane stopped. The dangerous signals of emotion breaking through showed in the swift, anxious breathing. 4 men studied her helplessly, and then it was Taplin who got the glass of water that bridged a difficult moment. She went on. "The first day you came to our house, Mr. Donner, I wrote a note of warning. I intended to hand it to you through the window, but Simon came into the room behind me, and I couldn't." "I am so sorry, Mrs. Kane. You are obviously in trouble. I should have. Perhaps it was better. It might have cost you your life to cross Simon at that point. Anyway, Porter Hayes stopped by one day. My husband was out, and I answered the door. He was a fine man, sensitive and kind, considering his adventurous temperament. He could see I was nervous, the disarming way he had of asking the most personal questions. I was afraid to talk there and asked him to drive me to Salt Lake. On the way, I told him the whole story. He was very sympathetic and promised to help, beginning by trying to contact my father. I hoped he would refuse to fly the ship when he knew about Simon, but he had absolute confidence in it and no fear at all. His plan was to complete the test and then ask you, Mr. Donner, to impound the ship and all the records on it. The day before the test flight, I put in the time completing the translation of the 14th tablet. Simon had shown no interest in this, believing it to be a summary of the others. As the sense of it began to emerge, I was horrified. By midnight I had finished it, and I sat down in the drawing room with a typed copy in my hand, waiting for my husband.
I waited all night and must have fallen asleep around dawn. The door chime wakened me. It was a messenger with a note from Porter, Mr. Hayes. A newspaper friend of his in Cairo had been checking and discovered that my father had been dead 6 months. The circumstances of his death were curious, and Mr. Hayes suggested contacting the Cairo police as soon as the flight was over. This news was a terrible blow, but the moment I read it, I was free of Simon Kane. I went to the phone and asked the operator for the police. While I was waiting for the connection, there was a slight sound behind me. I turned and Simon was crossing the room. He was in his dressing gown. He must have come in while I was dozing. I ran for the door, but he caught me and pushed me into a chair. When he had hung up the phone, he read Mr. Hayes' note without saying a word. His face was terrible, and I knew I was in danger. Then I saw the typed copy of the 14th tablet was gone. "You read it, the last tablet," I said, "and you know you've done all this evil for nothing. The flight can't take place. If you stop me from telling the police, Porter will tell them. He knows everything." He took my wrist and dragged me to the studio and forced me into the closet and locked the door. I could hear him crumpling and burning papers for a long time. At last he came close to the door and said, "There, my dear, try to prove that the tablets ever existed." When he was gone, I screamed and pounded on the door until I was exhausted. A frightful thing was going to happen, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Only one time since this all began, have I opposed my husband successfully, and it had no effect on the outcome. When I typed up the text of the last tablet, I made a carbon copy and put it in my handbag. I have it here. I believe it will be evidence enough to prove that Simon Kane is a murderer.
Nalia Kane reached in her flat, beaded bag and found a folded sheet, which she handed to Donna. He smoothed it on his knees, with hands that trembled a little. "May he read it aloud, Mrs. Kane?" asked Caples.
"Certainly, if he wishes. But the first part is technical data on a flight by an inventor named Axtell. The 2 last paragraphs contain the evidence I am offering you."
Donna nodded and ran his finger down the sheet. He read,
"The foregoing record is accurate, and we acknowledge Axtell's superlative contribution to science. But we must admit that his greatest contribution is in the proving of an axiom. Where ultimate force is involved, it is better to know none of the laws than to know most of them. On the first day the aircraft returned from far space to the point of its departure. It was in excellent condition, but empty. Nothing remained of Axtell, but merely his clothing and his ring."
Nalia Kane covered her face with both hands and sobbed noiselessly. The 4 men all gazed at the paper as it rustled in Donna's quivering hand. Presently the buzzer ripped the silence like the tearing of a shroud. After the second sharp buzz, G.W. Caples tripped the switch and croaked, "Yes?" The girl's voice, bright and businesslike, answered, "There's a long-distance call from Utah from Mr. Donner. It's a Mr. Rule. He says it's urgent." End of track 6. Track 7.
Story 5 of Scientists Do Science in Space.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 7. Wall of Crystal, Eye of Night, by Algis BudrysHe.
Soft as the voice of a morning dove, the telephone sounded at Rufus Soloner's desk. Soloner himself was standing 50 paces away, his leonine head cocked, his hands flat in his hip pockets, watching the nighted world through the crystal wall that faced out over Manhattan Island. The window was so high that some of what he saw was dimmed by low clouds hovering over the rivers. Above him were stars. Below him, the city was traced out in light and brimming with light. A falling star, an interplanetary rocket, streaked down toward Long Island facility like a scratch across the soot and the doors of hell. Soloner's eyes took it in, but he was watching the total scene, not any particular part of it. His eyes were shining. When he heard the telephone, he raised his left hand to his lips. "Yes?" The hand glittered with utilogym rings. The effect was that of an attempt of the sort of copper binding that was once used to reinforce the ribbing of wooden warships. His personal receptionist's voice moved from the air near his desk to the air near his ear. Seated at the monitor board in her office, wherever in this building her office was, the receptionist told him,
"Mr. Erman says he has an appointment."
"No." Solonar dropped his hand and returned to his panorama. When he had been 20 years younger, managing the modest optical factory that had provided the support of 3 generations of Solonars, he had very much wanted to be able to stand in a place like this and feel as he imagined men felt in such circumstances. But he felt unimaginable now. To be here was one thing. To have almost lost the right and regained it at the last moment was another. Now he knew that not only could he be here today, but that tomorrow and tomorrow he could still be here. He had won. His gamble had given him Empavid, and Empavid would give him all. The city was not merely a prize set down before his eyes. It was a dynamic system he had proved he could manipulate. He and the city were one. It buoyed and sustained him. It supported him, here in the air, with stars above and light-thickened mist below. The telephone mourned.
"Mr. Erman states he has a firm appointment."
"I've never heard of him." And the left hand's utilitarians fell from Solonar's lips again. He enjoyed such toys. He raised his right hand, sheathed in insubstantial midnight blue silk, in which the silver threads of metallic wiring ran subtly toward the fingertips. He raised the hand and touched 2 fingers together. Music began to play behind and before him. He made contact between another combination of finger circuits, and a soft feminine laugh came from the terrace at the other side of the room, where connecting doors had opened. He moved toward it. One layer of translucent drapery remained across the doorway, billowing lightly in the breeze from the terrace. Through it he saw the taboret with its candle lit, the iced wine and the stand beside it, the 2 fragile chairs, Bess Allardyce, slender and regal, waiting in one of them. All these, through the misty curtain, like either the beginning or the end of a dream.
"Mr. Erman reminds you the appointment was made for him at the annual business dinner of the International Association of Broadcasters in 1998.
Solonar completed his latest step and stopped. He frowned down at his left hand. "Is Mr. Erman with the IAB's Special Public Relations Office?"
"Yes,"
the voice said after a pause. The fingers of Solonar's right hand shrank into a cone. The connecting door closed. The girl disappeared. The music stopped. "All right. You can tell Mr. Erman to come up." Solonar went to sit behind his desk. The office door chimed. Solonar crooked a finger of his left hand, and the door opened. With another gesture, he kindled the overhead lights near the door, and sat in shadow as Mr. Erman came in. Erman was dressed in rust-colored garments. His figure was spare, and his hands were empty. His face was round and soft, with long dark sideburns. His scalp was bald. He stood just inside Solonar's office and said, "I would like some light to see you by, Mr. Solonar." Solonar crooked his little finger. The overhead lights came to soft light all over the office. The crystal wall became a mirror, with only the strongest city lights glimmering through it. "I only wanted to see you first," said Solonar. "I thought perhaps we'd met before."
"No,"
Erman said, walking across the office.
"It's not likely you've ever seen me."
He took a card case out of his pocket and showed Solonar proper identification.
"I'm not a very forward person."
"Please sit down," Solonar said. "What may I do for you?"
"At the moment, Mr. Solonar, I'm doing something for you."
Solonar sat back in his chair. Are you now?" He frowned at Erman. "When I became a party to the bylaws passed at the 98 dinner, I thought a special public relations office would make a valuable asset to the organization. Consequently, I voted for it, and for the powers it was given. But I never expected to have any personal dealings with it. I barely remembered you people had carte blanche with any IAB member."
"Well, of course, it's been a while since 98,
Erman said.
"I imagine some legends have grown up around it. Industry gossip, that sort of thing."
"Yes."
"But we don't restrict ourselves to an enforcement function, Mr. Solonar.
You haven't broken any bylaws, to our knowledge.
Or mine, but nobody feels 100% secure, not under these circumstances.
Nor did Solinar yet relax his face into its magnificent smile.
I'm sure you found that out.
I have a somewhat less ambitious older brother who is with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. When I embarked on my own career, he told me I could expect everyone in the world to react like a criminal. Yes,
Ermin said, paying no attention to Solinar's involuntary blink.
It's one of the complicating factors in a profession like my brother's or mine. But I'm here to advise you, Mr. Solinar. Only that.
In what matter, Mr. Ermin?
Well, your corporation recently came into control of the patents for a new video system. I understand that this in effect makes your corporation the licensor for an extremely valuable sales and entertainment medium. Fantastically valuable.
Empervid, Solinar agreed. Various subliminal stimuli are broadcast with and keyed to the overt subject matter. The home receiving unit contains feedback sensors which determine the viewer's reaction to these stimuli, and intensify some while playing down others in order to create complete emotional rapport between the viewer and the subject matter. Empervid, in other words, is a system for orchestrating the viewer's emotions. The home unit is self-contained, semi-portable, and not significantly bulkier than the standard TV receiver. Empervid is compatible with standard TV receivers, except, of course, that the subject matter seems thin and vaguely unsatisfactory on a standard receiver. So the consumer shortly purchases an EV unit. It pleased Solinar to spell out the nature of his prize.
At a very reasonable price, quite so, Mr. Solinar, but you had several difficulties in finding potential licenses for this system among the networks.
Solinar's lips pinched out. Mr. Ermin raised one finger.
First, there was the matter of acquiring the patents from the original inventor, who was also approached by Courtwright Burr.
Yes, he was, Solinar said in a completely new voice.
Competition between Mr. Burr and yourself is long-standing and intense.
Quite intense, Solinar said, looking directly ahead of him at the one blank wall of the office. Burr's offices were several blocks downtown, in that direction.
Well, I've no wish to enlarge on that point, Mr. Burr being an IAB member and standing as good as yours, Mr. Solinar. There was, in any case, a further difficulty in licensing EV due to the very heavy cost involved in equipping broadcasting stations and network relay equipment for this sort of transmission.
Yes, there was.
Ultimately, however, you succeeded. You pointed out quite rightly that if just one station made the change, and if just a few EV receivers were put into public places within the area served by that station, normal TV outlets could not possibly compete for advertising revenue.
Yes.
And so your last difficulties were resolved a few days ago when your when Empervid, a subsidiary of the Solinar Corporation, became a major stockholder in the Transworld TV network.
I don't understand, Mr. Ermin, Solinar said. Why are you recounting this? Are you trying to demonstrate the power of your knowledge? All these transactions are already matters of record in the IAB confidential files, in accordance with the bylaws.
Ermin held up another finger. You're forgetting. I'm only here to advise you. I have two things to say. They are, these transactions are on file with the IAB because they involve a great number of IAB members and an increasingly large amount of capital. Also, Transworld's exclusivity under the IAB bylaws will hold good only until 33% market saturation has been reached. If EV is as good as it looks, this will be quite soon. After that, under the bylaws, Transworld will be restrained from making effective defences against patent infringement by competitors. Then all of the IAB's membership and much of their capital will be involved with EV. Much of that capital is already in anticipatory motion. So our highly complex structure now ultimately depends on the integrity of the Solinar Corporation. If Solinar stock falls in value, not just you, but many IAB members will be greatly embarrassed. Which is another way of saying, EV must succeed.
I know all that. What of it? There's no risk. I've had every related patent on Earth checked. There'll be no catastrophic obsolescence of the EV system.
Ermin said, There are engineers on Mars. Martian engineers. They're a dying race. No one knows what they can still do.
Solinar raised his massive head.
Ermin said, Late this evening, my office learned that Courtwright Burr has been in close consultation with the Martians for several weeks. They've made some sort of machine for him. He was on the flight that landed at the facility a few moments ago.
Solinar's fists clenched.
The lights crashed off and on, and the room wailed. From the terrace came a startled cry, and a sound of smashed glass. Mr. Ermine nodded, excused himself, and left. A few moments later, Mr. Ermine stepped out at the pedestrian level of the Solinar building. He strolled through the landscaped garden and across the frothing brook toward the central walkway down the avenue. He paused at a hedge to pluck a blossom and inhale its odor. He walked away, holding it in his naked fingers. Chapter 2. Drifting slowly on the thread of his spinneret, Rufus Solinar came gliding down the wind above Cartwright Burr's building. The building, like a spider, touched the ground at only the points of its legs. It held its wide, low bulk spread like a parasol over several downtown blocks. Solinar, manipulating the helium-filled plastic drifter far above him, steered himself with jets of compressed gas from plastic bottles in the drifter's structure. Only Solinar himself, in all this system, was not effectively transparent to the municipal anti-plane radar, and he himself was wrapped in long, fluttering streamers of dull black metallic sheeting. To the eye, he was amorphous and non-reflective. To electronic senses, he was a drift of static, much like a sheet of foil picked by the wind from some careless trash heap. To all the senses of all interested parties, he was hardly there at all, and thus in an excellent position for murder. He fluttered against Burr's window. There was the man, crouching over his desk. What was that in his hands, a pomander? Solinar clipped his harness to the edges of the cornice. Swayed out against it, his sponge-soled boots pressed to the glass. He touched his left hand to the window and described a circle. He pushed. There was a thud on the carpeting in Burr's office, and now there was no barrier to Solinar. Doubling his knees against his chest, he catapulted forward, the riot pistol in his right hand. He stumbled and fell to his knees, but the gun was up. Burr jolted up behind his desk. The little sphere of orange-gold metal, streaked with darker bronze, its surface vermicular with incrustations, was still in his hands. "Hem!" Burr cried out as Solinar fired. Gasping, Solinar watched the charge strike Burr. It threw his torso backward faster than his limbs and head could follow without dangling. The choked-down pistol was nearly silent. Burr crashed backward to end, transfixed, against the wall. Pale and sick, Solinar moved to take the golden ball. He wondered where Shakespeare could have seen an example such as this, to know an old man could have so much blood in him. Burr held the prize out to him, staring with eyes distended by hydrostatic pressure, his clothing raddled and his torso grinding its broken bones. Burr stalked away from the wall and moved as if to embrace Solinar. It was queer, but he was not dead. Shuddering, Solinar fired again. Again Burr was thrown back. The ball spun from his splayed fingers as he once more marked the wall with his body. Pomander, orange, whatever. It looked valuable. Solinar ran after the rolling ball, and Burr moved to intercept him, nearly faceless, hunched under a great invisible weight that slowly yielded as his back groaned. Solinar took a single backward step. Burr took a step toward him. The golden ball lay in a far corner. Solinar raised the pistol despairingly and fired again. Burr tripped backward on tiptoe, his arms like windmills, and fell atop the prize. Tears ran down Solinar's cheeks. He pushed 1 foot forward, and Burr, in his corner, lifted his head and began to gather his body for the effort of rising. Solinar retreated to the window, the pistol sledging backward against his wrist and elbow as he fired the remaining shots in the magazine. Panting, he climbed up into the window frame and clipped the harness to his body, craning to look over his shoulder, as Burr, shredded, leaking blood, and worse than blood, advanced across the office. He cast off his holds on the window frame and clumsily worked the drifter controls. Far above him, volatile ballast spilled out and dispersed in the air long before it touched ground. Solinar rose, sobbing, and Burr stood in the window, his shattered hands on the edges of the cut circle, raising his distended eyes steadily to watch Solinar in flight across the enigmatic sky. Where he landed, on the roof of a building in his possession, Solinar had a disposal unit for his gun and his other trappings. He deferred for a time the question of why Burr had failed at once to die. Empty-handed, he returned uptown. He entered his office, called and told his attorneys the exact times of departure and return, and knew the question of dealing with municipal authorities was thereby resolved. That was simple enough, with no witnesses to complicate the matter. He began to wish he hadn't been so irresolute as to leave Burr without the thing he was after. Surely if the pistol hadn't killed the man, an old man with thin limbs and spotted skin, he could have wrestled that thin-limbed, bloody old man aside, that spotted old man, and dragged himself and his prize back to the window, for all that the old man would have clung to him and clutched at his legs, and fumbled for a handhold on his sombre disguise of wrappings, that broken, immortal old man. Solonar raised his hand. The great window to the city grew opaque. Bess Allardyce knocked softly on the door from the terrace. He would have thought she'd returned to her own apartments many hours ago. Tortuously pleased, he opened the door and smiled at her, feeling the dried tears crack in the skin of his cheeks. He took her proffered hands. "You waited for me," he sighed. "A long time for anyone as beautiful as you to wait." She smiled back at him. "Let's go out and look at the stars." "Isn't it chilly?" "I made spiced hot cider for us. We can sip it and think." He let her draw him out onto the terrace. He leaned on the parapet, his arm around her pulsing waist, his cape drawn around both their shoulders. "Bess, I won't ask if you'd stay with me no matter what the circumstances. But it might be a time will come when I couldn't bear to live in this city. What about that?" "I don't know," she answered honestly. And Cartwright Burr put his hand up over the edge of the parapet between them. Solonar stared down at the straining knuckles, holding the entire weight of the man dangling against the sheer face of the building. There was a sliding, rustling noise, and the other hand came up, searched blindly for a hold, and found it, hooked over the stone. The fingers tensed and rose, their tips flattening at the pressure, as Burr tried to pull his head and shoulders up to the level of the parapet. Bess breathed. "Oh, look at them! He must have torn them terribly climbing up." Then she pulled away from Solonar and stood staring at him, her hand to her mouth. "But he couldn't have climbed. We're so high." Solonar beat at the hands of the hills of his palms, using the direct, trained blows he had learned at his athletic club. Bones splintered against the stone. When the knuckles were broken, the hands instantaneously disappeared, leaving only streaks behind them. Solonar looked over the parapet. A bundle shrank from sight, silhouetted against the lights of the pedestrian level and the avenue. It contracted to a pinpoint. Then, when it reached the brook and water flew in all directions, it disappeared in a final sunburst, endowed with glory by the many lights which found momentary reflection down there. "Bess, leave me. Leave me, please," Rufus Solonar cried out. Chapter 3. Rufus Solonar paced his office, his hands held safely still in front of him, their fingers spread and rigid. The telephone sounded, and his secretary said to him, "Mr. Solonar, you are 10 minutes from being late at the TTV Executives' Ball. This is a first-class obligation." Solonar laughed. "I thought it was when I originally classified it." "Are you now planning to renege, Mr. Solonar?" the secretary inquired politely. Certainly, Solonar thought, he could as easily renege on the ball as a king could on his coronation. "Burr, you scum, what have you done to me?" he asked the air, and the telephone said, "Beg pardon?" "Tell my valet," Solonar said, "I'm going." He dismissed the phone, his hands cupped in front of his chest. A firm grip on emptiness might be stronger than any prize in a broken hand. Carrying in his chest something he refused to admit was terror, Solonar made ready for the ball. But only a few moments after the first dance set had ended, Malcolm Levier of the local TTV station executive staff looked over Solonar's shoulder and remarked, "Oh, there's Kurt Burr, dressed like a gallows bird." Solonar, glittering in the costume of the Medici, did not turn his head. "Is he? What would he want here?" Levier's eyebrows arched. "He holds a little stock. He has entree, but he's late." Levier's lips quirked. "It must take him some time to get that makeup on." "Not in good taste, is it?" "Look for yourself." "Oh, I'll do better than that," Solonar said. "I'll go and talk to him a while. Excuse me, Levier." And then he did turn around. already started on his first pace toward the man. But Cartwright Burr was only a pasteboard imitation of himself, as Solonar had come to know him. He stood to one side of the doorway, dressed in black and crimson robes, with black leather gauntlets on his hands, carrying a staff of weathered natural wood. His face was shadowed by a sackcloth hood, the eyes well hidden. His face was powdered grey, and some blend of livid colours hollowed his cheeks. He stood motionless as Solonar came up to him. As he had crossed the floor, each step regular, the eyes of bystanders had followed Solonar until, anticipating his course, they found Burr waiting. The noise level of the ball shrank perceptibly, for the lesser revellers who chanced to be present were sustaining it all alone. The people who really mattered here were silent and watchful. The thought was that Burr, defeated in business, had come here in some insane reproach to his adversary, in this lugubrious, distasteful clothing. Why, he looked like a corpse, or worse. The question was, what would Solonar say to him? The wish was that Burr would take himself away, back to his estates or to some other city. New York was no longer for Cartwright Burr. But what would Solonar say to him now, to drive him back to where he hadn't the grace to go willingly? "Cartwright," Solonar said in a voice confined to the two of them. "So your Martian immortality works." Burr said nothing. "You got that in addition, didn't you? You knew how I'd react. You knew you'd need protection. Paid the Martians to make you physically invulnerable. It's a good system, very impressive. Who would have thought the Martians knew so much? But who here is going to pay attention to you now? Get out of town, Cartwright. You're past your chance. You're dead as far as these people are concerned. All you have left is your skin." Burr reached up and surreptitiously lifted a corner of his fleshed mask. And there he was, under it. The hood retreated an inch, and the light reached his eyes. And Solonar had been wrong. Burr had less left than he thought. "Oh, no, Cartwright," Solonar said softly. "No, you're right. I can't stand up to that." He turned and bowed to the assembled company. "Good night," he cried, and walked out of the ballroom. Someone followed him down the corridor to the elevators. Solonar did not look behind him. "I have another appointment with you now," Edmund said at his elbow. They reached the pedestrian level. Solonar said, "There's a cafe. We can talk there." "Too public, Mr. Solonar. Let's simply stroll and converse." Ermin lightly took his arm and guided him along the walkway. Solonar noticed then that Ermin was costumed so cunningly that no one could have guessed the appearance of the man. "Very well," Solonar said. "Of course." They walked together, casually. Ermin said, "Burr's driving you to your death. Is it because you tried to kill him earlier? Did you get his Martian secret?" Solonar shook his head. "You didn't get it," Ermin sighed. "That's unfortunate. I'll have to take steps." "Under the bylaws," Solonar said. "I cry laissez-faire." Ermin looked up, his eyes twinkling. "Laissez-faire? Mr. Solonar, do you have any idea how many of our members are involved in your fortunes? They will cry laissez-faire, Mr. Solonar. But clearly you persist in dragging them down with you. No, sir, Mr. Solonar. My office now forwards an immediate recommendation to the Technical Advisory Committee of the IAB that Mr. Burr probably has a system superior to yours, and that stock in Solonar Incorporated had best be disposed of." "There's a bench," Solonar said. "Let's sit down." "As you wish." Ermin moved beside Solonar to the bench, but remained standing. "What is it, Mr. Solonar?" "I want your help. You advised me on what Burr had. It's still in his office building somewhere. You have resources. We can get it." "Laissez-faire, Mr. Solonar. I visited you in an advisory capacity. I can do no more." "For a partnership in my affairs, could you do more?" "Money?" Ermin tittered. "For me? Do you know the conditions of my employment?" If he had thought, Solonar would have remembered. He reached out tentatively. Ermin anticipated him. Ermin bared his left arm and sank his teeth into it. He displayed the arm. There was no quiver of pain in voice or stance. "It's not a legend, Mr. Solonar. It's quite true. We of our office must spend a year, after the nerve surgery, learning to walk without the feel of our feet, to handle objects without crushing them or letting them slip, or damaging ourselves. Our mundane pleasures are auditory, olfactory, and visual, easily gratified at little expense.
Our dreams are totally interior, Mr. Solinar. The operation is irreversible. What would you buy from me with your money?
What would I buy for myself? Solinar's head sank down between his shoulders. Ermin bent over him.
Your despair is your own, Mr. Solinar. I have official business with you.
He lifted Solinar's chin with a forefinger.
I judge physical interference to be unwarranted at this time, but matters must remain so that the IAB members involved with you can recover the value of their investments in EV. Is that perfectly clear, Mr. Solinar? You are hereby enjoined under the bylaws, as enforced by the Special Public Relations Office.
He glanced at his watch.
Notice was served at 1:27 a.m. City time.
1:27, Solinar said. City time. He sprang to his feet and raced down a companionway to the taxi level. Mr. Ermin watched him quizzically. He opened his costume, took out his omnipresent medical kit and sprayed coagulant over the wound in his forearm. Replacing the kit, he adjusted his clothing and strolled down the same companionway Solinar had run. He raised an arm and a taxi flitted down beside him. He showed the driver a card, and the cab lifted off with him, its lights glaring in a priority pattern, far faster than Solinar's ordinary legal limit allowed. Chapter 4. Long Island facility vaulted at the stars in great kangaroo leaps of arch and cantilever span, jeweled in glass and metal as if the entire port were a mechanism for navigating interplanetary space. Rufus Solinar paced its esplanades, measuring his steps, holding his arms still for the short time until he could board the Mars rocket. Erect and majestic, he took a place in the lounge and carefully sipped liqueur once the liner had boosted away from Earth and coupled in its Faraday main drives. Mr. Ermin settled into the place beside him. Solinar looked over at him calmly. I thought so. Ermin nodded.
Of course you did. But I didn't almost miss you. I was here ahead of you. I have no objection if you're going to Mars, Mr. Solinar. Laissez-faire. Provided I can go along.
Well, Rufus Solinar said. Liqueur? He gestured with his glass. Ermin shook his head.
No, thank you,
he said delicately. Solinar said, Even your tongue?
Of course my tongue, Mr. Solinar. I taste nothing. I touch nothing.
Ermin smiled.
But I feel no pressure.
All right, then, Rufus Solinar said crisply. We have several hours to landing time. You sit and dream your interior dreams, and I'll dream mine. He faced around in his chair and folded his arms across his chest.
Mr. Solinar,
Ermin said gently. Yes?
I am once again with you by appointment, as provided under the bylaws.
State your business, Mr. Ermin.
You are not permitted to lie in an unknown grave, Mr. Solinar. Insurance policies on your life have been taken out at a high premium rate. The IAB members concerned cannot wait the statutory 7 years to have you declared dead. Do what you will, Mr. Solinar, but I must take care I witness your death. From now on I am with you wherever you go.
Solinar smiled. I don't intend to die. Why should I die, Mr. Ermin?
I've no idea, Mr. Solinar, but I know Courtright Burr's character. And isn't that he seated there in the corner? The light is poor, but I think he's recognizable.
Across the lounge, Burr raised his head and looked into Solinar's eyes. He raised a hand near his face, perhaps merely to signify greeting. Rufus Solinar faced front.
A worthy opponent, Mr. Solinar, Ermin said. A persevering, unforgiving, ingenious man. And yet...
Ermin seemed a little touched by bafflement.
And yet it seems to me, Mr. Solinar, that he got you running rather easily. What did happen between you after my advisory call?
Solinar turned a terrible smile on Ermin. I shot him to pieces. If you'd peel his face, you'd see. Ermin sighed.
Up to this moment, I thought perhaps you might still salvage your affairs.
Pity, Mr. Ermin? Pity for the insane?
Interest. I can take no part in your world. Be grateful, Mr. Solinar. I am not the same gullible man I was when I signed my contract with IAB so many years ago.
Solinar laughed. Then he stole a glance at Burr's corner. The ship came down at Abernathy Field in Arisia, the terrestrial city. Industrialized, prefabricated, jerry-built and clamorous, the storm-proofed buildings huddled proudly at the desert's edge. Low on the horizon was the Martian settlement, the buildings so skillfully blended with the landscape, so eroded, so much abandoned that the uninformed eye saw nothing. Solinar had been to Mars, on a tour. He had seen the natives in their nameless dwelling place, arrogant, venomous, and weak. He had been told by the paid guide they trafficked with Earthmen as much as they cared to, and kept to their place on the rim of Earth's encroachment, observing. "Tell me, Ermin," Solinar said quietly as they walked across the terminal lobby. "You're to kill me, aren't you, if I try to go on without you?"
"A matter of procedure, Mr. Solinar," Ermin said evenly. "We cannot risk the investment capital of so many IAB members."
Solinar sighed. "If I were any other member, how I would commend you, Mr. Ermin. Can we hire a car for ourselves, then, somewhere nearby?"
"Going out to see the engineers?" Ermin asked. "Who would have thought that of something valuable for sale?"
"I want to show them something," Solinar said.
"What thing, Mr. Solinar?"
They turned to the corner of a corridor, with branching hallways here and there, not all of them busy. "Come here," Solinar said, nodding toward one of them. They stopped out of sight of the lobby and the main corridor. "Come on," Solinar said, "a little further."
"No," Ermin said. "This is farther than I really wish. It's dark here."
"Why's too late, Mr. Ermin," Solinar said, his arms flashing out. One palm impacted against Ermin's solar plexus, and the other against the muscle at the side of his neck, but not hard enough to kill. Ermin collapsed, starved for oxygen, while Solinar silently cursed having been cured of murder. Then Solinar turned and ran. Behind him, Ermin's body struggled to draw breath by reflex alone. Moving as fast as he dared, Solinar walked back and reached the taxi lock, pulling a respirator from a wall rack as he went. He flagged a car and gave his destination, looking behind him. He had seen nothing of Cartwright Burr since setting foot on Mars, but he knew that soon or late, Burr would find him. A few moments later, Ermin got to his feet. Solinar's car was well away. Ermin shrugged and went to the local broadcasting station. He commandeered a private desk, a firearm, and immediate time on the IAB inter-office circuit to Earth. When his call acknowledgement had come back to him from his office there, he reported.
"Solinar is en route to the Martian city. He wants a duplicate of Burr's device, of course, since he smashed the original when he killed Burr. I'll follow and make final disposition. The disorientation I reported previously is progressing rapidly. Almost all his responses now are inappropriate. On the flight out, he seems to be staring at something in an empty seat. Quite often, when spoken to, he obviously hears something else entirely. I expect to catch one of the next few flights back."
There was no point in waiting for comment to wend its way back from Earth. Ermin left. He went to a cab rank and paid the exorbitant fee for transportation outside Arisian city limits. Close at hand, the Martian city was like a welter of broken pots. Shards of wall and roof joined at savage angles and pointed to nothing. Underfoot, drifts of vitreous material, shaped to fit no sane configuration and broken to fit such a mosaic as no church would contain, rocked and slid under Solinar's hurrying feet. What from Arisia had been a solid front of dun color was here a facade of red, green, and blue, splashed about centuries ago, and since then weathered only enough to show how bitter the colors had once been. The plum-colored sky stretched over all this like a frigid membrane, and the wind blew and blew. Here and there, as he progressed, Solinar saw Martian arms and heads protruding from the rubble. Sculptures. He was moving toward the heart of the city, where some few unbroken structures persisted. At the top of a heap of shards, he turned to look behind him. There was the dust plume of his cab, returning to the city. He expected to walk back, perhaps to meet someone on the road, all alone on the Martian plain, if only Ermin would forbear from interfering. Searching the flat, thin-aired landscape, he tried to pick out the plodding dot of Cartwright Burr, but not yet. He turned and ran down the untrustworthy slope. He reached the edge of the maintained area. Here the rubble was gone, the ancient walks swept, the statues kept upright on their pediments. But only broken walls suggested the fronts of the houses that had stood here. Knifing their sides up through the wind-rippled sand that only constant care kept off the street, the shadow houses fenced his way, and the sculptures were motionless as hope. Ahead of him he saw the buildings of the engineers. There was no heap to climb and look to see if Ermin followed close behind. Sucking his respirator, he reached the building of the Martian engineers. A sounding strip ran down the door jamb. He scratched his fingernails sharply along it, and the magnified vibration ducked throughout the hollow walls, rattled his plea for entrance. Chapter 5. The door opened and Martians stood looking. They were spindly-limbed and slight, their faces framed by folds of leathery tissue. Their mouths were lipped with horn as hard as dentures, and pursed forever, ready to masticate. They were pleasant neither to look at nor, Solinar knew, to deal with, but Courtright Burr had done it, and Solinar needed to do it. "Does anyone here speak English?" he asked.
"Aye,"
said the Central Martian, his mouth opening to the sound, closing to end the reply. "I would like to deal with you."
"Whenever,"
the Martian said, and the group at the doorway parted deliberately to let Solinar in. Before the door closed behind him, Solinar looked back, but the rubble of the abandoned sectors blocked his line of sight into the desert.
"What can you offer, and what do you want?"
the Martian asked. Solinar stood half-ringed by them, in a room whose corners he could not see in the uncertain light. "I offer you terrestrial currency." The English-speaking Martian, the Martian who had admitted to speaking English, turned his head slightly and spoke to his fellows. There were clacking sounds as his lips met. The others reacted variously, one of them suddenly gesturing with what seemed a disgusted flip of his arm before he turned without further word and stalked away, his shoulders looking like the shawled back of a very old and very hungry woman. "What did Burr give you?" Solinar asked.
"Burr."
The Martian cocked his head. His eyes were not multifaceted, but gave that impression. "He was here and he dealt with you, not long ago. On what basis?"
"Burr, yes. Burr gave us currency. We will take currency from you. For the same thing we gave him."
"For immortality, yes."
This is a new word."
"Is it? For the secret of not dying?"
"Not dying. You think we have not dying for sale here?"
The Martian spoke to the others again. Their lips clattered. Others left, like the first one had, moving with great precision and very slow step, and no remaining tolerance for Solinar. Solinar cried out, "What did you sell him then?" The principal engineer said,
"We made an entertainment device for him."
"A little thing, this size?" Solinar cupped his hands.
"You have seen it then."
"Yes, and nothing more? That was all he bought here?"
"It's all we had to sell, or give. We don't yet know whether Earthmen will give us things in exchange for currency. We'll see when we next need something from Arisia."
Solinar demanded, "How did it work, this thing you sold him?"
"Oh, it lets people tell stories to themselves."
Solinar looked closely at the Martian. "What kind of stories?"
"Any kind,"
the Martian said blandly.
Burr told us what he wanted. He had drawings with him of an Earthman device that used pictures on a screen and broadcast sounds to carry the details of the story told to the auditor.
"He stole those patents. He couldn't have used them on Earth."
"And why should he? Our device needs to convey no precise details. Any mind can make its own. It only needs to be put into a situation, and from there it can do all the work. If an auditor wishes a story of contact with other sexes, for example, the projector simply makes it seem to him, the next time he is with the object of his desire, that he is getting positive feedback, that he is arousing a similar response in that object. Once that has been established for him, the auditor may then leave the machine, move about normally, conduct his life as usual, but always in accordance with the basic situation. It is, you see, in the end, a means of introducing system into his view of reality. Of course, his society must understand that he is not in accord with reality, for some of what he does cannot seem rational from an outside view of him. So some care must be taken, but not much. If many such devices were to enter his society, soon the circumstances would become commonplace, and the society would surely readjust to allow for it,"
said the English-speaking Martian. "The machine creates any desired situation in the auditor's mind."
"Certainly. There are simple predisposing tapes that can be inserted as desired. Love, adventure, celebration. It makes no difference."
Several of the bystanders clacked sounds out to each other. Solinar looked at them narrowly. It was obvious there had to be more than one English speaker among these people. "And the device you gave Burr?" he asked the engineer, neither calmly nor hopefully. "What sort of stories could its auditors tell themselves?" The Martian cocked his head again. It gave him the look of an owl at a bedroom window.
"Oh, there was one situation we were particularly instructed to include. Burr said he was thinking ahead to show it to an acquaintance of his. It was a situation of adventure with the fearful, and it was to end in loss and bitterness."
The Martian looked even more closely at Solinar.
"Of course, the device does not specify details. No one but the auditor can know what fearful thing inhabits his story, or precisely how the end of it would come. You would, I believe, be Rufus Solinar. But spoke of you made the noise of laughing.
Solinar opened his mouth, but there was nothing to say.
You want such a device?
The Martian asked.
We prepared several since Burr left. He spoke of machines that would manufacture them in astronomical numbers. We, of course, have done our best with our poor hands.
Solinar said, I would like to look out your door.
Pleasure.
Solinar opened the door slightly. Mr. Ermine stood in the cleared street, motionless as the shadow buildings behind him. He raised one hand in a gesture of unfelt greeting as he saw Solinar, then put it back on the stock of his rifle. Solinar closed the door and turned to the Martian. How much currency do you want?
Oh, all you have with you. Your people always have a good deal with you when they travel.
Solinar plunged his hands into his pockets and pulled out his billfold, his change, his keys, his jeweled radio. Whatever was there, he rummaged out onto the floor, listening to the sound of rolling coins. I wish I had more here, he laughed. I wish I had the amount that man out there is going to recover when he shoots me. The Martian engineer cocked his head.
But your dream is over, Mr. Solinar,
he clacked dryly.
Isn't it?
Quite so. But you to your purposes and I to mine. Now give me one of those projectors, and set it to predispose a situation I am about to specify to you. Take however long it needs. The audience is a patient one. He laughed, and tears gathered in his eyes. Mr. Ermine waited, isolated from the cold, listening to hear whether the rifle stock was slipping out of his fingers. He had no desire to go into the Martian building after Solinar and involve third parties. All he wanted was to put Solinar's body under a dated marker, with as little trouble as possible. Now and then he walked a few paces backward and forward, to keep from losing muscular control at his extremities because of low skin temperature. Solinar must come out soon enough. He had no food supply with him, and though Ermine did not like the risk of engaging a man like Solinar in a starvation contest, there was no doubt that a man with no taste for fuel could outlast one with the acquired reflexes of eating. The door opened and Solinar came out. He was carrying something, perhaps a weapon. Ermine let him come closer while he raised and carefully sighted his rifle. Solinar might have some Martian weapon, or he might not. Ermine did not particularly care. If Ermine died, he would hardly notice it. Far less than he would notice a botched ending to a job of work already roiled by Solinar's breakaway at the spacefield. If Ermine died, some other SPRO agent would be assigned almost immediately. No matter what happened, SPRO would stop Solinar before he ever reached Abernathy Field. So there was plenty of time to aim an unhurried, clean shot. Solinar was close now. He seemed to be in a very agitated frame of mind. He held out whatever he had in his hand. It was another one of the Martian entertainment machines. Solinar seemed to be offering it as a token to Ermine. Ermine smiled. "What can you offer me, Mr. Solinar?" he said, and shot. The golden ball rolled away over the sand. "There now," Ermine said. "Now! Wouldn't you sooner be me than you? And where is the thing that made the difference between us?" He shivered. He was chilly. Sand was blowing against his tender face, which had been somewhat abraded during his long wait. He stopped, transfixed. He lifted his head. Then, with a great swing of his arms, he sent the rifle whirling away. "The wind!" he sighed into the thin air. "I feel the wind!" He leapt into the air, and sand flew away from his feet as he landed. He whispered to himself, "I feel the ground!" He stared in tremblant joy at Solinar's empty body. "What have you given me?" Full of his own rebirth, he swung his head up at the sky again and cried in the direction of the sun. "Are you squeezing, nibbling people who made me incorruptible and thought that was the end of me?" With love, he buried Solinar, and with reverence, he put up the marker. But he had plans for what he might accomplish with the facts of this transaction, and the myriad others he was privy to. A sharp bit of pottery had penetrated the sole of his shoe and gashed his foot, but he, not having seen it, hadn't felt it. Nor would he see it or feel it, even when he changed his stockings, for he had not noticed the wound when it was made. It didn't matter. In a few days it would heal, though not as rapidly as if it had been properly attended to. Vaguely he heard the sound of Martians clacking behind their closed door as he hurried out of the city, full of revenge and reverence for his savior. End of Track 7. Track 8.
Story 6 of Scientists Do Science in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 7.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Shrine, by Walt Sheldon. The American stopped to rest, to daub his brow, and he withdrew for a moment into the mottled shade beside the trail. Ahead, the mountain rose and became blue with distance. A figure in a saffron robe moved down the trail and toward him. "A woman," said his lips without sound. His eyes clocked surprise. He was Edward Blair. He worked for the English-language Tokyo Tribune. It was as good a paper as any to work for when your career had been interrupted twice by war. You could coast on the Tokyo Trib. You could let things not matter. Now he watched the woman. She walked with a gliding motion, though her steps were tiny and downhill. Her shoulders moved in an even line. They were small shoulders, and as she neared, he saw above them an oval face. A beautiful and simple face, with golden skin and eyes of dark velvet. He stepped out of the shade and smiled as she came upon him. She showed no surprise, and he was startled to hear her speak good English. "You are Mr. Blair?" "Why, yes, I am." "I am sent to meet you. I am sorry to be late." "That's all right. I will show you the way to the shrine." "Well, thanks. But they said in the village it was easy to find. Just follow the trail to the top of the mountain." "But I will take you." "A pleasure, believe me," said Ed Blair, and grinned. And now they walked together, she effortlessly, like silk waved in air. He seemed to walk more easily, too. He no longer panted. The long grasses, the persimmon trees, and the bamboo groves went by. He carried a press camera and a bag full of bulbs, but they no longer seemed heavy. "Nice of them to send you," he told the girl. She laughed. There were tinkling strips of glass hung in a Japanese garden in summer for their cool sound. She laughed like this. "Naito-san has reason for sending me. He always has reason." "Naito-san?" "He is Obo, the high priest, you say in English. He taught me English." "And your name?" "Yuki."
"That can mean snow or flower," said Blair.
"You know Japanese writing?"
"No, but I heard it somewhere." He laughed. Then he mopped his brow again. "Hot, isn't it?"
"We must have a breeze,"
she said. A breeze sprang up. "Well, you certainly ordered that one."
"Naito-san said to make you comfortable."
She said this quite seriously. They walked some more, and he forgot the coincidence. He watched the girl, admiring her effortless walk. Presently he said, "Well, I'm going to enjoy this visit anyway."
"Enjoy?"
"I didn't think I would at first. I thought it was just all another crazy idea of Murdoch's. He's the managing editor. I told him he was crazy to send me out here to the mountains and waste 3 days getting a brightener for page 2.
"I do not understand all of what you say."
"These magic tricks the monks do. What I mean is they're interesting, but not big, important news. We call a story like this a feature. You don't usually take a lot of time or trouble with it."
"But they're not magic tricks. They are more."
"Well, all right. I understand how you feel." He wondered what her place in the Hataka shrine might be. Priestess, perhaps? Except that you couldn't use Western words for these things. The ideas were different, but she was beautiful. That was the same in any language. They reached the shrine in some 20 minutes of climbing, and because of the breeze, and because his feet had suddenly become light, he was not exhausted. The shrine was in a flat place near the top of the mountain. It was not imposing. It had no huge torii or entranceway, like a Shinto shrine, and there was little elaborate gilding or carving. Inside, there was a kind of chancel with flowers, incense holders, and hanging prayers and mottos. There were low buildings off to one side, and the land about them was a carefully made garden, cool and withdrawn, and both men and women in robes of grey or saffron or blue walked about this garden quietly. Then an old man, bald and with skin like saddle leather, came forward. He was old, but his eyes were more. They were ageless, like black sky on a cloudless night. He wore silk. He smiled, but with restraint, then offered his hand, Western style.
"Welcome, Mr. Blair. I am Naito. We are glad to have you here."
"Thank you,"
How do you do?"
"You'll want a hot bath, I think, and then a little rest. After that we can eat together and talk."
"Well, thanks, but actually I'd like to get the story, then go on back to the village again. The last train leaves about 6.
"But you must stay longer, surely."
"No, I really ought to get back to the office. Took me a day and a half to get here after all." Naito smiled and shook his head.
"You are still in the grip of time, Mr. Blair. Spend some with us, and you will slip a little from its tyranny."
"You're very kind, Mr. Naito, but, well, you have your world and I have mine. Time's important in mine. If you could just show me some of these tricks you do."
"Ha! Tricks! Tricks!"
Naito still smiled, but Blair felt the anger radiate from him like heat.
"You want to see our tricks, then?"
"Well, that's what I came here for."
"I told Mr. Murdoch,"
said Naito, drawing his robe more closely about him,
"to send a man who would understand. Someone who was not all Western, who had a little of the Oriental viewpoint."
Blair laughed. "Murdoch would think that about me, because I show a little interest in things Oriental, because I don't think a deep freeze or an 8-cylinder jukebox on wheels is the greatest thing in the world. Nevertheless, Mr. Naito, I come from a middle-class American background, and my viewpoint is still pretty Western. Nor am I one of those odd intellectual types who seem to be ashamed of it."
"There is hope," said Naito. "I am glad you came."
Blair took folded copy paper and a pencil from his pocket. "But shall we get down to business now? First, let me get your full name, and where you come from, and all that. Then the exact name of your sect here, or whatever it is."
Naito seemed amused.
Yuki stood by with great poise. Blair glanced at her and thought, yes, flower. When she stands, she grows quietly, like a flower. Then Naito gave the facts. He was Japanese, but had lived in Canada and the United States for some years. He held a doctor's degree from Waseda University in Tokyo and had taken postgraduate courses in America. He had studied Buddhism in China, Tibet, and India. He had drawn from many of the other sects and founded his own, calling it Koto, using the character that meant event or circumstance.
"Yes," said Blair politely.
"Now what about these magic tricks of yours?" Murdoch had said there would be magic tricks. Friends of Murdoch's, tourists, had come across the Hitaka shrine and had seen them. Murdoch had sent Blair with his speed graphic to get the story. The Americans of the security forces who supported the Tokyo Trib liked these features very much. From them they became experts in Japan without the annoyance of going too far afield from their well-stocked clubs or comfortable billeting areas. Naito the High Prince sighed.
"I will do it the cheap way, then."
He took Blair to another corner of the garden. Yuki followed, gliding. Here water trickled from rocks into a smooth pool where black and orange carp swam. Naito watched the pool for a while, and presently the water stopped running. A moment later, it began to seep upward toward the cleft in the rock.
"There,"
said Naito. "What's this supposed to prove?" asked Blair.
"Water running uphill," said Naito. "Is that enough of a trick for you?"
"I don't get it."
"All right, let's try something else."
He moved off, swiftly, angrily, shucked the gaiter from his feet, entered one of the cottages, and a moment later returned. He held a child's rubber balloon.
"It's round," he said, holding it up for Blair to see.
"Okay, a round balloon." Naito blew it up. Instead of inflating to a round shape, it extended itself into a long, banana-like form. Then he blew it up again, and this time shapes like fingers came out of it at various points.
"Well," said Blair, "you still don't see, do you? Tell me what you want me to do."
"Oh, the water illusion and the balloon thing are clever enough. I don't have any idea how you do it," said Blair. "But the tricks, well, they lack drama, if you see what I mean. No flash. Like a good visual trick, one I can really photograph." Now Naito seemed to seethe inside. He breathed quickly, heavily as he talked.
"What will you have?" he said. "What will you have, Mr. Blair? I can do the Hindu rope trick. I can fascinate snakes, and I can put Yuki in a box and saw her in half. Is that the kind of thing you might understand?"
"Well, it ought to be something sort of new," said Blair.
"New?" repeated Naito. "Something new? Very well, then.
But first you must understand. This time you must understand. We will have tea."
They sat upon grass mats in one of the cottages over cups of pale green tea. Yuki sat beside Blair, and her shoulder touched him now and then. When this happened, he found it difficult to concentrate on what Naito was saying.
"Your Western science," said Naito, "is only beginning to learn what we know, and from a totally different viewpoint. Your Dr. Norbert Wiener has beautifully clarified the essential fallacy of the Newtonian viewpoint, that nature acts and reacts according to rigid laws. He shows instead that it is highly probable nature will do this. Probable enough so that for everyday purposes one may depend on it. Do you follow me, Mr. Blair?"
"I'm afraid I'm not very much up on my science."
"Well, I'm trying to explain it in terms a Westerner will understand. You saw a quantity of water run uphill. It was not an illusion, Mr. Blair. It is highly probable that water will not run uphill, but it is also possible that under certain circumstances it may. And as for the balloon, tell me, why does gas exert equal pressure in every direction?"
"I'm sure I don't know."
"But you must remember, surely, the molecules of a gas fly about in random directions. They exert force upon the walls of any container the gas happens to be in. Entropy, or the universal tendency toward disorder that Wiener speaks of, keeps an average of them exerting force in all directions. So the pressure remains equal in all directions, and we can measure it, and be certain, reasonably certain, that the next man who measures it will get the same result."
"I remember Boyle's law."
"Exactly. And Boyle's law, or Ohm's law, or Newton's laws, or anyone else's laws are based on probability, nearly overwhelming probability. But what happens in the rare, almost unthinkable case where every factor does not act according to the most pragmatic law of all, the law of averages?"
"We're getting way up in the clouds now," said Blair.
"Please try to see it." "Yes, please do."
Yuki touched his arm.
"I blew up a round balloon," said Naito. "The gas should have exerted equal pressure in every direction. But something happened to the law of averages. Most of the molecules flew in one direction, and the balloon assumed a long shape. It was one chance in a number I cannot even express, it is so huge. Yet it was still possible."
"Now wait a minute, Dr. Naito," said Blair. "You're a very nice fellow, and I don't really want to offend you. But honestly, I've been around, and a lot of people have tried to fool me with double talk. Not as learned as yours, but the principles are the same. Now look, why don't you make some fine visual trick for me that I can photograph? Then I can get out of here."
"Oh dear,"
said Naito. "Now what's the trouble?"
"This isn't what I wanted at all. I hoped Murdoch's reporter would be, well, sensitive. You see, the time has come to spread what we've learned, to find new supporters. I'd hoped to get a few this way."
"How about my trick?" asked Blair.
"Very well. Come into the garden again."
In the garden he spoke rapidly for a few moments to Yuki in Japanese. Then he turned to Blair.
"Watch her. Have your camera ready."
"I'm ready." Yuki, a few feet away from them, closed her eyes, and at first began to turn slowly in one spot. Her step, to begin, was a slow pirouette, and gradually she began to revolve more rapidly. Presently she was turning so fast that Blair could scarcely believe it. He would not have believed before that the finest professional dancer could pirouette with this speed. He began to take pictures. He was so busy taking pictures that at first he did not notice the blurred shape that was Yuki, whirling, begin to disappear. Then this became apparent to him. He stared, open-mouthed, and Yuki vanished from sight. "My gosh, that's terrific," he said. "Where did she go?"
"She's still right there," said Naito.
Blair walked to the spot, felt nothing. He moved his hands about where the girl had been spinning. "She's not there," he said, returning. "That's a honey, though. You could make a nice living back in the States out of that one alone."
Naito sighed.
"Now, how do you bring her back?" asked Blair, and kept his camera ready.
Presently, said Naito. "I think she distracts you, and now, while you can't see her, you must try once more to understand. You must know why I do these tricks, as you call them."
"All right. Why? Or better yet, how?"
"You in the West would call it psychokinesis, mentally controlling matter.
Your conventional table lifting of spiritualists is an example. So is a phenomenon of people who seem to be able to will dice to fall a certain way. And in your literature, well, Moses and the Red Sea is the first thing that comes to mind. Actually, your Dr. Ryan and some others have discovered some evidence that seems to support, to the Western mind, the existence of psychokinesis. But you can never really understand it with Western scientific thinking methods. I cannot even explain it clearly in your terms. Blair smiled a little. I think you could explain it all logically enough if you really wanted to. But actually, I don't blame you for not wanting to give a trick like that away. This is no trick, and it is not what you understand as logical, said Naito, shaking his head stubbornly. I know that you must have logic to understand. You crave the drug of logic. You want everything labeled and explained in terms of cause and effect. You cannot conceive that cause and effect may be one, or indeed exist independently. And do you see what this way of thinking has led to? What has it led to? Blair tried to be patient. You have developed a huge, powerful, monstrous science of cause and effect. You fly at vast speeds. You build huge edifices. You change the face of the earth with dams and canals. You will soon, no doubt, escape the gravity of the earth itself and reach outer space. And you are quite capable of making an explosion big enough to destroy the earth itself. It is awesome. You indeed are awed by the monster you've created. Now you begin to worship it. Now the scientific method becomes the only method for anything. Now you cannot understand, nor can you tolerate anything that does not show logic and exhibit a clear pattern of cause and effect. I think you'd better get along and catch that train now, said Blair. Would you mind producing the young lady again? I'd like to say goodbye to her. You haven't heard all of my story yet. I think I've heard enough. Naito nodded at the spot where the girl had apparently disappeared. Watch, he said. Presently, a blur came into sight, and as its velocity decreased, he saw that it was the girl, spinning now in the opposite direction. He took more pictures. It was not long before she stood there, no longer moving, and seemingly calm and not exhausted. She opened her eyes, saw Blair, and smiled. I still say it's a great trick. It's only the beginning, said Naito. We can do these few cheap tricks you've seen, but they're only exercises in control. We are still learning. Someday we, or more likely our descendants, will be able to control most of the entropy of the universe. By willing it, we will be able to halt the explosion of a star, change the orbit of the moon, reverse the tides. Then, more important, we can freeze a soldier's bullet in his rifle before he fires it, and we can keep any nuclear bomb ever from exploding. Then we can make order. Then we can properly control mankind itself, and give it the order it has sought so long. Now you know why I'm here, and what I'm trying to do. You're not really so different then, are you? Said Blair. I beg your pardon. Never mind. I have to leave now. It doesn't matter. Naito looked at him with a dark porcelain eye. I sense in you an enemy, Mr. Blair. Yes, said Blair. Perhaps you're right. Naito looked about, glancing at some of the others strolling about the shrine. For a moment, Blair thought the man would try to forcibly detain him. Blair stiffened himself and hardened his muscles. Magic or no magic, the old bald fellow would have a scrap on his hands if he tried any kind of violence. Naito then said abruptly, But not a powerful enemy, Mr. Blair. You will make fun of us in your newspaper article, I suppose. But it won't really change anything. You may as well leave now, if you are so anxious to go. Yuki will take you down the mountain again. Thank you for your time and trouble, said Blair, stiffly, politely. Again he was on the trail, descending, and the shrine and the mountaintop were moving back into the blueness of the sky. The girl walked a little ahead. He watched her for a while, still admiring her, and presently he spoke. He knew what I meant, he said. She turned her head slightly. Naito-san? Yes. Of course I don't believe any of his double talk, but if I did, I would be his enemy. He saw that. Why would you be his enemy? Because he is a tyrant. Naito-san? A tyrant? That is a bad ruler, is it not? A tyrant? Naito-san is not like this. But he is. Every tyrant that ever lived began with the hope of controlling mankind for its own good. For what he decided was its own good. I don't know, said Yuki. I don't understand all you say. How long have you been with Naito? Since I was a child. He took me when my parents died. He has been like a father,
He says I must learn, always learn more. He says my life is important.
Blair moved forward suddenly. He took the girl's slim shoulder and turned her toward him. He stood there in the middle of the steep trail, with the tall grasses and embroidered shadows beside it, held her thus, and looked down into her young golden face. He's decided what's good for you too, hasn't he? He thinks he's God. In that way he's no different from some of our Western thinkers he seems to despise so much. Yes, he is wise. But when will the wise learn that wisdom doesn't give them the right to run the universe?
I do not understand, said Yuki,
her eyes dark and wide. He took both her shoulders, thrilling to touch them, and he crushed her body gently to his, feeling all the live shape of it in his own body. He found her lips. She trembled, and he knew then that she had not been kissed before. Some time later he walked away, leaving her still there on the trail. He knew, and felt she too must know, that they would never come together again. Now he would return to the Tokyo Tribune and take up the career of Edward Blair again, and in a day or two the story of the magic monks of Hataka Shrine would brighten page 2, and his photos would cause some comment, but everyone would be sure there was some natural explanation for it, and in a short time it would all be forgotten. Blair would not forget. He would never forget the girl's golden skin, nor the warmth of her parted lips, and she would not forget him either, no matter what Naito taught. For this was something that Naito could not understand, neither in terms of science nor his own queer magic art. Once more Blair looked back, turning and seeing the girl for the last time. She raised her arm to him, then dropped it again. After that, he saw her as a motionless stroke of gold against the darkening mountain. End of Story 6. End of Scientists Do Science in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 7.